Hello! Anyway, for 40 minutes. No. I had to think for a moment. I don't think I have 40 minutes of delay to have here. However, fucking... apparently, is this like a news outlet or something? Some channel has posted a 4-hour VOD essentially of the Enfield Beta 2 gameplay. Interesting. Aha. I believe, I see. It is, I believe, some form of... Actually, I'm not sure if this is a news outlet or just a guy. But, it is some kind of French channel or something. Let me translate this description. Yeah, okay, I don't know what this is. I don't know what this channel is about. But they have... I don't... that seems like something they maybe were not supposed to post yet? I'ma be real? Also, I truly do not know what this, like, channel even is. I mean, it has, like, 2K subscribers. I'm assuming it is some kind of... like... some form of media thing, something. But then also, the only thing when it comes up when you search them is just this one YouTube channel. Confusion. Also, like, the description is just like, welcome to Original Game Films, the media where you'll find films recorded in ultra quality, then edited in optimal quality with real work in image selection, transition, and voiceover when necessary. What does that even mean? But then there is, like, seemingly some kind of... I truly do not know. I'm very confused on what this channel is. I guess it's just some kind of French something. But why in the world do they have... Well, I mean, well, because the only way that they would have 4 hours of recorded footage of Enfield is if they were at one of the events. Right? Where did she find these people? That also, I'm like, huh? Who are you? Okay. In the video, like, description or whatever, there is a link to, like, I guess the main channel. So that really is the, like, it's like their VOD channel or something. So they do have, like, a main channel as well. For some reason, maybe they didn't have any limitations on what you can upload, but they have uploaded a 4-hour VOD of it. Okay, what's the main channel is indeed... Okay, main channel is... Yeah, it's like a... They have like a website and shit. It is some form of French games outlet. They have like 30K subscribers. Okay, cool. And like they were, you know, they were clearly at one of the events. But also, I literally have no idea. But it feels like it would be some form of accident for a 4-hour VOD of Enfield to have been posted at this point. So, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if it survives. Or not. So I guess also in theory, maybe just not doing anything about, you know, Barbara, you know, the Streisand effect. Maybe just don't do anything. Also, pray for... I say pray. Why don't I like pray? Just start. Look, let's keep the language more accurate to what we are. Okay, it's not pray for someone. It is start hope maxing for Xenesis, who is a regular in the stream, who is having an operation to remove their lung tomorrow because it's fucked. So, you know, start hope maxing. I know, my reaction was also just like, what the fuck? When I heard it. I was like, huh? What do you mean? Many people seem to believe Enfield is a spin-off in Reddit. I wonder why. Yeah, I'm also not 100% sure. I mean, originally it might have seemed like a spin-off when we knew much less, but obviously now we know enough to know that it is like... Well, also, some of the articles have even kind of called it like... have also called it a spin-off. Because it's kind of like a sequel spin-off. It's not like as direct of a sequel as you normally think for a sequel. It is like a sequel spin-off thing. Because, you know, obviously, original Arknights is still going, so Enfield and Arknights will be going in parallel. Like... So that also affects kind of the, like, interpretation of what exactly Enfield is. It's kind of like, it's like a sequel spin-off. Because obviously you can also, indeed, you can play Enfield without having played Arknights. I guess you could say the same for, like, GFL2 and stuff. And obviously GFL2 also, like, GFL1 is technically still going. I believe the story of GFL1 is finished completely, but... Also, yeah, like, then you have, and yeah, you have, like, the characters who are, like, original characters from Arknights, but different. Which is also, like, is it a spin-off? And because also people are very much used to, right? People are used to the whole thing of, like, oh, it's like, ooh, it's like, sort of exists in the same IP, but not the same universe or whatever, you know? Like a Hoyo type situation, where it's like, oh, it's like XPs, like, characters who look the same but are not part of the same world, type of thing. But obviously for Enfield, it is much more directly in the same world and the same timeline and everything. There's no multiverse shenanigans going on. It is just the one timeline. As, you know, as straight as time can be, you know. Time is a nebulous concept sometimes. But yeah, so I mean, I don't really find it that strange that some people do think it a spin-off, because there's some things about it that kind of on the surface do look like a spin-off, and it's only once you know, look a bit more, it's like, oh no, never mind, it is actually a sequel. But I always assumed GFL 1 and 2 were directly related, like that it was always a direct sequel, because indeed, by my understanding, indeed GFL story, like GFL 1 story, had ended as well. So, And yeah, it's indeed, it's not giving, Enfield is supposed to be a very different experience from original Arknights, which also adds to the sort of more like spin-off quality. Which is why I think it is indeed a bit wrong to call it purely a spin-off and purely a sequel, because it is like a sequel spin-off. Because they are ultimately two very different products and like experiences. But obviously they're like very intertwined somewhat directly. Because yeah, it's not like it's not just like Arknights ended, so then they made Arknights 2. It's Arknights Enfield, not Arknights 2. Talking about the release date, bet they will launch on Chapter 16 happen, because of course lore implication. When would Chapter 16 be launching on global? I think that might be too far. Unless we like catch up even more, I think Chapter 16 would be too far away. Around March or April. Yeah, that might be, it could be that it's too far for them to wait to Chapter 16. It might then, we might just get a situation where, there it's like, okay. Because, also the start of Enfield is not gonna, they're obviously at some point they have to start balancing in the way of like, they are both actually live and then they time stuff like that, Because yeah, it's half anniversaries or that are the new story, or every 6 months is a new story. Obviously now we should get it slightly earlier because we have sped up slightly, or we've caught up a little bit, so it should be slightly earlier. What are we talking about? Oh, we're just quickly talking about if the next main chapter for Arknights would reach global before Enfield releases, but I think it's might actually genuinely be unlikely. Unless they really shuffle the order. And yeah, they actually, it was one of the interviews where they talked a whole bunch about, they at least, they touched upon the whole thing of like, yeah, having Arknights and Enfield happening at the same time, where they have indeed thought about how to kind of like intertwine events and stuff happening, because you have two stories that in some way will affect and relate each other, which is also one reason why indeed there's a bigger time gap in there, because if you don't have the bigger time gap in there, it would be very difficult to have them happen at the same time in a live service situation. It would be quite a nightmarish combo to have them be much closer together. You have to separate them like somehow. And in this case, the separation is by time. This alone could be a new IP. Well, because apparently that's just their vision. These two, Arknights and Enfield, were both conceived as an idea like around the same time. They just did Arknights first. So they're, connected. And actually, I kind of like the ways that it has ended up connecting them. So I think it actually makes for something interesting. It's actually kind of an interesting little thingy of having this connection, where they are connected and also separate. Anyway, should we hop into reading? We have readings. That's the wrong one. Here. 4 days remaining. Really? Isn't it Thursday? 27th. Okay, yeah, Thursday. We're at 85, are we not? Yeah, I also saw that. Yeah, there is girls' frontline art from back when Lowlight was still with Mika, where there's like Enfield in there, in some of the like background art or something. It's like, so yeah, like the idea in some form or other has really existed for a long time. I wouldn't make an IP for a live service after putting so much into AK. Well, also, yeah, that is the thing. Like, Arknights is already essentially a live service IP, so it just kind of makes a lot of sense to utilize an existing thing and build upon it more. Because, you know, for their new IPs, they're doing their new IPs through, like, their more experimental and sort of unique takes and stuff. Where, you know, like their premium games, Popocom and X-Asterisk and all that kind of stuff. Where they're, you know, clearly not as directly. Even though if you want to, you can get some pretty schizo in there and start arguing like they're somehow connected, but... I just wanted to be a sequel like GFL 2. That just wasn't... It's just not reasonable for it to be a super, super direct sequel because Arknight's story is still ongoing and will still be ongoing for quite a few years. Because isn't that the thing with GFL, you know, GFL 1 started way earlier than original Arknights. It's just you can't really make a direct sequel if the main story of the first one is still kind of going on. Like, I do agree, it could... I mean, they might... First of all, they might still do that. Like, after the actual main story of Arknights is over, they could actually still make an Arknights 2. They could make a game that is a, like, direct sequel. They could. I mean, hell, fucking in the IGN interview, Lowlight said that they have plans for more games in the Arknights IP. One of those could be a sequel once the main story of the Arknights gacha game is done. It'd be really cool if it was like a premium game that they made off of it. That would be really cool. You know? Like, they could make an RTS, they could, like, who knows, they could do all kinds of things. They're clearly, you know, like, exploring different formats. So, they could very well do an actual Arknights 2 after the fact, and then Enfield is a little separate thing. Kojima's gonna make Arknights 2. Oh, we're gonna get Arknights 2 is just gonna, it's gonna be Death Stranding. But Arknights, like, even more Death Stranding, but Arknights. Okay, shall we? We have probably about 2-ish hours of reading, I believe. A bit over, 2.5. Promises of reunion. My favorite lead, you once left, but we shall be reunited once more. Because we read this one, yeah. Because we'll read and then we'll get on to... Then we'll start just sidetracking and whatnot. Oh, nice music. Old Dalton's death and Shelley freezing in the cold storage were no accidents. Now Michael and Marion are dead too, in such a horrible way. Who's behind all this? Why are the murders in the first place, and why are they so gruesome? I have a feeling that Michael saw this coming. He did. He was kind of smart, honestly. Like, he had some street smarts. He was like, bro, I'm getting out of here before they kill me. He looked a lot more serious than usual when he met the night before the murder. He must have figured out the real reason Dalton died, panicked and decided to get out of here, but now we'll never know what he was hiding. Maybe this all has to do with that accident 5 years ago, but what's really worrying me is that the killer's not even trying to make them look like accidents anymore. What if they're trying to tell us that until the entire truth is brought to light, nobody's safe? Killing the people who know the truth, though, so, like, that seems... Oh my gosh. Zoomer. Oh my gosh, sorry, Molly. Did my babbling scare you? Don't worry, it doesn't matter if there really is, like, a crazy killer running out there. I'll protect you no matter how many of them there are. Oh, that's not it, Detective Tippy. Actually, just calling her Detective Tippy now. I was just thinking about what I can do on my end. Michael's dead now, but that doesn't mean what he wanted me to do doesn't matter anymore. The killer might be planning on using the escape land boats Miss Stone mentioned for their next move. So if we can figure out another way out, or put together something that'll get us to the ground, or even just find an exhaust vent, we might be able to get away from this maniac hiding in the shadows and save ourselves during the climax. Molly. Tippy, you were the first person to really open up to me after I joined the crew. Even though I kept messing up and getting you into trouble, you were always there to stand up for me. When Marion would forget my name, you were always ready to give her a proper reminder. Proper reminder. Always looking after me, comforting me, protecting me. So this time I want to protect you too. Tippy smiles about that. The Liberty gives a gentle hug to her most precious friend in the whole crew. Once this is all over, we're totally gonna have a movie marathon at your place. 24 hours of non-stop screams paired with our favorite drinks and fried fin balls. Cinema. 85, yeah. I want to see what the house you grew up in looks like and meet that sister you're always bragging about. Sure. Death flags, I must say, a little bit. So hopefully not, but you know. Terribly sorry to interrupt your little sorority huddle. Oh, wow, Miss Rutherford brings you to the prop room. Where's your assistant? Didn't you receive Greta's notice on your terminals? She already sent out compensation to everyone and officially disbanded the group. Whether you're scared of the killer or worried about the catastrophe or want to stay and finish the shoot, we're all free to do as we please. So naturally, it only took a blink of an eye for that spineless assistant of mine to run off God knows where. Do as we please? Don't tell me, Miss Stone. No. None of the crew even care about the real reason all these murders are happening? Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn. That's a reference. That's a reference! That's a reference. Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn. I can't remember the movie name. It's black and white. It's an old one. I don't see why you should either. Surely the reasonable thing to do is escape and leave that to the police. Or as Greta said, you can leave the truth to whoever feels like playing detective. That's Tippy. So, why'd you come looking for us, ma'am? I'm only here for you, Tippy, the background painter. Me? I admire Greta's gumption in wanting to film a catastrophe, and this is a fine opportunity for me as well. But films cannot rely solely on natural phenomena. I know you're more passionate about cinema than most, and you must have heard how important this project is to me. So I implore you, from the bottom of my heart, to put your talent in ambience building and color matching to work, and paint the perfect backdrop for my grand finale. Wow. I mean, I'd totally love to, but... Gone with the Wind, yeah, should be. Go help her out, Tippy. Oh, I did see. I'm wondering if this is a reference to American Psycho and the raincoat while he fucking axe murders someone. Hey, Molly, what's with the raincoat? Are you really going exploring? Mm-hmm. Don't worry, I've been part of the prop team for ages now. Know my way around the plate. I'll be fine. Remember what we were just talking about? Something I need to do. Alright then. Once I'm done helping out the backdrops, I'll come find you, promise. You may enter, Madam Stone. You know it was me before I even opened the door? Yes, I've been waiting for you. Oh, right, yeah, last time, indeed, there was the whole... The dude folded instantly and told that Lucian gave the documents. Your little investigation the other day forced me to reveal my plan of filming a real catastrophe to the whole crew. Timing couldn't have been worse. Abner and the rest of the crew were already unhappy with me, so I had to make some last-minute decisions. Big decisions. If I wanted to, I could sue you for damages incurred by your act of industrial sabotage, Lucian. But I'm not going to punish my cast just to vent or assert my authority, especially when such actions would only complicate the situation. And then, more murders. Killer even stopped hiding their savagery and everyone's losing their minds, except you. You're the same as ever, cool as a cucumber, watching the crowd from a distance. Suppose I can thank this crisis for making clear that you have other reasons to be here. Yeah, he has just been kind of looking. But none of that's important right now. Crew's been disbanded. You can leave or stay until the date specified in the contract. Up to you. Your part in this is done anyway. Part in filming, maybe. Hardly. The moment you came to find me, you proved that my part in this is not yet done. I can't magic up another Lady DuPont or bring the 3 Rockefeller brothers back to life. Lady DuPont is still around. What is she talking about? Like, oh, Lady DuPont is gone. No, she isn't. Unless... We're running out of both time and manpower, so I need to figure out the best use of our limited resources. Lucian, I'd like to be the lead for the rest of the film. It was all a scheme for Lucian to get the main role. I can't believe it. In the middle of the night, the clackety-clack of typing echoes through the office. A despondent Perro curls up in front of his typewriter. He glances at his latest manuscript and stubs a cigarette out on it. Whoa, rude. Ending. End field endmin? Lady Dupont needs to die in the ending. After she elopes with the second Rockefeller, they vanish from high society and live a poetic life out in the countryside. But Rockefeller's life of affluence has left too much of a mark on him. He eventually shames Lady Dupont for her empty family name and leaves her. In despair, she slits her own throat. Too realistic. Damn. Do they really have to be punished after leaving their extravagant lives behind? Takes place back when Colombia held wealth as its highest virtue. I'm just trying to recreate and let the audience judge for themselves. The little cigarette burn grows, spreads, and swallows the whole paper up. Stephen takes a deep breath and blows away the ashes. Fucking fire hazard. In the end, Lady Dupont chooses none of the Rockefellers. She had only wanted to escape her false destiny through marriage, but underestimated just how toxic love can be. The brothers, unbeknownst to each other, each plot their own revenge, and Lady Dupont is killed by 3 different schemes at the same time. No, too lowbrow. Getting stuck in a quagmire of love even after not choosing anyone makes it sound like it's fate at work, but it's really just slapping in a trope to patch up the gaps. Final shot of her body being pulverized into nothing would definitely be shocking, but the setup's just too crude. The Dupont family's false claims of being as descended from Victorian nobility are finally exposed to the public. No matter how deep the Rockefeller brothers' love for her is, they cannot shield her from punishment. Only time in her life that Lady Dupont is treated as true nobility is when the real Dupont family demands the death penalty for her. It's too neat. All tied up with a bow to show off how deep and meaningful it is, but it lacks any of the madness or romance a film called The Death of Lady Dupont should have. Oh yeah, it literally is called The Death of Lady Dupont. She does indeed have to die, unless it's a metaphorical death. Out of draft paper. Let me fetch some more from the filing cabinet. Whoa! Stephen slips on a wad of paper he threw to the ground earlier, falling flat on his back. Only now does he notice that the entire office is filled with discarded drafts. There's nowhere left for him to stand. He lies down amidst his aborted ideas, covering his face with his hands as he yells in frustration. Kubrick? Get a Kubricking grip, Stephen Quay. Kubricking is a difficult word, by the way. You've been messing with the ending for 2 whole months now and don't even have a shitty half-baked scene to show for it. This is your baby. You wrote every damn line in this story. Don't tell me you don't even know what you want to write. You need to suffer to make a classic, then it must be a goddamn masterpiece, right? Oh, not the suffering and the art. You've got the time pressure of the shooting, the shock of hearing about filming a catastrophe, the fear of some maniac going around killing the crew. You got it all, man. What more could you want? God of inspiration, my ass. That was just some stupid excuse to get Greta off your back. Your god ain't coming. You just lost his fucking contact details. Falking, another reference, considering it's capitalized. Who's there? Oh no, murder man. Well, honestly, I don't care who you are as long as you can help me figure out this ending. Oh no. Knock on door late at night alone? Surely all is good. By the way, I only just realized, but like, this woman has the most insane ahoge ever? What is this? That's not part of her hat, that's her hair. It starts from here, it goes like this, and like, holy moly. It's her hair. Crazy extension or something, maybe, yeah, but my goodness, how does it stay up? I thought it was like, oh, you know, there's like some hair or whatever, and then it's like, oh, it's like, I don't know, a hat or something, or whatever this like massive plume behind her is. Sort of a hat, sort of a hood, whatever. Crazy hair thingy, man. Crazy. Goodness. I've come up with a few initial concepts for Lady Dupont's finale. You're an expert background painter and quite versatile too. Need you to help me put together the best possible scene. Here, these are a few materials I cobbled together. Have a look. Wow, how'd you get all these art references and reference shots? Tint, ambience, design philosophy? You even label all the details of the buildings and how the lighting would reflect off different materials. How long have you been doing research for this scene, ma'am? A few years at this point. Time is about the only thing I have these days. It takes a lot more than reading the words of a script to make an excellent film. Director Quay's not even done fixing up the script yet, and you've already come up with so many ideas for the ending. That lad's certainly taking his sweet time with it, yes. I believe that, both as a leading lady of the death of Lady Dupont and its investor, I have an obligation to take responsibility for this film. As I said before, the revival of my career in Rankwood will begin once Lady Dupont gets a good, proper death. Lupocar Holiday, Portrait of Erin Dawes, Bridges of County March. These mood reference shots are all taken from films starring Marianne Blake, aren't they? I'm sure those are all movie references for sure. Do you like her work? You're tired long before you were born. Damn, a while ago then, huh? I mean, like, my dad really loves her films. Besides, the classics are classics for a reason, right? Both her acting chops and taste in projects was impeccable. It's kind of surprising to hear you say that. Could have sworn you hated her. I've been comparing you guys for years. Indeed. All those years. Flashback? Yes. Oh, her! Oh yeah, she was like a... She did used to be like a movie producer or something, didn't she? Wait. Why am I thinking of something? Wait, isn't this the Rhineland woman? Did I forget about the Rhineland woman being Marianne Blake? He has Alzheimer's? The name said nothing to me, man. Genuinely. It's been so long since Lone Trail. Name said absolutely nothing to me. Then the design popped up. I was like, wait, huh? Okay, damn. I'm stupid, huh? Congratulations on winning your 8th Best Actress Award, Miss Blake. Ever since you started your career, you've been at least nominated for an award practically every year. Industry sees you as an insurmountable mountain for diverse new talent to try and climb. Are there any particular up-and-comers you think we should keep an eye on? I appreciate the flattery, but I'm hardly an insurmountable mountain. Still climbing up my way up myself. Always plenty of new faces streaming into Rankwood, brimming with talent. It's hard for me to pick any specific name. How about Melanie Rutherford? Unless it was her saying it. Oh, never mind. It was her. How about Melanie Rutherford? I tip my hat to you, Miss Blake. Tara received the award for Best Supporting Actress, 2 years slower than it took you. I've seen all your films. As a reporter friend here said, you really are a natural-born performer. Paul is speak in Rankwood, but only for now. Give me some time and I will overcome you. Well, I'm looking forward to it. Rivals. Oh. Wow, Melanie and Marianne are really duking it out this scene. Time to get out the popcorn. They're rivals for a while now, haven't they? It's like they're always racing to get the most awards, so why'd they agree to be in the same project? Shh, did you forget everything they told you when you joined the crew? Rude little shit. Go apologize to Miss Rutherford right now. I'm really sorry. Let's not be too harsh on the fresh meat, Melanie. Our films are built upon rules. You've been in the industry longer than I have, Miss Blake. You must have experienced why they're so important firsthand. Courtesy towards the leading lady is something we've had to fight for, role by role, film by film. But allowed me, a young girl from the middle of nowhere, to stand in front of you today. Without rules, there would be no standards. How else would we know which of us is the greatest film actress of all time? Which reminds me, still haven't congratulated you for the Best Actress Award you got at Lathania Spire Film Festival a few days ago. That was just a small award ceremony. Meanwhile, your latest film swept every single major award in Rankwood. Again. Still haven't truly overcome you, Miss Blake. Blake just built different. And then goes to be a PR person at Ryan. I'd like to thank everyone for coming to this press conference regarding the eternally shining star. Where's this music from? Is this just like Rhinelab music? First of all, it's a bit Enfieldy, but... Okay, it's just, yeah. It's just been a while. It's just, God, I haven't heard it in so long. We appreciate your care and concern during this difficult time. The rumors are true. Our film crew really did run into a catastrophe during our shoot. I was injured and I'm still recovering now. Thankfully, you didn't return empty-handed. Managed to hold on to some of our precious footage. Well, I believe this is heaven working in mysterious ways. It's trying to tell me that it's time for me to bid farewell to the silver screen. As both the lead actress of the eternally shining star and its investor, hereby announcing that neither the film nor my performance will be submitted for nomination for any awards. Remain as one last gift from Marianne Blake to her cinephile friends, and nothing more. Won't be leaving Rankwood immediately, of course, just moving into more of a behind-the-scenes role for now. But I doubt I'll be content with that for long. I'm always eager to seek new opportunities and start a new chapter of my life as Jara Booker Wilson. Right, okay. Oh, you're here too, Miss Rutherford. Could I request a quick interview? The latest film will be releasing soon, and most are predicting that only you and Miss Blake would be in the running for this year's Best Actress at the Rankwood Awards. How do you feel about the announcement of her sudden retirement and the withdrawal of her new movie from the nominations? Does this mean I won? No, not really. After Jara, Miss Blake retired from acting and got all those roles as a brand spokeswoman and lead actress, and even got invited to be on the judging panels for the big film festivals. But not long after, you suddenly left it all behind because of personal reasons, and when you came back last time, nothing was the same anymore. Her retirement gave me quite the shock, but I still believed I had won fairly, through my own talent. I believed that I, too, could become an insurmountable mountain, and a legend of the silver screen, one that outshone even her. But in the end, Rankwood's Best Actress Melanie Rutherford let it all go to her head, swayed by the endless praise of the critics, the flattery of the sponsors, and the applause of the audience. Wealth and fame, alcohol and scandal, I lived an indecent life those few years. Many such cases? Yeah, tell me about it. Those tabloids have, zero respect for your privacy. But once I met you in person, I could tell. Maybe you've made a few mistakes here and there, but your love for acting's the real deal. No need to console me, little DeBerry. I was more acutely aware of my failings than I am. Marianne could switch from hardened soldier to a poor servant girl and back again at the drop of a hat. Single dress rehearsal was all she needed to figure out the ideal lighting and positions. But if I were to ever take a single day off, spend 1 hour less on studying the script, or arrive at the rehearsal 15 minutes late, my performance would fall into the gutter. Mere 2 years of living in indulgence was all it took for me to lose the skills I once picked up with ease. Disappointed both the directors and the fans. Never realized just how many unending waves of new talent were looking up to me. Never realized what the position in entertainment Marianne had fought so hard to defend actually meant. Thought I could afford to be like her, enjoy the double delights of cinema and life. Thought there'd be no harm in having a little fun after all those chasing and competing. It was only then that I finally realized Marianne Blake was a truly infuriating genius, in every sense of the term. With her final film, That Chance Catastrophe, Marianne received a revelation to retire from cinema, and all I could do was sigh. An unknowable Mother Nature was on her side. But now that you're a lead actress again, you've got the chance to win back to everyone's trust. I mean, you're even getting to film alongside a catastrophe, too. You're right, it's been more than a decade piercing my self-confidence and acting skills back together. Could very well be but a single step away from the top again. Greta's offer to give me the part of Lady DuPont couldn't have come at a better time, and now, even her grand ambitions have left me a special little gift. Come to think of it, Lady's a rather fitting role for me. Surely she knows her brother is lying to her. Surely she has doubted her last name once or twice. But no, she unconsciously clings to her glamorous life, refusing to accept the mediocrity of her birth. She prays desperately that she's special, that she's talented. Wonder, what sort of ending will she face amidst the storm? Miss Rutherford? Yes? We should watch some horror flicks together. Horror flicks? If you want to climb your way back to the top, you can't limit yourself to copying Miss Blake, right? You've always had pretty different styles of acting. We're going to put together a finale more powerful than the one in Lupercan Holiday. Lady DuPont's name will go down in cinema history. Very well then. Also, I'm sure you know what happened between you and Miss Blake better than I do, but I bet she meant it when she said you surpassed Marianne Blake one day. She might still think so, even now. You might be right. TP's solution to most things. Horror movie? Okay, oh yeah, okay. He's having a bad time. Are you real or just a figment of my imagination? Am I really being visited by the god of inspiration? I may have gone crazy from working on the script. Oh. Never mind, he appears. Madness can transform ink on the page into sweet fruit, or allow a stiff mind to wander freely across the wilderness of time and space. You cower in the corner of a dark room, forced to chase a deadline even after witnessing a string of brutal murders. Yet, for all your soul-searching and brain-racking, you've come up with only 3 endings for Lady Dupont. Hardly the work of a madman, no? I promised Greta I'd have an ending that'd impress everyone by tonight. The only people left are those insane enough to risk their lives for cinema, and they're waiting for me. But they bet on the wrong man. Realm of Art only accepts natural-born geniuses, not some dried-up piece of crap slaving away at a typewriter. The Death of Lady Dupont. You already have the most captivating ending for this story just from its title. While the shocking brilliance of her death will certainly fade after the film is copied reel after reel, but Rankwood, after all, is a factory hawking such fantasies all across Terra, is it not? You're a nation of liars, fooling even yourselves. The Colombian Dream was born from a promotional film from the Pioneer Project, after all. Just to be clear, I care for neither political metaphors nor realities, only that you have deeply misunderstood the essence of performance. Drama can change lives, but it would never use such a mechanical way. But by setting the death as Lady Dupont's ending, you show you still possess an intuition for drama. No. When I was a student, I hated dragging death into the stories I wrote. Thought of it as a cheap trick, only good for plugging up holes in the plot or squeezing the right emotions out of the audience. Actually talented writers could give a film a proper climax without it. Then what changed you? Shocking memory, or perhaps some phantom pain you cannot recall? Had the same problem 5 years ago when I was working with Greta on another project. She didn't mince words. She told me the back half of the script was too dull and audiences would be falling asleep if I didn't change it. It'd bomb at the box office. Spot on my nail. So shut myself in my office just like I do now, pushing my mind to the brink of collapse but getting nothing out of it. And then, Laura fell and died. An opportunity straight from heaven. Perfect plot device. Just as Greta expected, the rest of the film was panned by critics, but that scene alone became an overnight sensation, to the point that you started to see death as more than a cheap trick, rather as the most sincere form of expression, brimming with artistry. Yeah. Seeing how you've had this sudden realization, all that has happened on this plate should provide you with nourishment. A death while shooting, a deadly hallucination, bodies hanging from beams. With all this to inspire you, why not write them into your story and let the same drama be performed both on and off the screen? Because it's still not good enough. He's going off the deep end. What about turning away from those who have already exhausted their possibilities? What do you mean? Who else in your story can ignite a spark in Lady Dupont's bosom? Who is distant enough from all the grudges and resentments, yet still able to bring about the most drama, as well as the best of performances? Well, now you're just now that's a pretty. Now he's just straight up targeting Phantom. It's like, hey, I have an issue. There's this one guy out here. You have a guest that I don't quite like right now. The messenger. It's the messenger who brought the bad news. He's the very trigger for Lady Dupont's new fate. Vengeance or repentance. Lady Dupont has a new choice to make, and at the same time, the messenger must contend with the consequence of intervening in another's destiny. This is it. This is the ending I wanted. Lucien, yes. I'll have Lucien be the star of the final scene. Or actually, oh, never mind. It might not be. He might not be trying to get Lucien dead, rather just part of the final scene. You want me to become the lead actor? That's right. Can't say I understand you, but I have a feeling that even if I hadn't approached you, you would have come up to me anyway. You have the most potential of any actor I've ever seen. Messenger doesn't have much screen time, but your performance had a complex and delicate core to a role that was originally a nothing burger. It's a little funny seeing nothing burger just used in dialogue in the story. I'm sure that whatever your goal here is, you won't be leaving before the shoot ends. If so, then why not do me a favor and help me out with this? I'll give you time to think it over, of course. So far, it's just a thought I had, and I haven't spoken to Steven about it yet. He promised me the finished script by tonight, but honestly, I'm not optimistic. When that god of his knocked on his door. Oh, it just did. It's not a god that knocked at the door, but someone did. I see. Changing the focus of the messenger was the only way to steer the plot towards brilliance. You can already imagine the shock on everyone's faces when they read the new ending. Well, once I'm done with it. But I see you've had a lot of direction notes for his lines. Most of them are quite detailed. When you were giving me advice on my writing just now, you mentioned the quirks of Lucian's performances and where he likes to put pauses in dialogue. You even told me which angle suits him best for close-ups to capture his most subtle expressions. What kind of lighting best highlights his unique character. It's like you'd known him for a long, long time. Maybe even taught him. How did you know all these things about Lucian? Very obsessed. Nothing burger glitter reference. True but rude. Playwright. Also, we really do have we have the IS special trials for Navigator at the same time as, you know, an IS2 like event is going on essentially. You called for me, troop leader? Come with me, playwright. Final act is underway, and as always, the entirety of the audience is enraptured by the performance on stage. It's ready for Whiteflower to return to the stage. Will we not toast to her once the performance is over? I guess this is before they were all killed off. What of Blood, Diamond, and Abyss? They're merely supporting roles this time, while their scenes have already concluded. The rotting stage mechanism has spread the blood of the magician's assistant and the chosen lucky audience member all over the stage, and corpses have been stuffed into prop boxes, set afloat in the river to disappear forevermore. The magician herself completes her final show as she treads on a stage that's slick with blood. Blood, Diamond, and Abyss should have chiseled their way out of the boxes by now and be on their way back to the stage for the curtain call alongside Whiteflower, the magician. Chiseled their way out. Should they now? And here I was, thinking those two children have turned performance into reality, disappearing forevermore. As I recall, this was a new scene you added half a year ago while revising the script, during a night you claimed to have had a revelation. Leader? Come with me, playwright. The show is far from over. Funky looking spear though. Why it looks like it looks like it has a massive pine cone at the end. I think I know what you meant, Cubic, but still. He's my favorite leading man. He once left me, but in the end we shall be reunited. Obsessed? Was that after? I think it was, wasn't it? Yes. Okay, next one, 86. Rewind the monologue. She dances, regardless of her ultimate fate. Her soul has experienced 100,000 lives. Well, that is probably about Melanie, Lady Dupont. Oh, new background. A petite Zalak gropes around in the darkness as she traverses the pitch-black plate layer. Oh, she's a Zalak. Okay, yeah. I guess that makes sense. I see how it is. Structure and the systems look complex, but once you figure out the theory behind it, even a prop maker can operate it. For example, here, adjust its direction first. Then set a time, pull down the lever, open the gate, and... done. Good, just like I thought. This way I'll have nothing to worry about even if something unexpected happens. And there's just one last thing to do. I need to go find her. Her? Dippy or someone else? I'm sure you have reservations, Lucian. Plate's in a crisis and everybody's in danger. Wouldn't trust a cold-hearted producer who is demanding the shoot go on either. We do not need to trust each other. You're not wrong. My 20 years in Rankwood, I've never trusted a single person I've worked with. I trust only in my own judgment. I invited Melanie right when she most needed an opportunity. Saw right away at that auction that you were an acting genius, and I was sure Abner would join the crew even though he hates my guts. I even still believe that Laura's death 5 years ago was the only way to save that movie. You had nothing to do with the accident, but you still made use of her death. You're a talented rookie, eager, hardworking, and full of passion for cinema. Just that sometimes that enthusiasm got to her head, made her break a few rules. Steven was still green back then, and the shoot wasn't going as planned. Halfway through the project, I knew that film would burn through all my assets and leave my reputation in tatters. I needed an external factor to help me solve that crisis. Laura's death. Using the media to hype up the accident would be too predictable. Those busybodies would just sigh and forget all about it the moment they moved on. They used a lot of money to squash the police investigation and media's attention, along with a healthy amount of hush money to Laura's family. Got the editor to keep the footage of the fall that Abner captured on camera, turn it into the climax of the film. Even now, there are some people who still think she was just an acting genius who retired early. You covered up her death. I immortalize her in film. Someone will eventually notice what you did. Every year on the day of her sacrifice, I go visit her. 5 years and I'm the only one who brings flowers to her grave. Not even the family? Do you not feel guilt? Certainly to blame for it, but now's not the time for repentance. Right now, there's only one thing on my mind. Finishing this film. Megalomaniac. Once the death of Lady Dupont is screening, the murders on set are bound to get the media's attention. Take that chance to officially release the truth behind Laura's death. When that time comes, there will be a lot more people grieving for her. That's when I'll bear the blame. Hope you realize I didn't confess all that to you on a whim. You want to use the truth to make a deal. When I first met you, I thought it was fate throwing me a bone, dropping a big present on my lap before shooting started. It was your behavior after you joined the crew that proved to me you are no ordinary man. Dalton died right in front of you, but you kept your cool. You even looked forward to future filming. After you discovered my plans to film a catastrophe, you took the perfect opportunity to leak those plans to the camera system most likely to spill them. Now with the crew officially dismissed, almost everyone is feeling desperate. Except you. You were waiting in your room for me to visit, as if you're no stranger to sudden death and tragedy. Who are you exactly? Why'd you agree to join my film crew? I was enticed by your script, no more and no less. Sure. Sure. The way things are now, interrogating you about your history isn't going to help my shoot, but I was hoping you would repay my honesty in kind. Still believe in my vision, Lucien. No matter what I find out about you, no matter how suspicious, I never withdraw my invitation for you to be my male lead. But if you really can't explain why you're here, if you got your sights on something way over my head, if you think Laura's death and everything it's caused 5 years down the line are the real story being filmed on this plate, and you're here for that, then I, Greta Stone, would like to invite you again. Please be our next leading man, Lucien. If that is your wish, then it is mine as well, Madam Stone. Ooh. Greta sent a compensation to everyone officially disbanded the crew. Whether you're scared of the killer or worried about the catastrophe or want to stay and finish the shoot, we're all free to do as we please. Finish the shoot? Greta's still thinking about our movie right now? Must have noticed the connection between the murders of the crew and the one 5 years ago. So she's doing it on purpose. Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn, and I don't see why you should either. As Greta said, you can leave the truth to whoever feels like playing detective. The truth? Cast and crew both mercilessly bully newcomers. Producer even massaged a tragic and fatal fall into a scene that saddles the line between truth and lie. That was a bit of a line. She will not repent for what happened 5 years ago, nor make your deeds known to the public. Do you believe yourself innocent, Greta? Have you forgotten how you edited Laura into your film, also she could die over and over again with every showing? You must pay the price. A bulge on the bed is faintly outlined by the dim nightlight. The person beneath the blanket is fast asleep, ignorant of the judgment about to fall upon her. Fast asleep? That desecrator of the dead, forgetter of sins, ignorer of warnings. How could Greta sleep so soundly? Now I'm going real direct here. Someone quietly creeps closer to the bed, pulling a razor-sharp dagger out of a sleeve. Slender fingers grip its hilt tightly, lifting the terrifying weapon high into the air. I feel like this, first of all, what is this soundscape, by the way? They're inside of like a room and whatnot, so why is the soundscape like outside in the wilderness? Also, this scene is very Lord of the Rings, night wraith stabbing the beds. I didn't even want to hear your confession. I didn't even want to hear your screams. Just go away already. You must pay. This feeling, it's not right. Look at. The blanket is lifted up. There's nobody under it, aside from a black shadow. A shadow? How can a shadow exist on its own? The intruder steps back a bit, and as the shadow slowly condenses into familiar shape. Meow. Meow. Familiar shape. Miss Christine? A trap. Who is it? So we finally meet. I welcome you, my elusive guest. Is it really you? Ooh. And spooky IS music. Moira. Well, now the rain jacket reference also fits better. Moira, the most dedicated member of the crew, was actually a 3-time murder? Should have been 4. When did you find out, Lucian? First to notice your abnormal behavior is Miss Christine, not me. That very first scene after I joined the cast, she intruded upon the shoot. She rarely approaches anyone other than me, but she approached you. Since then, she has made contact with you many times. Tippy believes she decided to accompany you as you watched movies in the prop room because she likes the both of you. That is only half correct. Miss Christine was only ever interested in you. Oh, poor Tippy. Look, even now, even as you hold that dreadful dagger, she still stands by your side. With that face? Miss Christine? Calm yourself. Ridiculous. Don't tell me that's your only reason to suspect me, just because this mysterious creature is fond of me. Maybe she only does what you tell her to. She's your pet after all. Misunderstood. Moira looks into Miss Christine's deep blue eyes. The very next moment, she no longer has conscious control over herself. Joy, sorrow, anger. All sorts of emotions roll through her heart before finally settling into a blank void, one that terrifies anyone looking upon it. You continue to misunderstand her. As I've explained before, none may interfere with her intentions and actions. I don't really mean that she's free-spirited by nature, but rather, nobody has the ability to interfere with her. It is she who possesses the ability to influence others. The mysterious black creature nonchalantly licks her paws. Moira finds it difficult to reconcile the Miss Christine she sees now with the enormous pressure she felt earlier. Miss Christine is extremely sensitive to emotions. No carefully buried pain or flicker of malice escapes her notice. Over countless years, she has wandered across all of Terra, tasting the entire spectrum of feeling. Rather than any particular flavor, she prefers a blend. And her judgment is derived from instinct rather than logic. It does not err. Ooh, face change, eye change. Solving a murder without even discovering a motive. Should I congratulate you? Vengeance. For who? For that ghost entangled in the minds of the majority of the crew. Madam Stone, the one who stands before you now, is a relative of that rookie actress Laura, who fell to her death 5 years ago. Oh. One who loved her dearly. Her little sister. Oh. Oh. Wait, Moira or Greta? Did I fucking miss... Which one was it? Who's the little sister? Moira? Moira, okay, yeah. For a second I parsed it as Greta, and I was like, wait, which way? No, Moira, yeah, that makes way more sense. My brain lagged behind, like, oh. So, out of all the choices Miss Stone gave us after disbanding the crew, you chose to play detective, Lucian. No need to bluff, I know you're not afraid of me exposing you. If it would let more people know the truth behind Laura's death and the conduct of the film crew, you would have gladly exposed yourself given the right opportunity. But not right now. It's over, Moira. You hid yourself well. Simple identity and an innocent facade were the ideal cover for you. During nearly all the murders, you were with Tippy. That painter trusts you deeply and is always happy to provide you an alibi, even as you left your meetings partway through. She did. I did think of that. Like, oh yeah, she left. She left to meet Michael. At one point and so on. And obviously was, you know, somehow prop maker related to the knife and... Looking back, every accident has involved you in some way. Dalton's death was caused by a prop knife being switched, which led to the former prop master being dismissed. You naturally took over his work, which afforded you even greater opportunities for crime. As for the second accident, when Shelley walked into cold storage. No, she had intended to kill her before that, but failed. Remember how Shelley had a hallucination and interrupted the shoot, Madam Stone? While she was rooted in place, unable to move, a heavy container fell from above. You saved her. Moira single-handedly held onto the rope, preventing the two of you from being harmed. But it was not out of the kindness of her heart. At the time, everyone was focused on Shelley's antics. Very few people noticed the dangling container, let alone rush to the other end. Let alone rush to the other end of the rope. Right, Right, only the one who tampered with the rope in the first place could have reacted that quickly. That failed attempt revealed to all that Shelley suffered from hallucinations, which you took advantage of. I knew her deepest nightmares. She mistook me for my sister Laura and babbled all her sinful secrets to me. Even to the very end, she never repented. Instead, she began to blame Laura for crossing the line. She had to die. Right. The hallucinations was just her. As for Marion and Michael only ever treated me as an innocent little errand girl. I figured out I was after his life, even entrusting me with the important matter of sneaking out of the plate. Marion? She never felt the slightest guilt for what happened 5 years ago. She had to die. Escape? Nobody can escape. Right, and she can prevent the escape. You know, she was finding a way to escape, rather finding how to prevent it. Do you know just how much suffering and malice my sister had to endure? All she ever talked about was how much experience she was getting and how happy she was to be part of the cast. Whenever I was worried I wouldn't make it as a prop maker, whenever I silently shed tears as the crew ostracized me, would use herself as an example to comfort me, to encourage me. It was only after she died that I learned what that experience you gave her really was. How dare you look at me like that, Greta? You doubting what I just said? Surely you haven't forgotten how you bribed the police and the media to suppress the news of Laura's death. You turned her accident into a mockery of the truth in a movie. Could she possibly rest in peace after that? No, Moira. Madam Stone has not forgotten her deeds. Rather, she's doubting your identity. Identity? Prop maker, unremarkable Zalak, an avenger of crimes unanswered. Laura had no younger sister. Whoa! She was never a part of your life. What are you saying? What kind of interrogation is this? 5 years ago, after the accident, I gave Laura's family compensation. I even hired people to scout her entire family history and their circumstances, also I could guarantee that none of them would leak the truth, not even her most distant relatives. After Lucien told me the truth he had deduced, I was still in disbelief, so I pulled out the list of Laura's family members and checked it again. I regret to inform you, there was no Moira on that list. You're lying. Is she cuckoo, or just doesn't want to accept that, you know, she's been discovered? I can explain everything that has happened to you, but you will need time to accept it. So put down the dagger, Moira. Okay, it might actually be a case where Moira herself believes her to be the little sister. It should not be yours. Put it down? It's far too late for that. Oh. Did she? I wonder if she went and messed with the ship controls to make it go into the catastrophe. What was that? Oh, well. Well, that corridor is straight out of The Shining. What's with the sudden earthquake? Somebody save me. Did the plane hit something? I know this was coming out. I've skedaddled out of this place already. What the hell's going on here? Crew members stream out of their rooms into the crowded corridor, none with the slightest idea what was happening. Lucian's shadow passes by a bevy of curses, complaints, laments, and prayers before arriving at the end of the corridor. He looks out the window. Hey guys, does it feel like the plate is speeding up? Yeah, I'm also indeed still wondering how Tragodia, or Troop Leader, truly ties into all of this. Other than, like, seemingly somewhat directing at least some stuff behind the scenes and, like, wanting to... he dude just seems really into killing people in dramatic ways. Moira locks the door. She does not know if the man named Lucien will catch up to her or how long it would take. The room shakes violently, letting her know that the sabotage she performed had taken effect. The cockpit is destroyed, the engine's output is locked to its highest setting and its route is set. The studio plate speeds up as it approaches the nearby catastrophe and shows no signs of stopping. Okay, that's just what she did indeed. In a few hours, they will find themselves with the misfortune of facing a storm. No, a trial. Vast majority of this cast and crew had to answer for the accident 5 years ago. Oh, because you know, not like there's a bunch of innocent people on it as well, but you know. Well, like most of them mostly innocent. For the death of her sister, however, who apparently is not, she's been brainwashed. Possibly by Troop Leader. Laura had no younger sister. She was never part of your life. And they're like, oh, dude, Laura's not even a Zalak. What was he talking about? But apparently those still look like at least somewhat similar-ish. Or, you know, Shelly was hallucinating real bad to mistake her for... Moira mumbles to herself incessantly. She sifts through the piles of junk in the prop room and finds an old VCR. She sets it up and pulls out a videotape from one of her inner pockets. Videotape she has watched countless times. She presses down on the play button. Okay, well, they do look a little similar, don't they? The smile of a young woman appears on the screen. Laura, my sister, you're real. Tell me you're real. I know whenever you laughed there was a dimple in only your left cheek. You had big eyes of light green irises that were always so gentle when you looked at me. You could peel an entire apple without breaking its skin in 30 seconds. Whenever you were happy, you'd whistle a big, strong wheet. You'd use arts to make small ice crystals used as hair clips. You told me about your life in Rankwood, how your very first role got edited down to only 3 seconds of screen time in the final cut. You told me about how much you struggled just to get a few more scenes. A few assholes talked about you behind your back. Most of the crew still looked after you. You told me how even though you came from a small town where you couldn't even buy a VCR, either you had to learn a lot of things from scratch, even though opportunities that are easy for others to get are far out of reach for us, you still shouldn't be discouraged. You never mentioned how much bullying you had to suffer through, how much pain you endured. You'd gone on and on about how beautiful the sunrise in Rankwood was, looking towards the future with such firm eyes. There had times when you were sad, even though you only ever mentioned how homesick you felt at night, when all was quiet and the only ones kept you company were the twin moons low in the sky. You told me how alike we were, and how you had my back and would support me forever. Ever since we were little. Moira suddenly stops. She shakes her head like a mad, trying to force more details out of her memory. But she can say no more. She finds her memories of Laura have unusually distinct cutoff point. They'd never run through the grass together, hand in hand. They'd never fallen asleep in each other's arms as their parents sang to them. As she trolls further back through her memories, every image to do with her sister is simply blank. Wow, what a transition! What a transition. The videotape ends. The television screen goes dark. Moira sees her own face reflected in it. Do you see your own face reflected in the mirror? Tears silently stream down her cheek. You were never a part of Laura's life. Laura was never a part of yours. But if that's really true, what do you even have left, Moira? Who are you? Phantom posting. Unlucky stagehand. First the serial murders, now this morning's mysterious explosion. The hell's going on here? She also is like, I just realized she's the only stagehand who has, like, you know, visible eyes. That's why she has like a name. Even though they don't give her a name in like the dialogue slot, she does have a name. Why is the wind so strong? Oh, right, according to the schedule, today's the day we're filming the catastrophe. Horton stands in the street of the exterior set. Thanks to a nearby storm, the once colorful background walls are covered in a layer of dust. She never expected to experience so many twists and turns after joining the film crew. She's only ever thought about making movies. As for actually being in one, she can't stand the idea of it. That's the catastrophe Miss Stone wanted to film. Earlier, the catastrophe everyone was making such a fuss about had simply been faint grey dot out in the wastes. Now it is condensed into a storm that blots out the sky, a storm that refuses to allow onlookers to tear their gazes away from it. Small-scale spirals of wind formed from Virginium dust circle around the plate, visible to the naked eye. I gotta say, it really is a spectacular sight. I saw a scene like this in a movie theater. Please, Terra, bless us. I've had such bad luck. Please just let us finish filming safely. Who cares about the shoot? A safe return to Central Rankwood is good enough for me, please. The plate responds to Horton's prayer with an even more unusual than earlier sound and shaking. It's a lot of hyphens. Whoa, what the Hitchcock was that? I like how apparently Hollywood vocabulary here is they use famous people's surnames and names as exclamations. It's what the Hitchcock, and I'm Kubricking out, man. Whack-ass vocabulary. Ah! Horton has wondered many times before. If she were actually in the middle of a catastrophe, what would she hear? Howling of the wind? Roaring of explosions? The shrieking of the panicked crowd? Turns out it's none of those. It's the sound of walls and metal structures being squashed as flat as an empty can, one after the other. It is a sound that instills extreme terror in the oh-so-fragile humans, who begin to worry their organs, bones, and blood vessels will suffer a similar fate. Nice imagery. They are unlucky, Baka. Oh! Oh, nice! Just rip the fucking walls away. The turbulent sky licks against the edge of the plate, tearing sets that once starred in classic movies to shreds with the wind before flinging them out into the wasteland. Horton moves aside the scaffolding that had fallen on her, but finds her legs too weak to muster the strength to move. She looks at the devastation in daze, barely able to believe her eyes. My God, how did we already get so close to the catastrophe? Truly unlucky. Actually, just so unlucky. Was that before? No, it wasn't. My goodness. Never mind. Yeah, it is a nice reminder of, I was gonna say, it's, you know, we don't see, like, actual, like, you know, they talk about catastrophes a lot, but we don't always get, like, an experience of a catastrophe, you know? There's a nice reminder, and just, like, they've been doing this in more stories lately in general, where it's, like, giving us a more tactile, like, sense of some of the things that we know of, but, like, actually kind of haven't fully experienced. So yeah, like here, you know, getting the description of what apparently it feels like to be in a catastrophe, and also just, you know, having the entire fucking wall and roof be ripped away so easily. Also, yeah, it goes so fast. 87. Marker, 87. Yeah, catastrophes are fucked. A storm of volatile exploding rocks that give you cancer, and also just the sheer scale of the storms is supposed to also be like ridiculous. Like they are much bigger and more destructive than any storm we've had on the actual Earth. Because they like dump massive fucking crystals, like these almost like meteor asteroid side crystals everywhere. Like actual fucking apocalyptic shit. Like, yeah, that is the thing, like, catastrophe, actually, the Originium is really not the part of the catastrophe that's an issue when it's going on. That's an issue after. Afterwards, the Originium is problematic because there's a huge pollution everywhere. Before that, it's just like you getting fucking crushed or easily lifted into the air and fucking flung, like, miles away. And yeah, like, they just rip apart entire cities, like, easily. What's still not really explored, Nick, is how much of the land is actually getting taken over this way. Yeah. Or, well, like... Yeah, no, yeah, it is, because obviously, like, you know, it's just, we sort of know that all we really know is the description of, like, most of the land is, you know, like, empty wasteland. And then cities move through it. And yeah, it would be like, obviously, you know, they probably have somewhere they're, like, reclaiming some land and so on. But probably a lot of it doesn't just get, like, fucking deleted. Or at least for like a long time, a place is real bad to go into after a catastrophe. And yeah, in Victoria we do actually, yeah, true. In Victoria we do get some of like what a catastrophe can do, and that thing, that's like a small scale catastrophe as well, because it's like it's made by like a device. That's not even like that catastrophe didn't even go all the fucking way. The one that was made in Victoria. Obviously, I mean, some of the first trailers do actually, like, they give us little visions of the catastrophe that hits Chernobog, and we indeed see, like, skyscraper-sized Originium crystals just fucking smash into the ground. So they just like, goddamn. No wonder they're, you know, well, like, this catastrophe is multiple days away. We gotta fucking start moving right now or we are fucked. And then, yeah, then there's the Witch King who's just like, skedaddle skedoodle, your city's now a noodle. Or rather, I give you cancer. Anyway. Continue. 87. Blood Diamond Song. Oh. I cannot hold back any longer. Actually, before I start, I'm gonna blow my nose. Never mind. I lied. I'm in war crimes. Okay. What? Before. Can't believe we actually do a fight next? No way. So I guess we should also, you know, bump into troop leader. What the? This is Greta's plan for the shoot? The Genium Storm's right in our faces. What are we? Some sort of suicide? God. Dude, that fucking caught me off guard so bad. Cause I just started reading it and then I get to the end mid-read and I was like, oh, for fuck's sake. What are we? Some kind of suicide squad? What are we? Some kind of act or die? No way, this has to be the killer's doing, right? Didn't you hear the explosion earlier? Someone blew up the plate's cockpit. There's no way we can slow the plate down or change directions now. Right now we're only barely in contact with the storm, but once we hit its core, they're not gonna find even a single prick from this plate. Yeah, this is indeed just like barely contacting the storm. Right, enough. So who in there was it? The range wasn't enough for them, so now they're gonna take out the rest of us too? Oh, voice of the wireless. The murderer is Moira of the prop team. What? Who's talking? Oh. I said the killer responsible for the 3 murders is Moira. Moira? You kidding me? That unremarkable Zalak? Miss Stone caught her red-handed. If Lucian weren't there, she would have become the next victim. So where's the little rat now? I'll go find her myself. Called her a rat. And what's the point of confronting a psycho killer when you can't even save yourself? Huh? Psycho? Colombian psycho? Yours is an explanation. What if he gets innocent killed? You think I haven't thought of that? I already switched the wireless comms to broadcast mode to ensure I survive this. I'm sure everyone inside the plate has heard the truth by now. Killer's trapped like a rat. I have to live. I have to... Once I get back to Central Rank where all the bombshells I've collected these past few days will be enough to buy me a villa in Siesta. Shit, the plate's tilting was the original storm again. Right, the land boats. We can use them to escape. They're gone. What? Went over to the emergency escape cabin early and they were already wrecked by the storm. Maybe the last one of them. There's no way out for us now. If I'm gonna die anyway, I might as well take the chance and jump off the plate. Cut that shit out. Just move. Anywhere safer than the film set. Let's go hide on the ground in the engine lair. You would think they'd maybe have a bunker or something, but I mean... You know, big enough catastrophe, it probably truly does not matter. Meanwhile, these two are just having a good time here, designing a set. There truly are so many things to learn from set design in a horror film. Thank you, Tippy. No problem. I have to get back and start making the visualizations for the most of the visual effects first. Then we'll find out the details after Director Quay is done with the script. Like I promised, gonna design your finale that leave laid upon in the cinema history. Right, looking forward to it. Wait, how long have we been talking about this? Did Molly ever find a way to escape? Oh no, poor Tippy, she doesn't know. Ah! What now? That's not good. Wait, there's a voice from the comms. Catastrophe's control cabin destroyed. Why is the signal so bad? It sounds like Admiral's assistant. What kind of trouble is he getting into now? Control cabin has been destroyed. Plate is rushing towards the catastrophe. Killer is Moira. Okay, they did get that bit in there. Tippy grips the wireless walkie-talkie and turns the volume knob as high as she can, but it stays silent. She must have misheard, she thinks. But if so, why is Miss Rutherford looking at her with such a sullen expression? No, there's no way. B. Can't imagine anyone would joke about that in these circumstances. But when would she even have had the opportunity? The nights when Shelley, Michael, and Marion died, she was watching movies with me the whole time. There wasn't... Was there really no opportunity? Tippy doubts her mind. Was Molly really right next to her the whole time during their movie nights? No, we always watched multiple movies back to back, so sometimes she'd leave when I was switching out the tape. Sometimes she'd say Miss Stone was looking for it. Sometimes it was to pick up something she forgot on the film set. I'm sure you know how she's like, ma'am. She's still new to being the prop master under like a ton of pressure, but she's super committed to her work. Darling. No, that only explains how she could have done it. It doesn't prove that she did. A motive? Why would she kill those people she had nothing to do with? Why don't I know anything? Darling, maybe you didn't know your friend as well as you thought you did. Let's just focus on the movie, so stop looking away from the screen. Sorry, there's just been so much going on with the film crew lately. I'm a little nervous. Don't worry, I'm here for you, girl. No matter who I am, one thing's for sure. I'm your best friend on this crew. Or maybe she never even thought of me as a friend. Maybe she was just using me. The Liberry girl's head stinks. She speaks no more. Melanie hugs the little Liberry in front of her. The girl who was consoling her just a few hours ago is now crying on her shoulder. Melanie pats her back. She asks no questions, nor does she say anything about the price of growing up. She only hugs her. Let's just leave this place first, Tippy. The convoluted structure here would only put us in danger if the plate gets too close to the catastrophe core. It would be safer underground, though the two may be futile if the plate doesn't change direction. Underground. Over Melanie's shoulders, Tippy spots some of the material they salvaged from the horror film earlier. Underground, the world circles around her brain. Wait, I got it. What, you've recovered your pep already? No, I figured out how to change the plate's trajectory. There was once a crew that snuck into another Rankwood plate film to save on rental costs, and they ended up with a super cool scary movie. I rewatched it recently. Oh, foreshadowing. But that plate and the one we're standing on both came from the same batch made by Rankwood. So basically the spec should be pretty much the same. My hunch is right, there should be another control cabin at the bottom of the engine layer. What are our odds of making it there? To be honest, no idea. But never tell me the odds, I gotta try. There's no point mulling over something I can't answer on my own. Only when we're out of this crisis will I be able to get the truth from her. 1 out of 5 shit movie, they made Tippy sad. Moira gentle singing. Cheerful whistling. This is where you were, Lucian. Spook music. That was my sister's favorite song. On breaks between shooting, she'd often look to the sky and hum the tune. I thought you'd already woken up. I did. Thanks to you, you showed me the truth I was blind to, and how cruel they truly were. Then what are you doing now? A rumbling comes from beneath their feet. The Rankwood plate rushes towards the catastrophe as the crew panics. No one would think to enter the prop room now when they should be escaping. But it's at this very moment that the prop master gets to work. She goes around the room, fiddling with one mannequin after another, dressing them in clothes, correcting their postures. Her earnest focus is fully on them. Oh, like the ones we see in the event lobby art? I only just remembered how I recognized Laura. If you allow me a guess, you met someone. Yes, a very gentle feline. Yep, troop leader. Grubby fingers. The weather was terrible that day. I was sitting on a bench for a long time and there was water on my face. Probably rain, but maybe tears. The accident was caused by the negligence of the person in charge, but in the end I was the only one who had to pay compensation and was kicked off the crew. I didn't know anyone in Rankwood, so I was no stranger to being treated like that. Ran away from home, you know. After my parents died, there was nowhere else to go, so the only thing left for me was death. And that person sat next to me. We didn't talk the entire time, he only gently waited for me to calm down. When he left, I realized the cassette tape was sitting on my knee. Troop diddle. I mean, they do kind of focus on, you know, grabbing vulnerable children, okay? And in the manga, they literally use the term grooming. That man brought Laura into my life at a time when there was only darkness. She became my sister. She protected me, encouraged me, and helped me pull myself together. Interesting brainwashing technique. Truly was parasocial this whole time. Laura was already long dead by then. Her background, experience, and even appearance all resembled yours. The man gave you motivation when you were at your lowest. As well as anger, confusion, and a deep-rooted thirst for vengeance. No doubt that was no better than before. Is that grief I saw flash through your eyes? Or pity? No, that's not it either. More like understanding, sympathy. Now, yeah, it's just like his modus operandi at this point. Something similar happened to you? Do you know him? Of course. He's an expert at grafting non-existent joy and anger onto your life, much like how an unscrupulous director adds extra elements as he pleases to a story he deems dull. Oh, I suppose you would call it ad-libbing in the film industry. He pulls you from one pit of despair while guiding you into another, thus inciting the so-called beauty of drama. He's an old acquaintance, my teacher, source of all my suffering and a phantom that should be long dead. Finding you, finding him, is the very reason I came here. Facial change? Moira, I'm sorry for denying all that you have. No, it's not like that. No way, grafting? Moira finishes arranging her last mannequin and returns to the center of the prop room. She does a curtsy in Lucian's direction and lightly taps her fingertips. Lucian then realizes something has changed and looks over to see that every mannequin has come alive. Oh, okay, she's just fully off the deep end now, like, you know, completely snapped. I don't think you've denied me. My worst hour, Laura appeared by my side and has accompanied me for a long time now. She's my sister as I am hers. I don't regret avenging her. I don't regret shouldering all these sins. I'll also be the last person in this land to remember her. I cry, I laugh, I rage, I doubt, I hate, I grieve, I yearn. And thus I have them, these intense feelings I would never have had otherwise. I'm alive. Ah! Spooky sounds! Ah! Ah! It's so stereo, it's all over my head! Ah! The mannequins begin to move. Lucian recognizes who they were modeled after. The deceased Dalton, Shelley, Michael, Marion, and also Moira herself. Moira stretches out her hand and holds her mannequin's hand one by one as they move past her. No music except the trembling ground accompanies their movements, but the tiny Zalak prop masher seems to have become the most passionate dancer on the land as she embraces her myriad. Strange, yet elegant. I should be thanking you, Lucian. You helped me realize it. And there was nothing left of Moira anymore. I felt as if I became a mirror and that I could become anyone. Wake up. Satisfaction born from despair is nothing but poison. I've never been more awake in my entire life. Would you also like to become my dance partner? Just like them? As Moira finishes speaking, her dance partners throw themselves at Lucian. Get a mannequin stable with a shining print out on it. Life size Or life-size cardboard cutout of Shining. Or life-size cardboard cutout of Kelsit. I'm almost shocked now that there wasn't like a mini boss of Moira or something on this stage, which would have been a very funny spoiler. Gasping heavily. Chill, Tippy, chill. Deep breath. Remember how the plot went in that movie? Heroine had her friend pick up a weapon and hide in a storage room to the left while she herself ran the other way. Storage room. Alright, the route matches up. Down we go. It's kind of dark in here. Well, dark is good. Should be a hidden door around the corner. Straight ahead and at the end of the corridor there should be a backup control cabin. She knew all the mannequins chasing down the squad where her friends work. Whole squad pointed their fingers at her friend and she was mad too. All those mannequins in that movie as well? Gotta get moving. What are you doing here, Tippy? I figured out how to change the plate's trajectory. We can avoid any more casualties, so let me get through, ASAP. Is there a way out of this? Don't listen to her lies. Isn't she the culprit's best friend? Oh, fuck's sake. You could have been covering up for her this whole time. How else would you have missed all this happening right on our noses? Right up until we're about to die. She tries not to think about her friend's betrayal, even though she still has things to say. She ignores the crowd mocking her. They're only attacking her to protect themselves. It's going just like the movie. It was you, the one always hiding in the back. First you interrupt the shooting, now you're preventing us from going home. She wants to save everyone, including her friend. She wants answers. Stop her! Don't let her through! Ah, my eyes! Oh, never mind, he has eyes, or he has an eye as well. The fucking just sprayed paint into his eyes? That's fucked up. Tippy grabs a spray gun from her belt and glares at the fearsome weapon-wielding crew. Do you leave me no other choice? Kid's afraid of one girl, get her! The murders and the catastrophe. The film crew was already on edge from having to hide in the engine layer. The spray painter's behavior only rouses their pent-up anger. His self-defense weapons scrape the floor as everyone rushes towards Tippy. Her hands are trembling. There's no way she can take them all alone, and she prays the hover unit on her back will work. Okay, she does just have a hover unit, huh? Her final trump card. The hover unit was not mentioned before, I must say. A black creature shows up at the corner of the corridor. Oh, cat. It is as if the noise drew her here, but also if she is merely passing by. No one notices her as they rush by, their heads filled with all sorts of extreme emotions. Miss Christine takes a sniff, and the rushing crowd slows down in her eyes until they freeze in place. Anger, extremely spicy, but without a little sour envy to balance it out. It tastes a bit off. Panic, bitter and hard to keep down, but a little dash of sweet comfort will turn it into a nice dessert. Grief, salty mix of tears and sighs that brings unnecessary trouble if too much is added. Must be carefully paired with other flavors. Pain, most complex and ever-changing emotion, used to be my favorite. But after meeting Lucian, the pain of ordinary people is almost flavorless to me. Well, there's another one over there. She seems to be that little Zalak's friend. First I only took notice of that girl who seemed so similar to Lucian, the lead actress that man chose for his latest play. Didn't expect your ties to make you even tastier than her. Miss Christine shakes her tails, her eyes moving between shadows on the ground until they lock onto Tippy's silhouette. Now it's Tippy with a Y suddenly? The lady's twin tails twist into strange shapes, as if a woman is wiping her knife and fork before diving into her meal. Shakes tails, licks paws after a meal. Out to gift you a small reward. The lady glances at the crowd rushing towards the library. Little exercise to aid digestion after her meal, she thinks. Katek Machina, actually. Why am I here? The catastrophe's about to hit us, so we came down here to hide from it. But what's with the wrench in my hand? She really does. Like, it's not, she doesn't. She's not acting like a Michelin chef. She's acting like a Michelin reviewer. She's going around like, yes, this one, 2 stars. You should probably travel to taste these emotions. This one, 1 star. If you're in the area, then maybe have a taste, but otherwise not necessary. Oh, splendid! 3 stars for this scrumptious meal. That's what she's doing. Weapons fall from their hands in succession, as the resulting harsh clans wake even more from their delirium. They exchange looks of confusion, not knowing why they were all holding weapons, though they do know that they should leave. This is after, right? Yes, okay, because the fight started when the mannequins attacked. Miss Christine, what are you doing here? How come they're leaving? When they were rushing towards me, I suddenly felt my whole body go cold and lots of different feelings woke up in me at the same time, like they were fighting. Then a breeze blew by. I heard their weapons drop and my body thawed out too. Some kind of irresistible force pulled something out of me. Also, what do they mean by like the fact that the cat beast lord's power is kinda essentially just makes everyone forget what they were doing and just be like, cat. Is that even a power, or is that just how cats work? You know? You're super angry trying to fucking kill someone in an angry mob, cat walks in between you, and you're like, cat. Don't even need any powers. Miss Christine tilts her head. She taps her tails twice on the floor, successfully attracting the girl's attention, then points in a direction. They are right in front of the control cabin. This place is older than I thought it'd be. Also, wasn't this where Moira was actually doing her stuff? Wow, the devices here are all previous gen stuff. That's good news for us since they're all sealed off to prevent dust and corrosion. There's no smart locks on anything. Unless this is just, you know, the same CG as what they use for Moira, but... Yeah, I'd find it pretty tough to learn to hack on the spot. Let me see. Storm's moving faster than the plates, so just reversing's a no-go. Turning's the best way out. Try to change direction when the plate's already so close to catastrophe. No, I can't worry about that. Where's the backup navigational system? Here it is. First open the lock. Great, I'm in. Then... Tippy takes a deep breath and hopes she remembers the steps right. Pull the lever all the way down. No. She fucked up! Bang. Tippy is thrown against the wall by a huge force. The entire engine layer shakes with all sorts of strange mechanical noises ringing throughout the tiny space. That was the plate's waist, jerking around, with every segment of the treads below now trying to respond to the change. The steel giant under her feet is now fighting its own immense and unstoppable inertia by steering sideways, trying to avoid the storm right up ahead. Tippy feels her teeth ache. She does not know if it will manage to turn in time or how long it will take. All she can do is pray. Even a little shift will do. We'll have a tiny chance as long as we don't hit the storm's core. Has to work. It has to work. I have to see her one more time. Jump before the falling elevator hits the ground. For real. Anytime that concept comes up, I just think of that one, like... There's like an actual news segment where they're talking about it, but in the illustration for doing it, they fucking use the Germa gif. That's all I can think of when that concept comes up. I'm gonna have to show it at some point. Miss Christine shakes her tails, jumping in front of the little Liberi to smell the changes in her mood. A brief relief after achieving her goal, along with confusion and pain from her friend's betrayal. But why is there also a hint of suppressed madness? Yes, that Germa. No, that smell does not belong to the girl. Miss Christine jerks her head up, looking towards a place she cannot see, a companion who has been with her the whole time. Lucien feels sympathy towards the other person, which means he is currently experiencing twice the pain. Miss Christine is somewhat displeased. She cannot help but recall the night when the Crimson Troop was destroyed, as Lucien sang under the name Blood Diamond. It is no good omen. How are you so calm, Lucien? Are you disappointed? Unmoved by what I've done? Ah, spooky woman! A mannequin pounces on him. While it is an inanimate object, Lucien feels a strong depressive aura that suddenly turns into elation and ecstasy. As Lucian touches the mannequin, the emotions turn into energy, forcing him backwards. Suddenly she has arts. Mannequin controlling arts. Dalton. There's no doubt that these are the feelings Dalton had right before his final rehearsal. Why don't you fight back? Do you have that little interest in me, babe? Oh no! She's downloading their personalities. Ever since you played the part of the messenger and spoke those lines about fate, I haven't been able to take my eyes off you. Michael. Nice scream. The mannequin passes on Moira's emotions and she turns into Michael, the excessive yet artificial man who always wore his heart on his sleeve. What kind of emotions are you hiding inside yourself? Let me feel fear and danger. So much danger. Shelley. Shelley, in the final moments of her life, the neurotic coordinator, was completely wrecked by her own fear. Turning emotions into tangible energy and any object that passes through your hands becomes a medium to release it. So these are your origin arts. I see why he chose you, why he led you to become what you are now. Prop master, strings, puppets, all images born just for the stage. When you forget yourself, a person becomes a play. Come, join in our performance, Lucian. If you're right and that man roused my abilities, then as his real student you will make the best dance partner. Moira laughs and cries loudly. 1,000 expressions flashes across her face, filling the prop room with a suffocating energy. There's nowhere for Lucian to run. Fine. What? Moira, I will sing for you. As you wish. The Blood Diamond song is a kind of misfortune for both himself and the audience. Will rip my throat apart, sending pain straight into your ears, and you will either die or spend the rest of your life with its melody reverberating in your mind. If you willingly ignore the truth in your hands, if you're satisfied by such falsehoods, you can only approach him by destroying yourself, then allow me to relieve your pain and enter the stage once more. Oh. Moira hears a song. The emotions within flood into her, overwhelming even the song itself. She doesn't understand what Lucian is singing about, she only feels joy, fear, doubt, rage, hatred, and sorrow, 100 times stronger than her own. Before she's completely washed away by the emotions, she cannot help but think, what sort of experiences must one go through to understand such revelations? Or was he simply forced to learn it all within the despair of having nothing at all? Boom. This particular bit does have a little bit of, like, ooh, the manga. Fucking instantly countered AoE'd. Oh, little flashback. Troop leader, White Flower is still waiting for us for the curtain call. Why have we come here? Just the river. There's nothing here this time of night. Bunch of new backgrounds on this one. Even just like there's a bunch of backgrounds in this one which are just like single shot backgrounds. They're probably gonna use them later somewhere, but I'm afraid White Flower will be upset by tonight's sparse audience. With this river here is the final stage. Tell them, playwright, what does the revised ending look like? The magician's assistant and the lucky audience member who both died on the stage are stuffed into prop boxes and thrown into the river. Once the dust settles, they will wake up and emerge from the river under the stars. They use their story deaths to distance themselves from their prison of nightmares. That's Blood Diamond and Abyss? Wait, didn't they turn to the castle already? Why would they be here? Are they running away? Huh. Seems our travel plans have been interrupted, Abyss. What? How? The magician's assistant and lucky audience member came back to life. Now this is true magic. With this crowd looking on, it would seem he's a fan of this new improvised ending. Let's go back. He's waiting for us. Go back? You can still run, Lucian. Come with me. The river's wide enough and he's far enough away. If you choose to flee now, he'll let you go. Fear will seep into your bones and torment you for the rest of your life. I'll go back to him, learn all his skills, uncover all his secrets, and then destroy it all. For such is my wretched fate. Fate? You sure it's not just proof that you've become entranced with the troop, with him, once more? If this is the pain and despair he has given me, also listening? then I will become his fate. Somehow you always understand him and his twisted aesthetics. You never listened to me, or maybe you never really wanted to escape. You spent far too long trapped in this nightmare. Shalom is just trying to help his guy. Fine then. Hope the Crimson Troop's blood diamond will grant a former friend one last favor. Don't chase me. Don't come after me. Let us part here, friend. We'll meet again once this all falls to ruin. Oh. God, I fucking hope by the end of this event we actually have them reunite in some way. I want to see them. My guys. Cat. At some point, the black creature appears inside the prop room, nimbly avoiding Moira's body as she goes over to Lucian. Casual Moira's body. With his knees bent halfway and surrounded by mannequin parts scattered all over the ground, for once, Lucian doesn't perform the gesture of a proper gentleman's salute to her. The lady is even more displeased by his actions. Come, give him a break, cat, please. You haven't sung in a long time, Lucian. Apologies, Miss Christine. Did you hurry here as soon as you could? Flicks tail without comment. Look at those tails, they're in a blur. What a terrible sin. This Zala compelled you to use your arts as well as the skills you were so determined to abandon. You do know what sort of situation you've put yourself into, yes? Chaotic, disorderly, uncontrollable. Like a ball of unruly yarn I've yet to sort out. And you wish to face him, even end him, as you are now. That is why I've come here, Miss Christine. When I stood up from the river as Shalom continued to sink below, my mind was already made. This is the performance I've repeated the most. I cannot refuse, nor do I want to. Not until the true end comes. Fine. Perhaps you will become a monster. Listen, Lucian. Oh. Double cat! Lucian stays still and does not look up. The lady sighs and her azure gaze lights up like never before. She shakes her tails and her body splits into two identical figures. One walks into Lucian's shadow, while the other remains sitting before him, staring. Both Miss Christine speak in a staggered pattern, like a strange duet. This way she ensures Lucian will hear every word she says. To be honest, I much prefer Phantom. It implies nothing good, but it is a name you came up with yourself. Humans are so troublesome. Sometimes I miss the cafe where we met. Your emotions were much more complex and slovenly than they are now. We saw the cafe in the manga? What? Voice that Christina's only meows. So true, though, actually. But still far better than today. The bitterness of your obsession is making me want to sneeze. Go, meet him if you must. If you turn into a madman, I will devour all your emotions, no matter how hard they may be to swallow. If you cease to exist, I will haunt him and figure out a way to make his life miserable. After all, he can't do a thing to me. Break a leg, Phantom. Meow. Okay, but break a leg is so thematically correct in this situation because break a leg is specifically an idiom that came from stage performances. It's so on point. Hurry, let me into the underground passage. Hey, did the storm blast your eyes blind? Do you have any idea how long I've been in this queue? Wait, I ought to teach you a lesson. No pushing or shoving, people. The passage can only fit 2 at a time, so don't clog up the entrance and leave space for those behind you. There's still time to get everyone in. Miss Stone, the plate's western pass and outer guardways have been destroyed by the storm. If this keeps up, we won't be able to hold out for long, even in the engine layer. I sent people to move supplies in. If we can survive this calamity... No, I'm sure we'll make it through. Miss Rutherford, you should hurry inside. The storm will tear your dress into shreds. So this is the wind she felt. Huh? What'd you say? Nothing. Did you go looking for a tip to discuss the backdrop earlier? Where's she? She seemed to have figured out something and took off. I couldn't catch up to her. We're supposed to be the adults. In the face of a catastrophe, not one of us is as cool-headed as and brave as her. She doesn't know what fear is yet. Never experienced it, hoping through it and getting crushed by it will she understand just how realistic it is to keep going. Is that not the difficulty and charm of film production itself? Don't tell me you want to finish shooting this damn movie even now. She might. Just wants to eat the pain from breaking his leg. No, that's probably really boring pain when it's just like a broken leg, you know? Miss Stone, the supplies are all underground now. Most of the crew, too. Oh, she's alive. Thank you, Horton. You should hurry down yourself. Is there anything else? I asked around and no one's seen the director ever since we started approaching the storm. Oh, yeah. Stagehand in charge of the west side told me earlier that the catastrophe destroyed not just the guard lights, but some buildings, too. That's where Steven's studio is. Oh. The storm showers iridium dust all over the exquisite, dream-creating backdrops. In an instant, only the blackened skeletons of a dozen sets remain, slanted supports scattered all over the plate. Like a cage crushed into pieces. Pieces. Lucien pays closer attention to the wind, and it brings more voices. Shouts and sobs, scolding and cursing, sincere prayers and subconscious wailing. The hands of fate and the play staged by nature will not allow everyone time to take their positions. Lucien walks into the ruins. He sees a figure that absolutely could not have showed up right here, right now. It's the staircase! The catastrophe shows no respect for the dreams crafted by man, and the storm has removed Lady Dupont's manor from the scene, leaving only a grand staircase in its wake. Also IS boss music. Thick clouds lie low, but stage lights still shine onto the steps from afar, turning the ruins into a stage. A middle-aged man slowly walks up the stairs. Not the middle-aged man! No. He tugs on a curtain torn apart by the storm, trying to restore its neatness and beauty. Finally, his efforts pay off as the dirt and dust fall off the cloth, revealing its original shade of red. He grips a bottle in hand as usual, but it's not at all as a listless drunkard. He checks the stage right before the show begins. There's no one more dedicated to the work than him. Habits haven't changed. Do you require assistance? It's almost time, Lucien. You came at the perfect moment. I know. Not surprised? Should I be? Of course you wouldn't. There's no way for a character who has bowed out with a real death to return to the stage. This is your play, where all sorts of miracles occur. This is where the show begins and where it should end as well. The playwright might remark on how ingeniously this play has been handled. Or perhaps he would muse on how perfect it all is. Because once you push aside all that theatricality, this is what I look like when officially collaborating with you again, after so many years apart. How is Abyssa doing? Oh, my apologies, you're more inclined to call him Shalom, I believe. Traveling, gathering inspiration, disaster relief. In short, he won't be showing up here. Okay, they haven't met at some point, never mind. They've met at Rhodes. Of course, the Crimson Troop has long since ceased to exist, and I'm glad to see both of you walk out from its haze. New role, a new life, a new home. The company known as Rhodes Island has provided you many a revelation. But you? Why have you come here, child? Should I not have? No, no. You're our most important individual now, as the curtains are about to fall on this new play. I'm Mori on the stage, after all. Of course, of course. Marvelous scene we saw at the opening of this show was all thanks to you and him. Dalton personally handed you the weapon that would kill him, and his death raised the curtains on this story. And you witnessed it all through his eyes. Lucien, surely you felt something was off the moment you held the knife. While I was relieved to confirm it, I'm also curious. How exactly did you swing that blade with zero hesitation? Once an actor takes the stage, anything unexpected must become part of the performance. Your lessons have been engraved into my mind, and nothing more. Troop leader. Oh. Spooky. Death slump. Oh, heartbeat. Long time no see, Lucien. Funny how that feels like the part where it's, you know, supposed to almost like start the fight, but no, it's actually like the next one. Unless it does one doesn't have a before, but okay. Just a second, and then we actually go into boss fight? No way. I'll get to farm whatever it is. Yes, I need alloys. So true. I'll get to farm alloys? No way. This man expects to farm. You underestimate me. My account is stacked. For the farming version, I will use everything at my disposal. What is my team? That's trust farming team. What the fuck is this team? What the fuck is this team? What, I have like 2 trust farm teams. What's in here? Sure, but I'll also put in Phantom. Is he in here already? You never mind, he's in here already? He is, I'm dumb. Look at their story. I remember when our stream wasn't a meta abuser. I'm not a meta abuser when I have more time and energy in my life. My deepest apologies for ruining the play. If you're referring to how you dealt with that Moira girl, then you owe me no apologies, Lucien. With your intellect, I can only assume you figured out the original ending of the story. An old case from 5 years ago and a catastrophe that arrives right on cue, with the storm and the delayed judgment rain down on this plane. Zalak, who once stood outside the story, slowly walks to the center of the stage and kills all those burdened with sin. Later, she comes to realize that everything she's done has been driven by delusion. She awakens, hollowed out, broken, and judges the last remaining soul. Hollowed like Dark Souls? Judges the last remaining soul herself. And you? In the script, you are the messenger who happens to pass through, the insignificant newcomer to the cast. So far removed from the core conflict that in the end you become the one who ties all the threads together. More unexpected the coincidence, the more shocking it is when the inevitable unfolds. This is the allure of drama, something you and I have experienced countless times. So you haven't ruined a thing, you've merely added to the performance. Just like what you've done for the troupe. He did not like that. I've suffered all manner of tragedy in my quest to find you. Naturally. Troops mark at the auction was insufficient proof of my existence, I suppose? Thankfully. After all these years, death, or rather destruction, remains the plot device you wield so well, the ending you so cherish. Child, oh child, how I wish you could appreciate its beauty. Do I? I wouldn't say I appreciate it, but I'm very familiar with it. I've acted in so many plays, killed so many people. My hands are drenched with blood. That is the education and training I received in my childhood, the life you instilled in me. You are my best student, Lucien. Before the climactic finale arrives, let us review the performance so far. You and I know this routine all too well. The troop leader smiles and bows toward Lucien. His scepter, wrapped by his tail, points toward the approaching catastrophe clouds like a pen dipped in ink. A familiar scene unfolds before Lucien's eyes. He knows he can't refuse. No, this is what he came for. Lucien gives a slight nod. First we have Dalton. I really are reviewing everything. Well, originally, this middle-aged actor who resembled nothing more than a walking corpse didn't feel this scene was all that significant. He offered up what little lucidity he could muster, summoned the last dregs of his acting instincts, recited his few remaining lines, and held out until the director called cut, all to earn just enough for another night of drinking. He's never mourned the actress who died because of it, nor reminisced about his once-spirited past. He's not even ashamed of his current sorry state. You manipulated him. Indeed, without my intervention, he would have never taken it upon himself to retrieve the swapped knife and deliver it to you. I never commanded him to put his chest up to the blade. By the time you were acting opposite him, he was already fully awake, fully aware of the danger he was in. Lucien, your talent shines just as brightly in film as it did on stage. Performance awakened his memories, reminding him of how great an actor he once was, of a time when he was immersed in his roles, expressing real emotions, joy, sorrow, fury, and mirth. In that moment, the messenger slipped fully into character, while the looming threat of financial ruin warped Sir Dupont's thoughts. He had to cover up the truth. He had to do whatever it took to kill the person before him, without pausing to think that his own blade might be turned on him. You were right there with him. You knew better than anyone just how intense his fear and anger were in that moment. As a farewell performance, it was nearly perfect. Indeed, death's imminent approach did not frighten him. Instead, it ignited his competitive fire, which had long been dulled by drink. He performed with unrestrained zeal. It was exhilarating. And there was Michael and Marion. The philandering actor and the shrewd costume designer were found hanging above their own set, their farcical romance laid bare for all to see. Their union was both shameful and absurd, a mess of indulgent desires, scheming ambition, mutual disdain, and mutual exploitation. There wasn't a trace of anything real about them, inside or out. That Michael, even his ears and tail were fake. Their deaths would serve no purpose, save for giving that camera assistant a juicy bit of gossip to peddle. But you, Lucien, you were at the scene. Even the cat could taste the lingering emotions left behind. When Moira knocked on that door, when the footsteps of death drew near, in that fleeting moment there was no time to think. I'm sure you know what each of them did. Tear stains. What a fascinating detail. Tear stains lingered in the corners of his eyes. None of the three Rockefeller brothers had ever shown Lady Dupont such heartfelt emotion. That fireman's axe was originally meant for Marion. But Michael shielded her from harm, exposing himself to the blade instead. The last moments of their lives, that man and that woman, who up to that point had been attacking each other, instinctively protected each other. They confirmed their true feelings for one another. Although this by itself is not worthy of praise. They're correct, my child. However, the audience had already taken their seats. What did they expect to see in this illusion of light and sound? Ultimately, the schemers will end up with nothing while the hedonists are devoured by their own desires, yes? Naturally, it's the neatest kind of story, just an excuse to trot out well-worn platitudes. They would never imagine that a flawed, unworthy love could still be real and still turn heads. Just as those two never imagined there would be a moment when they grew feelings for each other. Made possible by death. Made possible by death. And then, of course, there was Moira, the one I had the highest hopes for, before you showed up. Shelley ignored. Moira rebuilt her faith through another's death. Every detail about Laura was etched into her mind. Her name, her eating habits, her unmistakable smile, her extraordinary life, her violent end, and the killers who still hadn't been brought to justice. Grief, anger, doubt, hatred, every emotion that rose within her set fire to her buried past and to herself. She directed this entire performance. Why do you insist on downplaying your own role in all of this? It was you who inserted that ad-libbing, forcing a past that did not originally exist into her mind, bringing Laura into her life. Also, I'd have to say, it's so clear, by the way, that they're just using, like, LLMs and AIs these days to do a bunch of this translation, because there is there's a M dash like every second line. It's fine, it reads fine, but like it is like it's so clear that like there's so many M dashes. So funny how your offhanded comment, the murder story itself is going to be the play and not the movie, was correct 100%. No, it was, I said it offhandedly, but also it was like, I feel like the vibe is just there. It has to be. I feel like it would absolutely be one of those things, because also it's even more meta when you think of it through the fact that this is an event. We, the player, the viewer, are watching it happen. And we're like, oh my god, they died, no way! This is crazy! So like it's multiple layers of funny meta. Pre-watched. Okay, let me read that so that we're like in the right cadence again. It was you who inserted that ad-libbing, forcing a past that did not originally exist into her mind, bringing Laura into her life. Yes, and what of it? Look at her. She's dancing. You were her dance partner back then. You must have felt it. Back then, yeah, like 5 minutes ago. She isn't like the children from the Crimson Troop, who've been receiving white flowers trading since they were young. But when you look at her dancing, her physique, her tears, her smile, she's acting out a version of life, or perhaps crafting a kind of truth. Or perhaps she no longer has any constraints and can be whoever she wants to be. She will dance through countless people's lives, dithy ramp unending until her mind and body can no longer bear the weight of those emotions. What a word, dithy ramp. Or maybe she will finally encounter you or some other fool seeking the truth and one night finally awaken from her dream and end her own life. Regardless of her ultimate fate, her soul will be rich and fulfilled. Regardless of her ultimate fate, she's already no longer just a nameless prop maker from the frontier, no longer a Zalak with nothing and no one to hold on to. As talkative as ever, troop leader. It's been a long time since you've spoken about someone with such passion. Not since you, Lucian. I don't deny that I've exerted my influence on Moira. I encourage her, just as I once encouraged you. My child, have you forgotten? Not for your thirst to perform, you would have died long ago. When that catastrophe drove you from your home, when you lost your parents, when you found yourself adrift in that towering castle among strangers, you said, "Oh, the tower, the castle. Only when I'm in character on the stage. That's the only time my loneliness disappears," says young Lucian. The only time I feel like I belong. No, M-dash is used by some real people. It's just that, you know, when there's a lot of it, and these days M-dash unfortunately ends up just being a sign of AI. like the thing is, even the people who used to use M-dash now don't use M-dash because of the implication. Even though it is a useful, you know, thing to have in writing. But unfortunately. And yet loads of people only learned what an M-dash was after an AI started overusing it. So, like, it's truly a sign of, you know, the situation. You clung to that feeling and it kept you alive. You and Moira, you're both natural-born actors. You both create sorrow and joy from nothing and use those emotions to survive. No one can ignore your brilliance. And for both of you, my two children, death shall be your teacher. Just to remember when you hit that wall in your development, when you could not draw inspiration from anything and were unable to power your performance. That was when you thrust that originium into your throat without hesitation. Then you felt the grip of death, of your inescapable fate. It gave you fear, jealousy, sorrow, anger, shame, and greed, emotions once foreign to you, and after witnessing all of these things, your heart has become a mirror. Do you see your own face in the mirror? It fueled your desire to dismantle authority, your thirst for destruction, gave you an endless night and a song that never ceases. Turned the unassuming Lucian into a gleaming blood diamond. Blood diamond. My eternal moniker. Think of Dalton, child. Think of Michael and Marion. Think of Laura and Moira. Look at all these souls still struggling through the catastrophe. And look at yourself. Shelley, again, not mentioned. Poor her. You're right. Death is still the device I wield best, and the ending I've always favored. But I do not see death as destruction. It drives the mighty to disgrace themselves, the devoted to break their commandments, and the pure to sink into filth, and the heroic to commit treachery. It gives strength to the dejected, compels the silent to shout their ideals, draws real emotion from the self-absorbed, and frees the timid from their inhibitions. Shows climbers the next foothold and gives the far-sighted the courage to leap, turns self-proclaimed beacons into the real thing. Sows meaning and waters flaws, it cultivates truth and fertilizes falsehoods, turns dying flesh into blooming flowers, and graves what would fade without a trace. It is agony without relief, an overflowing inspiration. It is drama's cause and consequence, its flesh and its soul, the great force behind creation, the law and tether that binds every ideology, every style, every exploration. Here's the yapper. It is the appointed end where all things return to dust. The troop leader turns to Lucian, that same smile still lingering on his lips. The wind and sand howl around them, but he remains unfazed. Child, death is also our chance to reunite. What a shame. Quite a monologue, yet such little applause. Because I'm the only one standing across from you, and the only one who ever could. Noise sounds out from all directions, and Lucian listens intently. The catastrophe rages. Miss Christine lets out a low howl, something she would normally never do. Their newly acquainted companions scatter in panic, crying out for help in vain. As the troop leader said, death is unfolding on stage. What began with a few intense scenes has now taken over the entire production. You say death is our chance to reunite. I completely agree. So I won't waste this opportunity. If I may, I'd like to share a few thoughts of my own, now that you've finished your analysis. After all, both you and I know this routine by heart. The second yapper? The storm snaps off part of the scaffold, sending a shower of sparks. A nearby rug catches fire and the flames leap dangerously close to Lucian's side. He does not even flinch. He stares intently at the person standing before him and removes his hat. Music? I could have used this siege as a thumbnail as well. Look at him. All this time, ever since you reappeared, you haven't even mentioned the many times I've betrayed you. Why? Smiles. Because that is unimportant. Because you are still you, child. Getting lost in madness, then returning to clarity. Leaving only to later return. After all the trials and tribulations, a hard-won reunion is all the more precious. In the end, time can forgive all grievances. Is that so? I used to think the Crimson Troop was your quill, your canvas, and your trap. I thought that in this chaotic world your audiences sought solace in your performances. I thought you were omnipresent and that none could escape your grasp. Which is why the plan that I, Shalom, and the playwright came up with failed. And the playwright was part of it. Oh, I mean, I guess it was, yeah. Back then I was young, naive, and full of pride. We believed we had seen the troop for what it really was, but our carefully planned escape turned out to be just another act in your grand play. In the end, Shalom fled from you in fear while I came to you. You returned to my side. It was the moment when you decided to learn all of my techniques. You resolved to learn everything you could about the troop, then use that information to destroy it. Your plan was to use death to stop death, and to use destruction to stop destruction. White Flower, Blade Dance, Shadow. Teachers you once learned from all died by your hands. As did I. I remember my voice, wild and cracking with rage. Sudden warmth that surged from your chest the moment the blade went in. Thought I had destroyed the Crimson Troop for good. And despite all that, I still failed. You didn't die. Because death is ever present and drama is eternal. Eternal, yes, but after that, I devoted even more time to studying all your greatest works. including myself. I wore down your eternity, and as any slow-witted disciple might. And at last I've arrived, once more stepping into your proud creation, a theater of death, of tragedy, of art. Now at last the catastrophe has finished setting our final stage. Troop leader, my dear teacher, or perhaps I should call you Tragodia. I'm going to destroy everything that is yours. Lucian unfastens the inhibitor at his throat. The exposed originium crystals gleam as if already rejoicing at the song to come. He offers the troop leader a deep bow as the clouds behind him come crashing down. He said, Tragodia! This is where the diss track starts. Take a bow. Oh boy, will I first try it. I have to remember how game work again. What am I doing? Oh yeah, we have these things. This is how it works. These things. Bap. What else can I do?
All units, spread out! Leader,
Pew 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 pew. Delete all the things. Thank you. Tragodia, death is ever present and drama is eternal. He did say that. He did say that. It's true. He said that. First tribal boss. I have not indeed seen anything terribly. I haven't seen anyone being like, oh my god, this boss sucks ass. Go! My funny guy. He's on his IS module. By the way. He's on his IS module. Whoopsie. I should probably get some blockers in. Oh, I have some blockers. No way. Oh, he can. Oh, he can. Okay, I see. He can do this funny thing. I see. I see how it is. This one can be. Oh yeah. So you can turn both of these, I guess. Do I want to even turn this one? I'm gonna turn that the wrong way if I do that, don't I? I don't want to do that. Oh, but I can also turn this the right way if I want. I don't, unless nothing even comes from here and I don't even have to do anything over here. We'll see. But I might want to just do this is the thing. Maybe I just put in her for now.
My speed and I hail from Victoria.
If only I could, you know, read what he does, but, you know, we don't get these kinds of convenient situations. Is she on S2? Pew pew pew. Get pew pew pew. Okay, well she died. Dedge. I can take this thing. Nah, she's gonna use all her ammo. No. Oh, I guess there's. I guess I could like do this. Is he really just? Oh, those guys appeared. Heck. I was like, wait, huh? The funny thing appeared. Also, I have no one doing this, I guess. I think I'd want you to be in the light, actually, don't I? Would you like to move your ass forward slightly? Thank you. Oh, he did the funny thing. Wait, actually, wait. I want to try. Can I get him with Phantom instead? Yes! It might have been her or her, but we'll give it to Phantom. Don't say it was Ines, that's rude. Don't say it. Don't say it, it's rude. Okay, it's rude. Let me have this. Okay, let's read these two guys. He's out of fucking range! Okay, now he's in range. Cute. Get him, Amia. Oh, it's one of those. Okay, it's one where you can get AoE suddenly. Okay. Yeah, main thing, I guess, he's just fairly squishy, I guess, is the main thing. So then you can, like, it's very easy to just kind of blast him with some, like, physical damage. I've seen, you know, like, weakest Lemuem one-shotting type thing. Spooky sounds, okay? Reading. The flickering lights of the ancient castle, the bloody corpses of the teachers, the hollow wind in the darkness. Forgetting all of that was not difficult. Until one day when Lucian, who has by this time become an assassin, had a dream. Literally 2 M dashes in a row. The CG. He's still in the old castle, still in that empty hall, sitting alone, singing under the lights, with all the former members of his troop standing behind him. As alive as ever. Child, we cannot truly erase our pasts. There will always be traces of them. Do you think I'm scared? No, I've simply finally confirmed that I've yet to fully tear out the ad-libbing you inserted into my life. In other words, you are still here. But you're correct. We cannot truly erase our past, and there will always be traces of them. So, to bring your story to an end, I've been walking the same path as you once did. For all this time, because I'm, you know. Technically, you get a spoiler a little bit to how this ended, literally just from Phantom Alter's name. I traveled across the entire land. That's the CG they use in Chapter 9 for the Mandragora fight. Calais was a Gaulish border city. When the allied nations suddenly turned on them, Calais was thrown under siege. Thanks to its powerful cannons and the general hailed as the Imperial Standard Bearer, Calais held fast for months. The general stood up atop the wall, refusing sleep, refusing rest, refusing to give ground. With their banners still flying high, even the wariest soldiers held the line. Until the unthinkable happened. General's most trusted lieutenant opened the gates, a clear act of betrayal. The Emperor of Gaul had given up on Calais, as by then its fate was sealed. The Imperial Standard Bearer had refused to surrender out of honor, and the trusted lieutenant believed he ought to stand by his general. After all, they had already braved so many life-or-death situations together over the decades. But he knew that holding the line would only lead to more bloodshed. The city was doomed to become a graveyard. Perhaps that battle-worn soldier simply realized that although there was no perfect choice, there was a way that would allow for him to atone for his sins. He persuaded the general, who had long since become exhausted, to take a 10-minute break. Then he seized his opportunity to open the gate. Before the allied forces could enter the city, he drove his sword through his own heart. That traitor ended up being the most tragic casualty of the war. That is ancient history now, Lucian. So ancient that many of the details have long been lost to the river of time. Victoria Lathanian spent months traveling between more than a dozen cities across different nations, and at last found an aging vanguard on the brink of death. The guard had seen the towering flames of Calais with his own eyes. He had found a badge on the traitor's corpse. 2 faces turned away from each other, one smiling, the other weeping. You all know what that symbolizes, dear teacher. They're true. Then I suppose you made other discoveries as well. Even earlier, in Waterano. Over 200 years ago, a brilliant cardinal was struck down by gun knights in the plaza in front of the basilica. He was intelligent and compassionate, known as the sancta closest to the Lord. At just 30 years old, he was already widely regarded as the Pope's heir apparent. But then he changed, grew radical, unyielding, unwieldy, started preaching, rallying followers, and reaching out to foreign envoys, all in an attempt to check the Pope's authority. Till the situation deteriorated into a religious coup that threatened the entire city-state. The Pope was critically wounded as the gun knights were deployed. The would-be usurper became the only cardinal in the history of Laterana to die during a coup. No one knows what exactly happened to him. At some point in one of the Ecclesia Requietum, he had a chance encounter with a passing feline. But of course, that is hardly a lead worth chasing. Must have taken some effort for you to uncover all of this. Indeed, it was quite troublesome. Merely offered that sancta bit of truth. He was already terminally ill, you know. Unlike the incompetent Pope, who knew only how to interpret scriptures, his own zealousness knew no bounds. With limited time, he might not have been able to put his ideals into practice, to hear the church bells ring in the new era. But in truth, the moment the cardinal struck down the Pope, he came to his senses, realized that death had never caught up with him after all. His sudden clarity only plunged him deeper into madness. Faced with the ruin he had wrought, did he choose to walk willingly into the gun knight's sights? Microcosm of political tragedy, from which many of the troops' plays took root. Quite a pity, isn't it? So, I mean, troop leader is clearly, you know, one of the immortals in some form. Iberia. It was during the glorious Golden Age. The lighthouses lit up an approaching ship, only for people to discover it carried nothing but whispering winds from the ocean depths. Ticket stubs stamped with the image of twin faces were scattered across the deck as they drifted along with the ship in silence. The lost sailors sing. Incite a young fowl to pick the fruit of pain. Amidst the spires of Lithanian, ancient arts recorded the nobles' laments and disparate cries. Exile an infant to arrive at joyful death. Oh, psalm as well. An encampment covered in thick snow. Weeds walk their own path. They're finishing each other's sentences. The city in the depths of the sands. Through tears, falsehoods, and riddles, he leaves the bed of withered flowers. He is one of them long lives, and also, but you know, seemingly has some form of immortality as well, since, you know, just a normal way of killing him does not work. You are everywhere. I followed the path you once walked, crossed the lands, encountering all manner of people, and unearthing all manner of secrets, until at last, buried in ancient tomes and tangled rumors, I uncovered your name. Tragodia. Oh. However, the legendary Tragodia is a god, beloved by the people. He wears a crown of grapevines. He's both intoxicated and intoxicating. He bestows joy and grace. He greets the farmers as they bring in their yearly harvest, guiding them from wilderness to civilization through revelry and celebration. The true god of wine is a deceitful caster, a performer, an ascetic, a schemer, a firebrand, a phantom drifting through the currents of history. Long live that defies definition. I just straight up said long lived. Your perseverance astonishes me, child, even more so than that painstaking devotion you once showed in your performances. And yet, when you look back at the path I've taken, shouldn't that be enough to affirm the purpose I've been chasing? As human affairs faded into obscurity, I found and built what I came to see as the ultimate vessel for beauty, the theater. Lived long enough to see the very concept of theater become obsolete. At last, after tasting both joy and sorrow, I came to understand the precise conditions under which the most fervent emotions bloom. Founded the troop, through which I've taught this knowledge to you. Oh, really? That contradicts what I've learned from my research. Hasn't death always walked by your side? That grand theory of yours about death and destruction is never the result of hard-won insight. You simply believed in it and saw beauty in it, and so did theater. Let's set aside for the moment the brilliance or depravity of human nature that emerges in times of desperation, and turn to some more fundamental questions. From Materana to Gaul, from Iberia to Sargon, from the old castle to this catastrophe-stricken land, you directed so many performances that shook the soul. So have you allowed them to be lost to history? You don't want them to be remembered? You exalt the irrational and the unpredictable, so why must every story have the same ending? Ruin. Well, what do you think the answer is, child? Tell me. Because it makes everything and everyone unverifiable, both within the theater and beyond. Because it grants you authority, lets you justify yourself, and thus turns your so-called beauty into the only possible resolution. And the question mark, actually. Stephen? Stephen? If you're still alive, say something. Greta? Stephen! You did lock yourself up in your office. What happened outside? It's too much to explain right now. In short, the entire plane is a collision course with a catastrophe and everyone else has already evacuated the power deck. Are you alright? Yeah, something's wrong. The ceiling came down on my leg. I can't move. I'll rescue you. Steven! I mean, the broken column has sealed the door shut. It's really heavy. Just wait a moment. Stay with me. Keep talking. His legs. Oh, okay. He's like, he's crushed. Miss Stone, only now that I understand I'm no way, shape, or form a genius. Huh? That God came to see me. Hasn't abandoned me, shown me a new way of thinking. Actually, he's always been teaching me. I like to think I made good use of my character's deaths, every desperate situation, to nourish my stories. Did try that, after all, in the death of Lady Dupont. What else would it be called that? Laura from 5 years ago, and now Dalton, Shelley, Michael, and Marion. Each of their deaths is steeped in drama, vivid, poignant, and all too real. Those fragments are like autumn leaves, crimson as blood, scattered everywhere. Each one is enough to stain the blank canvas of my mind with vivid color. He's being real poetic. But still, I can't write an ending that satisfies me. Still haven't figured out what kind of scene Lady Dupont's death ought to be. Death and destruction in the way of the god of theater. If the skill is a true genius of the stage must master, well, I mean, I've never been able to learn. Just a worthless hack. For the love of Organ, how could you be so stupid? Huh? Steven, the script auctions are anonymous. You know that, right? Dalton, Abner, everyone in the crew has been shaped by what happened 5 years ago. Brought them together on purpose. But you were the one exception. When I approved the outline for the script, I had no idea it was written by you. Simply felt from the bottom of my heart that the story of Lady Dupont, woman trapped by her brother's lies and need for control, and tormented by the desires of the three so-called suitors, was worth my vote of approval. You should be a great protagonist for an amazing story, whether she lived or died. Never doubted my vision. Hey, say something. What are you getting all melodramatic for while I'm out here hauling rocks? So it turns out I just don't agree with... What are you saying? Ah, Saget. So it turns out I just don't agree with the God's methods. Bob Saget? He doesn't agree with God! Yes! The story was actually about atheism. There we are, we did it. I did it. Never mind. The place is about to collapse, I'll help you, come on. Him and his sweatpants. Wait, Miss Stone. What now? Corda helps hold Steven steady as they both come to a stop, and he looks to the side. There's a wall, only half of it still standing. Faint remnants of vivid graffiti stand out harshly against the grimy, dim surroundings. There's a giant promotional mural Tippy had painted for the crew, and by some stroke of luck, the title card remains unscathed amidst all the wind and flying debris. The death of Lady Dupont. Steven raises a blood-stained arm and, with considerable effort, wipes away the first 3 words. Oh, just Lady Dupont. Oh my god. It's beautiful. Only the most imaginative set designer in Rankwood could have created a scene like this. Who's to say that ending a film shoot on the shadow of a catastrophe isn't in fact the most fitting conclusion of all? This isn't just a publicity stunt. I'm finding myself more and more impressed by Greta's resolve. Alright, that's enough of that. Let's get back to the power deck. It's way too dangerous out here. They really were out there filming. You fucking lunatics. Hey, Melanie, leading lady, where are you going? Have you gone mad? Abner, you, all of you, never really believed this leading lady could make a comeback with this film, did you? You don't even think we'll finish filming it? Honestly, I feel the same. I mean, we don't even have the ending figured out yet, and this whole plate is about to collapse. Doesn't mean you have to die for it, does it? She's gonna fucking walk into there. Ma'am? Ooh, ooh! Ooh, nice clouds. The catastrophe is closing in. The howling wind is nature's roar, its fury written across the face of the clouds. But Melanie still walks forward to face it. Oh. Look at that hair! Who said I have a death wish? Who says Lady Dupont has a death wish? Who says Lady Dupont is meant to die under her brother's oppression, felled by the swords of the 3 Rockefellers at the hands of those onlookers who sought to curse her, humiliate her, drive her out? Must death be a symbol? She should instead, on a night no one could have foreseen, walk straight into a storm just as wild and chaotic as this one, leaving that prison of a castle behind. She shall not perish because this storm is the chariot that will lead her to freedom. I must have realized, Abner, that on my journey I've always regarded Marianne as my imaginary enemy, yes? Yeah. But I know I'll never catch up to her. She was a true genius, born to inhabit any role she was given. And fate itself seemed to orchestrate one final catastrophe just so she could exit this business in a blaze of brilliance. And I'm nobody special. An ordinary woman from a small town who traveled to Rankwood and worked her way up role by role, film by film, for over a decade, gaining experience and recognition. That's why I care so much about seniority, status, and etiquette. The aspects of film set culture that so many scoff at, because that sort of recognition is the reward I deserve as an ordinary person. This land is quite cruel to ordinary people, Abner. Marianne's retirement gave me the chance to step into the spotlight, but it took only a single slip-up for me to lose everything I'd gained along the way. My acting skills have fallen off a cliff. Our reputation is a shambles. I've tried everything I could think of, but I just couldn't seem to get it back. It's a shambles. Oh yeah, this is Shawshank Redemption. Yeah, true, yeah. It's ridiculous. Never wanted to admit this, but it's true. Marianne had retired, I never caught up to her. Right this very moment, this catastrophe is destroying the entire plate along with my last hope. Can you also say fate is smiling upon me? Last, I finally have the courage. Let go of my inhibitions, the courage to... At least I finally mustered the courage to take the first leap. Come to me, Lady Dupont. Come with Melanie Rutherford and dance together with the catastrophe. Even if no one is filming us. Don't worry, he's filming you, I believe. You didn't need to die still, Ifrit. That's what you're doing. What are you still doing here, Abner? Checked your camera. You didn't turn it on, did you? What do you mean? What if I'd gone swept away by the storm? What if your camera had accidentally captured my death just like before? Last thing I want is to belittle your work and to force you to once again resent the tool of your trade. You know, Abner, I've always thought you were dumb. Hey, what would you know? The footage you accidentally recorded back then at least stands as irrefutable evidence, ensuring that a girl named Laura wouldn't vanish from this land without a trace. But I couldn't say if that's enough meaning for it to meet your exacting standards. Friedkin Kubrick, I am an idiot. This dream-making machine was only made in the first place because people wanted more eyes to see the land with. How long can you hold on, Melanie? I hope I don't break this thing. Let's finish filming. Finish the filming. Can you see them? Can you hear them? Those still fighting to survive the catastrophe? Nothing ever truly comes from nothing, not even the most wondrous of art. And it's never death that suddenly awakens the lost or steals the timid. They always had it in them. To answer my question, Tragodia. They're attempting to remind me that death would simply end this story, this performance. That there would be nary a trace left after the curtains fall. I will have, objectively speaking, escaped any and all scrutiny and criticism of my work. That I am a thin-skinned artist. We did find an interesting angle, Lucian. That's what this is about! That's what you say is right. How are you going to change the ending that has already been written? That child Tippy really did adjust the path of the mobile plate, using only techniques she picked up from watching film reels. The shift in its trajectory was insufficient. Only half the plate remains on a collision course with the storm. Lucian, you faced a catastrophe when you were young. You should know that one of that scale will destroy everything on this plate. Lucian gently strokes the crystal on his throat. I haven't sung since releasing the inhibitor. Singing. It is Blood Diamond's song. The song that once lit up countless stages before dying out amidst the darkness of that old castle. Today it echoes once more. The sound passes through cracks in the ruins and the catastrophe itself, ringing clearly in everyone's ears. Singing with such total devotion. No. It seems that dreams can also be used as barriers. First time I've ever seen you use your arts in reverse, Lucian. Trying to protect everyone with a voice that once brought pain to yourself and disaster to others? Trying to face this catastrophe alone? Alone? No. You're here with me. Hold your scepter ready. Steady, Tragodia. The moment I rose from that river and walked back to your side, the moment I returned to the troop and stood before you once again, I've only ever had one motivation. The climax of every tragedy, there's always a fierce, cathartic battle. Be it inside a palace atop a tower, or beneath this ever-shifting sky. Let us finish this drama where the student kills the teacher. My favorite student, my best actor. Everything that is headed for destruction shall serve as your backdrop. I'm so glad you can enjoy this moment. Even I can't help but be swept away in it. I've forgotten all other matters. Blink, blink. But you should know that killing a long-lived is meaningless. You just told me that I found an interesting angle. But it's not interesting, far from it. You're a thin-skinned artist. You've just been left with no other... You aren't a thin-skinned artist. You've just been left with no other choice. It is not us who need to die, not the audience, not the common folk, bound by the laws of ordinary reality. It's you, Tragodia. You've walked through history. You've founded the troop. You've created dreams from darkness. You've fed both me and Shalom with despair. You've drawn in lost souls one after another and lashed actor after actor. You taught us to feel pain, to learn evil, to be stained with blood, to sing of destruction. You taught us to dress for the stage, to wear a mask in life, to believe in what you called rebirth. You built the story and drew in the audience. You chose that Lateran Cardinal, that Gaulish General, Whiteflower, Blade Dance, Shadow, Dalton, Shelley, Moira. You've chosen a million Lucians with which to bring about death. You exhausted its form, crafted its style, and perfected its meaning. But it's all so far away from you. He wants to die! So far away. Long-lived death is the one shore you will never reach. Director death is the one performance you can never take part in. Tragodia, death is the one art you will never embody. All your aesthetics, your insights, your experiences, everything you pushed us to pursue has done nothing for you in the end. I once thought this brought you joy, but your sorrow has always outweighed your sense of accomplishment. If you yourself are the theater, then your very existence is a paradox. The ending is nigh, isn't it? Do you feel resentful or helpless? Do you find this funny or confusing? Have you simply ignored it? Have you never felt the same pain that I have? Tragodia is uncharacteristically silent, his eyes fixed on the face in front of him that is lost in emotion. Lucian shouts loudly. The raging storm does not even distort his voice in the slightest. He sings and chants, while the Reginium crystals creep visibly along his neck. Does it hurt, child? Yes, of course it hurts. If you keep using arts without restraint, it will kill you, child. Are you jealous? Perhaps, but your performance really is moving. Lucian responds to Tragodia with even greater fervor. His surging emotions give him newfound strength, and at last, he seizes the upper hand in their clash. In an instant, he plunges the scepter into Tragodia's torso. Stole it! Pain is my blade, and at last, I've driven it into the one who caused my pain in the first place. You. Whoa, whoa! Whoa! The curtain must fall on every performance. Cycles will not help shape our so-called destiny. Child, I've just gained new inspiration. The story deserves to be continued. The plate beneath their feet is swaying and shaking, but is starting to stabilize. People start to poke their heads out from the ruins and look at the receding disaster. They can hardly believe the catastrophe they have just experienced. Hundreds of broken masks drop to the ground as Tragodia slowly falls to his feet. Lucian is sure that he has pierced Tragodia's heart and completed his grand murderous drama. However, he also notices a change in himself. Whoa! The instant new outfit! These clothes, this scepter, this crown. Have you given me a new ad-libbing? The silver-white hem of his robe flutters in the wind, brushed by grains of sand, yet spotless as ever. Lucian silently studies the elegant garment. It is flamboyant and exquisite and fits him perfectly, as if it had been tailored just for him. He could walk into any festival or onto any stage in it, and it would suit him perfectly. They said suit him perfectly twice. It is as if this is the catastrophe's gift to him, his reward for slaying his teacher. The theme of this murder was clearly betrayal. At the last moment it became a passing of the torch. Lucian is silent. The fallen Tragodia has disappeared. Where he once lay, there's only blood and his mask. The dark red carpet extends upward along the steps without end. This is the path he was meant to walk, and is now free of all obstacles. These thoughts spring to Lucian's mind from nowhere. So he climbs the stairs without lowering his head or looking back. Just then he hears Tragodia's voice. Lucian, you are the finest actor in the land. You have honed your craft well, and you use your powers of reason to grasp hold of the mask of emotions. You know well my origins, so it should be clear to what you have not ended. Clear to you that you have not ended me by merely killing me. You shouldn't pin your hopes on a scene that was once performed in an ancient castle. Or is it that you were certain I would think this way, make this choice? It's also interesting. Maybe you were right. Death is the one shore I will never reach, the one performance I can never take part in, and the one art I can never embody. Weeds walk their own path, through tears, falsehoods, and riddles. He leaves the bed of withered flowers. He writes his epitaph into the stirring dust, waiting for the day when he gazes upon it. Death or destruction is the greatest gift you could ever give your teacher. Have you considered that what you now reject, and what I've left behind, is only one of theater's countless possibilities, one of the many ways beauty can be defined? And therefore, that what you've just killed was but one of my thousands of existences. Go on. Life rushes by, but the theater endures. The theater will never perish, and aesthetics will always change, but therefore I will always stand at the pinnacle of everything. The theater cannot be killed. I can only redefine it, replace one theater with another, overthrow old aesthetics with new. I can become the new one, the new you. That is the only possible fate for the two of us. Then I accept it. You see, Lucian, once again we've entered into a tacit agreement. Continue forward, climb to the highest point on the stage. You shall wear the crown of performance. You shall wield the scepter of inspiration. You shall wear the years of performing and being performed. This process will only add to your pain, but you must accept it. Child, you shall walk from here with both my blessing and my curse. I fulfilled the promise I made to you when we first met. I will never be an obstacle to you, or an obstacle to theater. It's my final gift to you. How much further can you walk? What other answer can you come to? Tragodia. That's a big CG! Oh, okay, it's very long. Dude, it looks so cool when you see the whole thing. That's so much depth. Goodness. Lucian does not answer, and the sound finally stops. He stands at the top of the stairs. Storm is far away now, and blood trails behind him. He loves this desolate scene. He loves the unformed arts in his body, and he stretches out all his pain. Then the new Tragodia sings his song. The after?
Phew.
Well,
I've managed to
obtain the medal of play without end.
Of this uniform once more.
6 years in, we have still not solved the whole thing of the victory screen music, but you know. Okay, let me read some comments here. That was a longy one. Let me read there's so many comments while I was reading. Something about apparently the tapes have funny interactions. Skyrange greet any projectile while they fly. Shawshank Redemption. Exercise. Not even kind of, I guess, not fully exercise. Moved. Well, not even moved to a different body. Yeah, indeed. I mean, they put it pretty clearly. Passing of the torch. Before long live, a kind of amalgamation of curse. First of all the long lives seem to have, you know, like an obsession, you know, like they have like there's some specific element of almost like humanity in a way that they're like so obsessed with. Just a quick drop by as I got a curious question with Enfield. In general, will you always stream or will there be on-off content? I mean, no, it won't be like the only thing I stream if that's the question. During the beta, it might mostly be the thing that I'm streaming, at least for the start of the beta. But obviously I'm streaming a little bit less right now currently anyway. Okay, whatever. Yeah, ages is ages are there are many different kinds of ageless out there. Peak theater. It's true. It's not peak cinema. It's peak theater. Oh, well, the times where you play and it'll be offline. Yeah. I'll probably yes. I mean, I'll do. Well, with Enfield, I'll do like the big stuff obviously on stream. Like I want to stream most of it, but obviously, it's a live service game. I'm gonna sometimes play it off stream. Just doing like normal stuff. But things like story, and things like that, like bigger stuff, is gonna be on stream. Anti-Dionysus. And yeah, I mean, yeah, apparently the original Tragodia was Dionysus very much, god of wine. Death slop is real. Yeah, here's my scepter, you are me now. But like, or like, no, you're taking my place now. And they make it pretty clear, what the deal here is. I mean, maybe if we read through I'm wondering if, like, he now sometimes has Tragodia's voice in there. It's talking in his brain or something, but... Or if, if the very flamboyant pink or, like, magenta Catboy is fully gone. And, it's just like the status that has been transferred. I think I didn't mark 88 in my markers for timestamps. Oops. Well, marker ST3. We finish. A word to the audience. The curtain shall never fall. Let's see, we have our epilogues to get here. Nice prison! Columbia Rankwood Outskirts, Federal Nomadic Prison, 2 months later. I thought it was Big Moira. Tippy's still real chill with her, apparently. Molly, you've lost so much weight. I did spend 2 whole months in bed. Oh, right, yeah, she didn't. Okay, never mind. Didn't get killed. Phantom was chill. We were looking for you once the plate stopped. When I saw medics carrying you out all covered in blood and you weren't moving, I thought you were dead. His singing voice is terrifying. But he only wanted to stop me. He didn't want to kill me. Definitely wasn't a coincidence that he bumped into Greta at the auction, like she said. He had another motive to join the film crew. What was that? He was looking for something that exists, something that's always with us, even though we knew nothing about it. Okay, I knew he was a mysterious dude, but now I'm even more confused. But forget about him. I'm sorry for taking so long to come see you, mostly because they make it a real pain to file a visitation application for this place. I know, Tippy. But I used you and caused others to misunderstand you. Lucien was right. I was ignoring the truth in my hands. My final moments of madness, I didn't even think of you. Listen to me, Molly. No matter what you went through, no matter what your goal, you hurt the people who were by your side practically 24/7. You're a criminal and I won't ever forgive you for that. Doesn't mean I can't also miss the times we would crash on the sofa to watch horror flicks, just the 2 of us. Wasn't that fun? Wasn't that, like, real? Yeah. When I was stuck in bed, my wounds hurt so bad I couldn't sleep. Kept recalling everything that happened. Whole night would pass, but only my pain was real. Honestly, it doesn't matter how absurd a story gets, or if we're all puppets of fate or whatever. It's not like I never had a choice. Then I'd focus more on the movies we were watching instead of thinking about the truth I thought was real. Hatred, madness, blood, and puppets. I'm sorry, Tippy. If I'd met you earlier, maybe you wouldn't have even needed Laura. True? Final day of your trials in 2 days, right? Talked to a few lawyers, and it seems like... Don't let my ending bother you. The warden's nice here. Let me stay in the prison's logistics department during the last few days to make stuff the prisoners can use. Not living like I was before, merely waiting in vain for the finale. Good. Almost out of visiting time, so let's talk about happier stuff. What happened to the movie we all shot together? Oh, true. Yes, I mean, yeah, she's not getting out of jail. Avant-Garde Film Festival venue, 1 day ago. Okay, they survived. Also, yeah, is she getting the death penalty? I'm not sure if the implication there was death penalty or just, you know, prison for life. Wow, everyone's here already. Sorry, I'm late. Nervous, Steven? I think maybe the implication was more death penalty. A bit. Relax. I shot the ridiculous finale and then I went to editing, color grading, and music production. Everyone did their best to complete production in only 2 months. Glad we agreed on the title change, Steven. Should be thanking you again for your final performances at the catastrophe. Otherwise, deleting those 3 words would have been nothing but pretentious navel-gazing. Lady Dupont is by no means as attention-grabbing as the death of Lady Dupont. I'll let Greta worry about the marketing. There's no doubt in my mind that our new title suits the story best. Right, I'll handle it. I'll get Lady Dupont into theaters, then visit a police station to do what I have to do. Right, yeah. Pinch me, I'm not seeing things, am I? Pinch you? Just snap your shutter already. This is guaranteed to go on for the front page tomorrow. How did the niche AGFF attract such a distinguished guest? How much did the organizers spend? Is it Blake? How many years has it been since Marianne Blake showed up in Rankwood? It's Blake. Sorry, Jara now. That's how she knows so much. Grandma Jara! It's been a while, Tip. That's why she knows so much. Judging by your outfit, let me guess what your role in this was. Script supervisor? Prop master? Stunt woman? Or some kind of furniture city warrior? Background painter, of course. Been in this crew for half a year and was even selected to join the Rankwood studio plate restoration project last week. Plate our crew rented got really wrecked by the catastrophe, so the boss put me in charge of design work once it's rebuilt. I've been like so busy. So you finally figured out what you want to do. Told you before, didn't I? Love movies. Every last part of them. Now I finally found out what my favorite part is. So you don't plan on going back? Think you could keep shielding me from the old man? Tip, your grandfather may be an old friend of mine who used to be my finest partner in the industry, but that doesn't mean he'll let me tell me how to raise his grandkids. Okay, look, sort of grandma. Just tell him this is the next time you have tea with him. Ahem. We're all retired, aren't we, old chap? Why waste our time worrying about the little things? I know Tip didn't use any of your contacts, nor did she follow your plan to become a historical film director, but isn't she living it up in Rankwood? Who knows, half the backdrops in town might be spray painted by a granddaughter one day. Right, I recorded all that. Play it for him next time we meet. Aw, Grandma Jara. Fine. But I might not have the time to see your grandpa the next time in Colombia. Oh, yeah, didn't you go all the way to Rim Billiton for some fresh air? Did you come back for Rhine Lab stuff? You went to Rim Billiton? It's too many questions, Tip. Once the screening's done, I have to head over to Max DC to see the Vice President. So at least let me have a chat with an old friend, will you? Oh. Long time no see, Marianne. Just call me Jara. After so many years away from the silver screen, Marianne sounds like a stranger's name to me. Either way, I have to thank you, Jara. Sure you know that given my current reputation, I don't have much of an influence in the industry anymore. Without your help, the AGFF would never have allowed Lady Dupont as a late submission. It was my pleasure. I must say, I had no idea that Tippy was actually... I would have helped you without her. I just watched the part with the catastrophe and felt it'd be such a pity for the audience to miss out on the actress's performance. Thought I'd do an old friend a favor. Even if Lady Dupont gets free marketing at AGFF, that doesn't always translate into box office numbers. Well, I knew better than that. You know better than I would that if Rankwood were a person, he would be the most forgetful and least tolerant person there is. There's no guarantee that he'd accept a lover running back into his arms. Besides, you did destroy an entire plate. Even if the film's a smash hit, you might not make enough to pay for the damages. At least I did it, and I have no regrets. Rather than mulling over all that, I'd like to ask you a question. Go ahead. When you encountered a catastrophe while shooting the eternally shining star, the camera caught you as the storm really missed you. Was it just an accident, like you said at the press conference, or did you also move toward it of your own will? Is the answer to that still important to you, even now? No. Sure is hard to say if I really did beat you in the end. The splendidly dressed female lead laughs heartily before every camera in the room, though she does not even know what she's laughing at. After a long time, she opens her arms towards her former rival, the genius she always thought she would never catch up to, the one she had always exchanged polite greetings with on camera, for a hug. And it is returned in kind. Let's head in. The rivals make up. Melanie Rutherford as Lady DuPont. The credits already. Michael as the three Rockefellers. They got a lot of dead actors in this one. Dalton as Sir DuPont. Lucien as the messenger. Dot dot dot. Producer Greta Stone, director screenwriter Stephen Quaid, coordinator Shelley. Art department Carl, Bob, Tippy, Jericho. Production Abner, Leo. Costume department Marion. Prop department Moira. It's not a huge crew, is it? Single names. I guess, you know, they're cut off. Never mind. It's dot dot dot. They cut off. Stage department Horton. Horton! And I'm like, dude, they love this one NPC rabbit, man. Fucking Horton. Horton mentioned. The movie. It's over? Yep. Thoughts on the film? Fuck. I heard about what happened behind the scenes. The murders, the catastrophe with the project manager was a mess. So before I sat down and watched it, I thought the film couldn't possibly live up to all of that. But an absurd noble's marriage breakdown ending with a catastrophe. Plot twist made sense, but so many of the characters were just bizarre. Hard to say if it's good or bad, but it's a lot to chew on. Same, to be honest. Story aside, even the production was pretty controversial. Like, the cinematography is inconsistent at times. First part was shot meticulously like a serious historical drama. It becomes rougher and rougher towards the end, especially catastrophe scenes, where it suddenly filmed like a documentary. Okay, look, that's artiste, that's fucking art, okay? It's definitely gonna be polarizing. Fans will rate it highly, while the haters are gonna hate it. That's what makes it interesting, isn't it? Rankwood's been getting more and more boring over the years, and that goes for AGFF films too. This one, I'd buy a ticket to Lady DuPont. Let's see what the director and cast have to say during the post-screening roundtable. Oh yeah, I heard that unlucky-looking gal in the front worked on it too. Again, they mention her again. It's the unlucky-looking gal. Unlucky stagehand, man. Who is this? Who is she? By name! By name! Look, it's by name now! It's Horton now! Oh boy, my luck is awful. After a month of applications, I finally landed a spot as their last stagehand, but then all of that happened the moment I arrived on set. I lost so much sleep after running into those corpses. If it weren't for the insomnia, I wouldn't have kicked the wall with my mind all messed up and broken my leg when I was trying to follow everyone down to safety when the catastrophe came near. If I didn't break my leg, I wouldn't have missed my bus and missed the first half of the screening. The unlucky stagehand mutters to herself as the credits roll. She recalls her experience and cannot help but feel sorrowful about it all. Even the images on the screen feel strange to her. Familiar faces and scenes have all been assembled in a way she cannot understand. Just like her topsy-turvy life. Then she spots her name at the end of the credits. Stage department. Horton. No matter how the hand of fate may change, it will eventually leave a line, a truth you believe in. Him. It's over. Are you taking part in the post-screening round table? I'm not with them. Besides, the two of you are here. Also, I mean him, obviously. I'll keep it away for now, because, you know, I'll cover them otherwise. True enough. Yes, it was wonderful. Be it the film itself or otherwise. Lucien. Is he dead for good this time? Or is he still alive somehow? I'd have to think about that. All you need to know, Shalom, is that you won't have to worry about shadows from the past invading your dreams, even when you're on Rhodes Island, ever again. And playwright, you may write your scripts as you wish, about any topic in any style. Crimson Troop is no more. You two are free. And you? We just said you'd have to think about his ending, which means you're stuck on that path, correct? Drama never dies. Is the one sitting beside me right now no longer Blood Diamond, but Tragodia? Sounds like you've paid a heavy price, Lucian. I wouldn't say so. If our previous attempts at escape or revenge were just scripts for us to follow, then now we can finally step into the future. I'll travel again, sing and perform again, till I am certain that what I create manages to match my joy and pain. Be a new troupe or a new proposition, new adventures and new stories, or more dazzling tomorrow, more tragic truth. Hey, Shalom, we're all buddies here. Would you like to lend him a hand? Lucian, you sure about this? Of course. Those who've lost themselves in their haste. The ascetics who've closed off their senses and themselves. The lay people who trudge through both highs and lows. And the creatures who chew on their pain. This land has never lacked for actors. I'll keep it hidden for now. So I welcome you both to join the troupe. We return. Wow. I guess just based on IS2, it's been so long, and I maybe didn't look into it as deeply. But like, Playwright is like a chill dude, kinda. Also, I mean, obligatory cinema. I mean, the last shot is even just cinema. Like, as in they're in the cinema and watching a movie, you know? Also, thanks to that, we had, that is it's just a good shot because it's meme worthy. I've already seen like the edits, right? Where it says, you know, it's like the meme of, this is so ass. Right? All those edits and so on, where he just sits there, you can just write shit on it. I'm kind of worried if my buddy killed his boss and took over his role, then asked me if I want to start a troupe. That is true. That's like a... My guy? You good? You're saying you inherited the troop leader, the Tragodia, and now you're asking me to join a troop again? But okay, but look, we trust in, you know, he's our guy. We trust in him, you know? He's also not a long-lived, or at least was not a long-lived. Obviously, I don't know if he maybe became one. I don't think Lucian is possessed by Tragodia. I think it is indeed a passing of the torch. I mean, they pretty, like, explicitly say it's a passing of the torch type situation, and not like a possession situation. I feel like the idea is indeed that, like, because essentially it's, or how I've interpreted it, I guess, is obviously, you know, yes, if he has become also, you know, an ageless or whatever, then, you know, he does have to fight the whole not becoming insane over time. Because yeah, how I see it essentially is because, because drama and the theater cannot die, you can't kill Tragodia. So the way to get rid of the specific individual of the magenta-colored catboy, Tragodia, is to kill him, but then also replace his position in the mechanism of the theater and the drama. That has to be replaced to get rid of the individual. Because you can't kill the concept. So you have to take over the concept, and Lucian is taking over the concept of Tragodia and molding it and taking it in his own direction, right? While the previous Tragodia has, you know, gone a little kooky as an ageless. We obviously don't know how they became Tragodia, that's a whole thing, you know. But they were obviously, you know, obsessed with the emotions surrounding death and everything. Like, I mean, they probably did loads of theater before that and so on, right? And then they were obsessed with the one thing they couldn't have, which was death. Which is why then, you know, it goes the ways that it does. I think we should just go to the files. I feel like the files will pop some stuff up. Like, surely. Tragodia. File. Previous an independent assassin. Alright, let me actually put a little marker. Actually, I'll put it later. Once we switch off of the actual discussion of the event, I guess. And I'll put it. Marker discussion. I'll go put. Maybe I go put these timestamps into the YouTube one. Previously an independent assassin employed at Rhodes Island, specialist operator Phantom achieved his original goal for joining us by the time he returned from his stint as a Rankwood actor. After discussion with the doctor, he has agreed to continue his cooperation with us, providing support for nearby Rhodes Island offices on his travels throughout Terra. Clinical analysis. Imaging tests show the distinct outlines of Operator Phantom's neck has increased. Further progress of symptoms may result in loss of vocal facilities. Continue monitoring if necessary. Recorded following Operator Phantom's exposure to an Asian storm in the wilderness outside Rankwood. Medical will continue to monitor his condition to prevent it from deteriorating. He used unstable arts while exposed to high concentration active Virginium dust. Is he out of his mind? Or is that how they shoot movies in Rankwood? That, however, was actually one thing. I'm not 100% sure how, like, reverse Phantom singing arts prevented them steering into the catastrophe. That's, like, the one thing I'm like, I'll just take it. Not question it too much. Also, there's a lot of just warfaring or someone molding. Yeah, that one felt like a bit of an ass pull. It's like, how'd that work? How his singing helped the situation? I don't know. Trying to zoom in as much as I can so it's actually maybe even readable on stream. After Operator Station in Rankwood returned to the ship, everyone learned that one of our colleagues was about to make his silver screen debut. The most common reaction amongst the operator was, "Who's Phantom?" As a free-roaming assigned, Phantom mission to take him all across Terra, and he rarely came into contact with other operators at Rhodes Island. We did it. While the news of his film debut has finally put rest of the rumors that he's nothing more than a Rhodes Island urban legend. If he can be caught on camera, then he definitely exists, right? He's not a shadow or a ghost. Several months later, the producer Greta Stone sent us a final cut along with an NDA prior to the film's release as a token of appreciation for the assistance we rendered to the crew. Dr. Unclosure took the opportunity to hold several viewing sessions, hoping to satisfy operators' curiosity regarding both Rankwood and Phantom. After viewings, however, many operators expressed that, far from learning more about Phantom, they now find him even more of an enigma. There are many mysterious legends of Rankwood. An action movie star always wears an iron mask and never uses stunt doubles. A prodigy actress who retired promptly after her first film became a smashing success. Director who never shows his face but whose films regularly foreshadow changes about to occur on Terra. Astute operators that have noted that Phantom seemed to tell two stories in the film, one of which was filmed slowly and the other was his own story. Legends about Phantom were all the rage for a while. Operators were fluctuating in film, using them to recall any information about him. Curious HR operators were unable to find any files on record. Though Miss Christine shares tidbits about Phantom with her followers, those operators who cling devotedly by the lady's nap spot at the windowsill are followers. And Charlem painfully describes their past together as trainees at a theater troupe. Those seeking answers in their place between reality and fiction, unable to piece together a complete picture of Phantom in their minds. That is until a logistics operator excitedly announced that he had the answers to all the questions after speaking to Phantom in the corridors for an hour. Obscure operators suddenly became the center of attention. Everyone who heard the legends had their own image of Phantom and were eager to unveil his secrets. It took 20 minutes for someone to realize that something was wrong, and by that time, the young operator had gone from describing his own hometown in Casimir's to his current emotional troubles. So, what's the answer to all the questions that you were talking about? The meaning of my existence. The path I've walked, the path I'm going to walk. Lucian didn't say much, but I understand everything now. Enough about yourself. You didn't forget what happened. You got to ask what happened to him, did you? Of course I asked. What did you find out about Lucian? Hey, what exactly did I ask? That's silly. What about his S2? Huh? His S2? Do you just... I mean, you just mean... He flew the cat and the plate moved towards it. Have you seen... True! It was cat powers, of course. That's how it worked. Did he just shield? Maybe he was just shielding the studio, or at least shielding the people? Maybe. It might have been just shielding the people enough for the, yeah, like the, you know, more damage to the plate, but the people survived. I guess could be the explanation, the idea. As one understanding of the curious inquiry into Phantom's past came up empty, and a consensus began to form, whether he simply did not want to be pried into, or if he really did have a secret that cannot be revealed. And was one of the most difficult entities on Rhodes Island to perceive and comprehend. When the Rankwood craze had cooled, there was only a cold, eerie blackness left behind of the mysterious shadow that once floated in the limelight, one that few dared to approach. Like, they're mostly still talking about Phantom. Matter of fact, opportunities to come into contact with Banter are not as rare as many think, and such encounters do not always take place in some shadowy corner. Often initiates contact when he feels the need. A veteran medic said he once saw Phantom in Noel's eyeglasses fitting room, and was surprised to find Noel teaching him to polish lenses. Oh, Noel mentioned. Well, I guess he's like goal related, so you know. Maybe that's one. No problem with Lucian's visions. In fact, his night vision and dynamic visual acuity are well above average. The reason he came to find me was... Noel paused, seemingly unsure why exactly Phantom had come to see him. Also, another long-lived, by the way. Oh, maybe that's why he went to visit Noel. Noel is a long-lived who is no longer a long-lived, of course, but, you know, was a long-lived. He's taught many people the art of lens making in the past, and those with special talent are able to quickly catch up to his methods, while young people with innovative minds look for other tools to increase efficiency. Laymen who only come for the experience or on a whim quickly stop moving their hands and start observing Noel in boredom. In that regard, Lucian acts like a pure, overly serious apprentice. He carefully picked the right polishing materials and was meticulous about rinsing the lens to prevent overheating of the edges. For a few months, Noel almost believed this mysterious stranger would inherit his lens-making responsibilities, but when Noel told Lucian he was ready to move on to the next step, Lucian continued to admire the gleam reflected by the lens's edge, seeming unconcerned that he had already spent many hours in search of perfection. Few people are so focused on wasting time, unless he already has a clear goal in mind, or an eternity to waste. He talked about a little more than craftsmanship and day-to-day life, avoiding anything associated with the legends. But Noel noticed that Lucian subtly steered the conversation in a different direction whenever it seemed they were about to talk about Noel's family or his experience at Victoria, as though he already knew everything there was to know about Noel's most important experiences. Never seen him before the day he walked into the fitting room, but I can tell that our secrets are alike. And I know the way to break my own curse. For his part, it seems he's enjoying the process of breaking it. I hope I'm wrong. That's why I went to visit him, yes. Also, yeah, you know, confirmation that he's now indeed a long-lived. But is also looking away to break it. Seemingly. Illegal operation, serial murders, and encounter with Iridium Storm. Operator Phantom's experience at rank would put most blockbusters to shame, and he found himself in extreme danger. It's been a full month, and Phantom's blood Iridium crystal lessons he hasn't improved one bit. He should be completely bedridden according to the Iridium treatment handbook. How's he still walking around? Phantom's previous doctor, Ansel, expressed his concern. I'm not sure why he refused to cooperate with his physical examination. There's many such cases. Fortunately, Dr. Warfaren has taken over and some of his medical files have been sealed. I'm sure he'll get better. Medical interview log, confidential. Subject, Lucian, interviewer, Warfaren. Sure you know better than I do what strange changes have come over me. Progress of the infection due to exposure to the Iridium Storm, the expansion of the crystals on my throat, but the danger has been nullified. You could even call it a medical miracle. The secrets of life and death are not my concern right now. At least, not from a scientific perspective. To get straight to the point, I've been granted more time. Oh, okay, I guess, yeah, also, yeah. Inheriting some long-livedness, you know, help him tank it. Am I glad? No, I don't see time as a gift. It may not be an answer to what I seek for centuries, millennia, or perhaps no single answer at all. Which is painful, yet fascinating. What I want to do is leave behind the theaters of man and head to another kind of stage. It's better for everyone on the ship. The doctor has sealed the reports on the Rankwood incident. You've increased the access level required to view my medical files. I can sense that some operators harbor doubts about me. Singing a song that manipulates hearts, inheriting a set of extravagant robes along with his staff, having Miss Christine by my side. Mysteries can be lethal. Can I guarantee that no one will be dragged into it? Drama is a human construct. It needs both a creator and a performer. It needs an audience even more. I don't want what I do to be self-entertainment. A drama is a failure if it is nothing more than self-gratification. To break free from one's pen, I must face this newly free self. Well, this is just calling out previous Tragodia, isn't it? Self-gratification of, you know, experiencing death. Break free from one's pen, I must face this newly free self and the pen and paper that have been forced into my hands. Death and destruction. The doctor was concerned that I would once again come into contact with the aesthetics of obsession and deviation. They are natural inspirations that I cannot avoid, nor will I attempt to circumvent them. Drama has always had multiple answers. We will not speak again for the next 6 months. I will leave this place for now to find an answer to my drama that belongs only to me, to find a way to understand this land. Perhaps it is hysteria or perhaps madness will bring truth and enlightenment. Do you feel the same way? We're still part of a story? Prejudice, conflict, the unsolved secrets of terror. The troop leader is but another character. I want to know what the true author wishes to write, and what I can write. Even if it is futile. Even if I will never wake up again. The true author. My fourth wall. File 4. At first, the items that arrived in the office desk of the Arknights department were thought to be a prank. Old gold coins, banners scorched by the fires of war, rubbings of ancient murals. They came from many different eras and places, the only commonality being a certain mark found upon them. These unclaimed pranks accumulated, people started becoming superstitious. They do whatever they could to avoid this night shift. Until the doctor reminded them that it was Phantom who left these mysterious tokens. Most common among these ancient scraps are tomes that depict the legend of Tragodia from across Terra. He's researching Tragodia. Earliest being centuries old, the description of Tragodia varied widely between cultures. In some, he is the god of harvest, love and joy. In others, a deranged hedonist who created drama and the arts. More recent volumes call him the deceitful ghost. Even expert archivists had difficulty piecing together a complete picture from these fragments. But Phantom managed to deduce what the predecessor of the Crimson Troop was, and the identity of the troop leader. It's hard to imagine how much time he spent studying the origin of the troop in search of an answer, an opportunity for revenge. What the first time chat? I don't think I'm gonna last till the end of NNN. I'm resetting the counter every day. For real though, no character in fiction makes me wanna tongue fuck her asshole like Wishadel does. First time chat? What do you mean? My guy! Chill! Outgown created 3 months ago? Jesus! YouTube chat incredibly confused. Absolute deviant popped into Twitch chat. My god. You can do better than Wishadel. Damn, judged for the pick of character. Damn. Okay, where the fuck was I? Here? No? Oh no, yeah. Opportunity for revenge. Okay, yeah. The changes that have occurred in Phantom since he returned from rank would indicate that it is not a hatred of being manipulated that drives him to seek the truth. Perhaps his natural inclinations and obsession have caused him to surpass the boundaries of right and wrong, viewing his past experiences from a brand new angle. In order to validate some of these records, the Archives Department wanted to invite him to discuss the origin of some of these objects, but were unable to locate him on the ship. Perhaps in his eyes the curtains have already fallen and the actor should leave the stage. Perhaps he simply did not want to make a subjective judgment on an event that he experienced personally, causing both the tokens and the identity of Tragodia to once again become a dangerous private collection. He asked me how the processor of these mysterious records would view the relationship between Phantom and the legend of Tragodia, whether he has inherited an identity that cannot be explained by modern science, or whether he has yet to escape his nightmare. I would answer from a different angle. Whatever Phantom's present identity is, he's no longer struggling with pain. Perhaps there's a mysterious, unknown side to the words he has left unspoken, but he's willing to share the results of his decade-long search. Perhaps he would repeat the mistakes of the past to make radical choices for his heart's desires, but has given us a chance to understand him, not to stop him. If he has chosen to trust Rose Island, then we should repay that trust. See? I was saying so. We trust our guy. Archives Department Operator. Elite 2 file. Not found at the end of a Rhodes Island corridor. At the end of the day, you finally have the time to organize the files on the Rankwood incident and fill out promotion paperwork for a certain operator. The task leaves you somewhat troubled. But of both duty and sincere concern, you must assess the significance of Lucian's dreamlike state with precise language and predetermined conclusion. You'll find this note at the end of a corridor as you leave your office to clear your mind. You attempt to put on a calm face, but cannot prevent the hairs on your skin from standing on edge. You're curious to who wrote these words. Nightmares of olden days that Lucian has spoken of, a rift caused by the compression of higher dimensions. Oh. As your life become an element in the work Lucian is conceiving. You have heard his midnight murmurs and whispered songs, but the fragments dissipate with song when you attempt to understand his thinking and the words he wrote down. Some advice, friend. Abandon logic and reason and forget mundane definitions. You don't expect this note from nowhere to answer all your questions about Lucian. Just as I cannot explain to you in words all the interpretations of works, the creations of fictional characters, and the performance of drama that have existed since the beginning of art. You recognized me, didn't you? I do not simply exist within his identity or pseudonym. This two-person play that is as long as fate has made me part of him. Not my original intention, but a pleasant surprise that he has brought me. Be happy. Let yourself sink into his story. Is this by Tragodia or is this by Miss Christine? But no, I do not simply exist when his identity or pseudonym. Okay, no, it should be Tragodia, essentially. So there's some, like, element of the nebulous, you know, Tragodia-like. And this is a translate. This is like the Weibo whatever introduction. Shadow stepping here, skilled their boredom on the what either they did. We're waiting for. Was an operator who's returned from a film actor? Or is an assassin? And somewhere underlying my walls have been cloaked by shadows at the same time, due to the classic dichotomy. Actions are become a part of his life to the point it could become a new one. Hoping you complete this mission smoothly. And it's just an introduction. Why is this so unique? He said, "Why Mr. Phantom arrived yet? Yeah, I wonder when he will come." Yeah, that was Phantom, my guys. Guys, that was Phantom. My guys, that was Phantom. Let's the dialogue obviously has, you know, the talks and the promotion talks and trust talks, you know, usually have extra stuff. I brought myself here in the flesh. You could stop watching my videotapes. Caught? Okay, but you are not in the flesh on my account, you bastard. As he doing away the suppressors in my throat, Miss Christine has deigned to lead my vocal training, teach me how to sing unto people's minds without damaging their psyches. Like to hear the results? He'd once request a lullaby, which isn't my forte, I only practice still. It never struck the Crimson Troop just how the rejection of critique, their scorn of video, laid bare their cowardice and mediocrity. I used to avoid watching anything I performed in, such was my disgust. Perhaps it's time for a better seat. Be holding those film tickets, Doctor. You needn't hide them, I accept your invitation. People after me, they're disenchanted and voracious, screaming in chaos, dying to find the maker for their crazed flock. For how could Tragodia truly die? He's but one of countless graven images to fall on the steps. He and all his kinds are holes made of shards, idols from syncretism. Jesus, what a word. As it was with that mad and lonely stage director, snobbish soul, old friend of mine. I read that evaluation report Dr. Flinick is suggesting I exit from the front line for the time being. Can maintain constant sobriety, that much is true. After years of these hallucinations for company, they're among the few friends I can count on my fingers. Remain your assassin. Call me and let me see the work I know best. Upon his followers, the troop leader bestowed masks. Before long, I was set in companionship to find those followers, one and all. Abandon reason and surrender to violence as they may, I will simply create, perform, and weave their dreams. Till they awaken from despair, till they can re-examine their souls in the mirror, wretched yet free, for better and for worse. After trust increase 1. The unfamiliar operators invite me to a movie night after I reboarded, and the vampire madam from engineering, college, seems somewhat soft on me too. So generous is the drama. Pays its actors and in Halo even outside of the silver screen. Pardon? Outside an operator's trust me on principle? Not to be a little warier than that. Harder to resist destroying beauty than demonstrating it. It's a notion I try to stifle. It's so simple to shake my blood-stained creative impulses. They were the one excuse in the troop to touch one on love and hate. They were poison to tempt the audience. They're inextricably yet unwordable part of me. I must recall the conspiracy, the slaughter, the false performances. Does creation break me free from the shadows about me, or does it bring me closer to them? Perhaps my thirst, reignited by death, will one day finally catch fire and rage. Doctor, witness it, grasp it, endorse it or reject it. Do not stop it. Permit do not shirk our operators. Shirkan has finally fallen the longest play, and I need some time to recognize my really long play. I have to sign the returnee ledger with my rank with autograph. Sneaky. Working for night and some of the night. Join me with even then, dear Doctor. Dear Doctor! Tragodia, send us in the days with thought and taste and vision. Fantastic. Because you know these always have like less stuff. Oh, anniversary celebrations, no way. Wow. Yeah, no, Lucian is still, like, not okay in the head. Like, that's the thing. It's not like anything was sold for him, like, in just the mental health department or anything else. Is there much in Tippy's files? Tippy. Just Roy Jordan is a specialist operator. No abnormal shadows, not infected. Oh, I get Moira. Fate of Moira. Operator glared at Tippy and interrogated. You made all this, didn't you? Was that all that stuff real or not? Trembling hands and clenched. Why would you do that? How did you even come up with that idea? Another operator punched the air silently. It took a while before he managed to string together a few words. I was dying of fright. I think my heart stopped. Just a second, Tippy yelled. Come on, no need to overact. I just want to show you guys a horror flick that I work on. Tippy's passion for horror films is extraordinary. And she avid viewers who also part in numerous productions and often watches them with her friends. Not just to enjoy the film, but also analyze and break down the scenes and techniques. She implies that she has a particular love for horror films because they're the most direct and simple way of studying how to build atmosphere in cinema. From backgrounds to music to props to the performance itself, any weak link turns horror into comedy. She intends to learn how to keep that entire chain intact, probably conveying the atmosphere and story of the film and truly immersing the audience in fear. Of course, the simple reason is she enjoys the feeling of screaming in terror with a group of friends as they huddle in a corner. Despite her youth, Tippy's already accumulated quite a lot of experience in Rankwood. Before she was a background painter, she worked in scripts, props, lighting, and a role in a crew, and it's more likely than not she has done it. Prop technician, she watched the director combine multiple studio plays, dreaming of making the film of the century where Higashini's ninjas leap from the roof to roof, top the churches of Laterano. Lateran guns are knocked out of their wielders' hands in the bamboo forest of Yan. Final product was indeed dreamlike in its wild, disconnected incoherence. She has been a makeup artist, watching the veterans transform a forte into a sanctity using original arts. Whoa! She's been a VFX artist, helping create floods and earthquakes, explosions and storms for disaster movies. Tippy has a special effects for a burgeoning industry that recruits many graduates from the universities of Lithuania every year. All of that is part of everyday life on the dozens of studio plates in Rankwood. She's moved from job to job not because she gets bored easily, but because she wants to experience every part of the movie-making process for herself. Rhode Island has made no effort to conceal the identities of her parents and her grandparents. We're all famous directors. She was also pleasantly surprised to find Jara, who was like a grandmother to her, has ties to many of our operators. Ryan. However, due to a sincere love for film, she refused to follow the path her family had planned out for her and concealed her identity when working in Rankwood. She wanted to try things out for herself and make things that she likes on her own terms, put the backgrounds, props, modifications in her script. One day she will become director. I almost said dictator herself. Director herself and make the movies she wants to see. She also wants to learn more about the dark side of Rankwood, but certain tragedies can be avoided. There's someone there working to make things better. Here's serial murders. Serial murders that occur in the settled last film Tippy worked on were all over the newspapers of Colombia for a while. The killer, Moira, who slaughtered multiple people, were involved in the death of her sister 5 years ago. Was a good friend of Tippy's. Tippy was angry at her friend's deception, but also earnestly reminisced about the time they spent together. She roamed across Colombia in 2 days for one more chance to see Moira. However, she only saw Moira once before her sentence was carried out. Gordon told Tippy that Moira was allowed to work under supervision in her last days, making many items that were useful to the prisoners, as well as props for Rankwood. Okay, yeah, in her last days. We didn't approve your visits because the inmate said she didn't want visitors. She finished her last prop on the day the sentence was carried out. Sunny day, and she didn't leave any message behind except to say that she was sorry, and she would atone for her crimes of her death. Okay. I guess that was more the implications that they heard in the event as well. But they had to, they had to hide the explicit bit into the files. Plus 12 game, by the way. Plus 12 game. Also, we also have the age ratings for Enfield now as well, and they're also 12. But remember, this is plus 12, by the way. I'm afraid that's all we're allowed to disclose. The only thing Tippy heard from the prison, she could imagine how Moira spent her last days. She claimed her friend was finally free of the delusion that had plagued her, or thinking she had a sister that loved her. Moira's final days were real and fulfilling. Those are things about the things she can do to prevent a tragedy like Laura's from happening again, to prevent other people like Moira from being driven into a corner by scorn and belittlement. And she would just to start with her getting to know people on a deeper level, or by providing more direct help. She wants to do something. Oh, suddenly F-Uita. From F-Eater's suddenly retirement to Roberta's departure, not hard to piece together a picture of Rankwood from the accounts of our operators who came from there. Factory-like movie production pipelines, the flimsiness of the silver screen's facade, and ever repetitive cycle of work and publicity. Hundreds of dream chasers who start death after year, and the concealment of this darker side beneath the bright surface. Tippy does not deny any of this. She admits that her willingness to persevere and keep trying new things at Rankwood was made possible by her parents and grandparents' status as famous directors, the love and care that Jara showed her. Though she had walked down her own path and earned everything herself, it was her family ties that taught her about Rankwood's dark side and how to deal with it. And it's because of the same ties that she's able to laugh off any scorn or abuse she encountered on the set, allowing her to focus solely on what she wants to do. Not for that, she would be one of the thousands of people huddling in tiny rented spaces and working multiple jobs trying to make ends meet in Rankwood. Tippy does not deny Rankwood's status as a factory of dreams either. She has met many friends in the years she's worked there. It is not unheard of for a small-town girl to work her way to stardom. A humble stagehand to be brought to tears when they see their own name at the end of credits, or for an abandoned plate to be prepared as a studio plate. Oh, Horton. Humble stagehand. Or for an abandoned plate to be repurposed as their studio plate, creating temporary jobs for the unemployed to be extras and stagehands, and giving them a reprieve as they look for the next job. In recent years, Rankwood has implemented policies that protect the jobs of infected actors. No way! Provided they can afford the expensive insurance fees, of course. First step in a long journey to infected rights, so to speak. Many dreams have come true in Rankwood, and many people got their first jobs here. Tippy's own family, people who've been through the ins and outs of Rankwood have their eyes light up when they run across the town's first silent picture. That said, she does understand why F-Eater and Roberta left. The exploitation abuse is still there. It's happening every day. For their part, F-Eater and Roberta, I keep saying Roberta. Roberta also understands why Tippy has chosen to stay. She has a dream to chase, one that still has a chance of coming true. This is, after all, Rankwood. Yet Tippy also told us that she wants to establish a union. Union? In America? Not just to work with Rhode Island to further protect the rights of infected cast and crew, but also help people like Laura and Moira, people struggling at the bottom of Rankwood's ladder, to create a better environment with them, so they don't have to fall by the wayside of their past dreams. It's so American, man. It's truly so American. They even got the health insurance and everything, man. It's the, yeah, there's kind of a dream you might maybe possibly be able to achieve. Most of you motherfuckers, though, are gonna get grinded to the dust. Have fun! Boom! A shadow flies across the sky and the operators down in Columbia Wilderness start cussing out this crazy bastard. What is he even here for? Well, he's running to him in minches. He doesn't go when we ask him to and jets upward as soon as we get close. Many operators can't reach him, but there's no time to get a ranged operator. Doesn't do anything when he approaches, only fly around with his jetpack. They're just trying to show off. Kevin! Kevin? Never mind, maybe not. Maybe? We'll see. We had someone look into it, and apparently it was someone who quit a university job to put together weird stuff like this, and he's pretty darn good at it. To tell the truth, it took so much effort to get close enough to ask whether he was interested in working with it. He turned out down without a second thought and flew away. He's the kind of guy that only does what he wants and only talks to people he wants to. Never mind, it's not, I guess it's not Kevin. It's a different jetpack-obsessed guy. Son of a gun. Squad leader curses he instructs his operators to intercept the intruder. Good timing, Tippy. You can fly too, right? Go getting out of there and tell him not to get in the way of our mission again. Roger. Tippy takes the air with her own flying equipment, which is just like there. It's just like, yeah, she has flying equipment. Operating with great proficiency. In fact, her movements and techniques are almost an exact mirror of her counterpart. When they eventually intercept one another, they look at each other with questioning glances through their helmets before suddenly embracing each other. Tippy, what are you doing here, Master? No, it is Jetman. It's Jetman! I guess Jetman technically isn't Kevin, but... My best student, I haven't seen you for so long. Wait, you two know each other? Oh, that's so... It actually is just Jetman. It's not Kevin, but it's like the other Kevin. That's so silly. Fucking Kevin. Actually Kevin. Straight up actually Kevin. Ugh. Okay, a good event though. Good event. Once again, which just seems to be like the thing now, is the pacing is just so goddamn good now, man. Most of the reading in the event, like they feel like they kind of just like they go by like really easily. Yeah, Kevin is Lungman and so on. Yeah, that's not Kevin. Kevin is not from Colombia. And especially this one. This one really goes like quite... The second half was longer. The second half was clearly longer. But like, you know, that's just how it often is. But like still the pacing and everything, like just the way that it moves is still like... There's been like a clear shift in like, I don't know when, since when maybe? Honestly, since like chapter 15, there's been like a shift in just pacing where things just feel a lot tighter overall. And also the thing is, I feel like there's been because there's been shifts with like the story before, right? And I feel like they seem to almost come along with like when like the time period between a main story arc ending and the next one starting, they seemingly go on some kind of training camp or something, and then they like bring in the new story quality. It's been obviously there's like a gradual sense of it as well, but like there's one after chapter 8, I feel like with chapter 8 and then like when like Vigilo hits, I feel like there's like a bump in story quality. Then it like gradually goes up during Arc 2. Arc 2 ends. And then there's more like, it's a little bit more of like I feel like a gradual little thing. And then chapter 15 hits. And like everything after that has just been like, this is just, it's like tight and like, well, not concise necessarily, but like, there's like a clear, it feels like it's a noticeable difference. I feel like it's the most noticeable difference in just almost like the style and just way they actually now handle the writing and so on. It is more concise. It's way tighter and like they waste less time, which still was absolutely a thing. Because, you know, even during Arc 2, there was still absolutely moments of just like kind of wasting time in that sense. So it's just like, damn. Because I feel like usually it's been like a fairly gradual thing, but specifically with chapter 15 onwards, it just feels like there's like such a sudden shift, I feel. They're just better at, just conveying things in less words. I do wonder, like Purple said, I do wonder if it is actually part of it could be like experiences from Enfield leaking to the original Arknights team, because obviously with Enfield they really have to be way more concise with the words specifically, that, you know, the amount of words they can use. They can't just write a book into Enfield because of the presentation. So I wonder if that has kind of leaked in, if they've like, if stuff is like, ooh. Celtic comes back. It is a little fun. It is a little funny. It does coincide with Celtic. It is a little funny. Listenings. I go to the bathroom real quick. We could do some stuff. I might have a thing I want to do here on stream, actually. They could do the funniest thing once she does return. They could. They really could. They could do a big funny. Also, yeah, the timing with the Limbus clap was also a little funny. That was also pretty funny. Give me just a check, and I'll actually put on a different little background music for a moment. Game muted. Dum, dum, dum. Chill lo-fi near automata beats to yap to. If the reading only took 2 hours, I was thinking we actually could do some clearing. You know, there's Trials for Navigator and there's the EX maps. But with this current timing, I don't think I'd be bothered. And I wasn't really feeling that much like doing what's it now? Gaming today in that way. Yeah, give me just a second. I need to adjust Perla, because she's kind of like, she could be more to the that way. There we go. Also, yes, the music is specifically, it's specifically a remix or whatever. It is a track made specifically by Alex Mokala. So these are not the originals. This is a lo-fi version of City Ruins, and then later also Amusement Park. So go listen. They made it. They made it in 2022 already. But I found it again a little bit because I started getting some Nier stuff in my recommendeds. So I found it again and I was like, damn, that's like fantastic background music. So I'm testing it out now, because technically I don't know if it might get like caught by some ID or something. Not sub to him. I used to be sub to him, but then he also like disappeared for ages and didn't make as many videos that I was interested in. He made loads of Final Fantasy videos for a while because he really loves Final Fantasy, but I don't care about Final Fantasy, so we'll see. I'll be right back though. I got myself some soda. I can't drink, or I stop myself from having like what's it now? Carbonated drinks or anything when I'm reading, because I have a habit. I swallow a lot of air. Just as I exist, I swallow a lot of air, which then makes me burp. And if I have carbonated drinks, it just gets worse. It's very annoying while trying to read. And that's why every now and then I'll like turn away from the microphone. If I'm like, ugh, oh god, there's like a bubble of air in my throat. Because I get hit by the sudden need. Let me check Discord a little bit quickly as we chill out. But man, yeah, it's just pretty good event. Also, one thing that's obviously we don't have, these events are rarer now, where they're pretty standalone. Like this event, you really don't need to know anything much before. Like knowing a little bit of IS2 stuff helps. Reading the manga, obviously you can read the manga. But just kind of somewhat knowing something about Phantom, a little bit of IS2 stuff, then like this, it's a pretty standalone event otherwise. Which obviously, you know, is probably overall going to be slightly rarer just now in Act 3. So. Oh yeah, I think Next Limited is indeed actually a little bit more standalone again, isn't it? Yeah, it is. I guess they're kind of like, it's the start of the act, I guess, so they're putting in a couple of like sort of new starts to storylines and stuff. Oh yeah, and then if we're getting Minos as well, We're getting Minos as well. Do, do. Do, do. Checking a couple things. Also, we did not get Enfield emails today, as I somewhat expected. So those will probably be Monday, by my guess. Yeah, a lot of summer events are fairly self-contained. Like, enough where it doesn't matter hugely. Like, technically, you know, A Alter is somewhat connected to the Siesta event as well, but not so massively that it's, like, required reading. Rat posting? Who here has watched CSM? That is from you, it's true. Also, yeah, dude, this is truly is the classic. Well, the meme is classic. I didn't even actually read the actual tweet of it or whatever, but the classic of. Actually, I'm not like the other shitty gacha games. My gameplay is surprisingly complex for a mobile game. It's extremely generous. The free units are some of the best in the game. The series is also very deeply once you get past the first arc. You absolutely need to listen to that soundtrack. And then it's... Well, there's Doctor, there's Genshin, there's Reverse, there's Blue Archive, there's Limbus, there's FGO. Obviously, it's been updated as time goes on. They've added more games. Is this Honkai 3rd or is this like GFL or something? And this is Path to Nowhere, I believe. It's so real though. Like, well, also, however, not all, like, for a lot of these it is, but like for some of these, for example, you don't hear that, oh, the free units in Genshin are good. Genshin doesn't even fucking have free units. You don't see people glazing the gameplay of FGO. Not even FGO fans glaze the gameplay of FGO, okay? So, like... Oh, it's PGR guy. But especially for a lot of the newer ones, you do almost always hear this stuff, which is funny. It is a very common thing. But then, this does make me think, I wonder why every gacha has an awful first story arc. Do all the gacha devs meet in some place and agree to purposely make their first arc bad? Well, I have a rant for you! The author of a certain idea. It's me! I need to get just that rant. maybe I need to go to Ray and be like, can I upload literally just the rant to myself, and I could just be like, watch this. Watch this. I usually don't hear about BA specifically. You mentioned BA. I don't feel like it's like, oh, it's like super deep and complex for BA, but people still like the story. It has like good moments. Will Enfield prove me right again? Well, based on Beta 1 story, yes. We'll see what Beta 2 story is, but you know. We have now switched to amusement park lo-fi. It is funny. See, look, I'm not the only one who is like, why? Why it like that though? I'm the only one. I'm the only motherfucker who was brave enough to try and actually come up with theories as to why. We'll see what Beta 2 story brings in though, yeah. The thing is, so with the Beta 2 story, just based on like, you know, the tiny clips or whatever that I've seen and so on, which is like not actually any story clips other than just like cutscenes. The main thing I'm wondering is that the presentation at the very least is probably gonna be very good. I'm just wondering if the actual like events and writing surrounding or backboning the presentation will be good. You know, like, is it, you know, will it be like, will there, because there's many such cases where it's like, oh my god, the story's so good, but really what they mean is that there's like the hype moments and aura. What they mean is that there's a couple of really cool cutscenes is what they mean by the story was good. So it's that whole thing where it's like, will it or not? Which direction will it go? Right, gameplay videos are beta 2 already circling 1 week before the beta starts. So some of them are all of them are because some creators and media outlets were invited to play the beta early and also got to record stuff. I don't know why today there was one posted that was literally just a 4-hour VOD of them playing it. I feel like that probably wasn't supposed to be posted yet, but I don't know. Can be worse than the competition. Well, that's the thing. If it's just like average or whatever, you know, that's kind of like, well. But I've said it before. I kind of expect the starting story of Enfield to also not necessarily be the most engaging thing out there or like the best, and will maybe mainly be carried by like a little bit of novelty stuff and like some good moments and maybe just like getting to learn the characters, you know. Well, but however, obviously that's the thing, it's a bit hard to make your first arc super deep and complex. You have to introduce people to the damn game and the damn story. It's an introductory arc, even if it's in a sequel / spin-off to a different game which has already been going for a while. When your game is intended to also be able to be played without knowledge of the previous one. And, you know, it's a separate thing then. I'm not even talking about the tutorials of the story, though. I mean, that doesn't help the pacing, you know. All the tutorials and stuff like that at the start of a story always hurts the pacing. But not even just that. I actually do just mean the actual content of the story itself. I feel one part of it is that you don't make it super complex because you're still introducing people to it. You're not gonna get into the fucking weeds of the story and characters right away when you still have to introduce them all to you. It's just kind of makes sense to essentially have the first story bit, first arc or whatever, to be an introductory arc where you introduce everything and you don't yet explore all the deep meanings and philosophy and everything about, you know, behind it. So was the first Limbus Kanto stuff meh too? Less meh than, you know, the usual, but like compared to Project Moon quality, yeah, even like Kanto 1 and 2, especially Kanto 2 is actually just kind of a little bit Kanto 1 is just like really short. It doesn't really have time to do much anything. Kanto 2 is actually just kind of and Kanto 3 is already like, you know, better. Like Kanto 3, Kanto 3, which is the last bit of the story at launch, is, you know, already does a little bit more. It has the first Millie song, for example. Kanto 1 is fine. It's super simple, introductory. It doesn't have time to do anything too crazy. Kanto 2 is very much comedy drama. Like, it's more comedy, but that's the thing. But then it's a little bit like, I didn't really do that much, you know. Like we didn't get much out of this other than like a couple funny moments, you know. And then Kanto 3 is like starts being a little bit more meat on the bones. And obviously then, you know, after that, every post-release Kanto has a lot more meat on it. So yeah, it's just all right for introduction, but like by Project Moon standards, even the introductory story in Limbus is like on the weaker end. And also, yes, some of the earlier intervalos are also just kind of like, it felt kind of they maybe didn't know quite what they were doing with them yet, completely. Like back then, they almost did feel a little bit more like side events that just very loosely tied into the overall, like into the next thing. But now intervalos are very clearly like connecting sort of wires between cantos, much more so. So, you know, they're just like, there was just some elements of, in a way, like growing pains where they weren't like 100% sure on the way that they were going to actually organize and like pace some of the story stuff in Limbus in a, you know, live service model, which they hadn't done before, right? Now, obviously, now they have, you know, now they have a formula to use and also sometimes break a little bit, like with Kanto 8. What am I looking at? Oh, Jesus. Let me check a thingy. What am I looking at for? I like how... Why is this... Oh, never mind. There it is. Did Ishmael Kanto more than Heathcliff? Like Kanto 6? I think... At this point, I'm actually wondering now, because now like it's been a while since some of them, and I'm like, actually, what is my favorite Kanto at this point? For a good bit, I said it was Kanto 5. There's some elements of Kanto 5 that I just like. They resonate with me personally more. But some of the just presentation and like actual like pacing and stuff and everything of the later Kantos is just so much better at the same time. But I mean, the thing is that like it's all of them are good. Like at the very least since Kanto 4, all of them are just good. Number 5 is Ishmael. 5 is Ishmael, 6 is Heath. Like Kanto 4 at the top. There's a lot of people who like Kanto 4. Almost every Kanto has like a subset of people who like... That's how you know shit's good all over, when every single Kanto has like a decent subset of people where it's their favorite. Other than like, you know, 1, 2, and 3. Ishmael looking for... Well, if you think it's just about revenge, Renegade, you've actually partially missed the point of Kanto 5. I must say. Here? Wait. Sure. Many games lack that a bit. Yeah, that's the thing. A lot of games have like, oh, this is clearly the best part for like 90% of people. In Limbus, it's a lot more split. People have like very much... There's a lot more personal preference, I feel, in Limbus. Because a lot of the Kantos, you know, they deal with sort of some specific aspect of humanity, of the human condition. So then you get a situation where even if a Kanto is like better, some other Kanto's better produced, and like that way better, the actual themes and meanings of a particular story might just resonate with some people so much more that the other one ends up being their favorite. I did Renegade, and I'm wondering, was that intentional? Because so who it is, Renegade? It's like a French media outlet. That's what it is. So they were probably at one of the events. And probably recorded it there, I'm assuming, or something. But like, were they supposed to? You know, it kind of feels like one of those things where they were not supposed to upload a 4-hour VOD of the beta a week before it's out. 1080p quality lock? Oh, okay. Twitch is doing that right now, huh? Huge sucker for accepting yourself slop. Classic. And yeah, I want more of Greg and I want more of Tragodia. You know, I hope we kind of get, you know, their like Kanto part 2s, which I mean, I feel like that is what we're going towards. We will get like second stories for all of them. We're not going to be done at Kanto 12 or 13 or whatever. There's more. There is more. I want more Heisho. Everyone don't like them, but I want full team. Well, I think that is what they're doing. The next banner is probably the last 2 remaining Heishos, because that's very much the entire concept of the Heisho team, is having a full team of them. I also didn't really massively like understand the hate, I guess. Also, why is my camera like doing a little weird light flickering? What the fuck? Like white balance flickering. Like, I sort of, I don't know. Well, I'm just also not that invested in like, oh, what IDs we happen to get in Olympus that I would get terribly miffed about. Oh, we got loads of Heishos. I guess the main thing with the Heishos is that, like, you know, most of the Heishos are, they're essentially just like random, like they're not named characters. They're not like big characters from the Kanto or anything. They're just Heishos that we never actually see and so on. I think that's one of the main things, is that there's very little like named bigger character IDs for the season, since there's so many Heishos. Also, yeah, we don't even have, we are missing most of the Heisho like branches still in IDs, and we probably won't get all of them even, unless we start getting more of them like way down the line or something. Because who do we have? We have bunnies, we have snakes, we have horse, we have ram, we have cock. 5 out of 12 currently. And we'll probably get 1 more at least with the next set. Maybe 2. Because yeah, we're missing Salt and Ishmael, which is probably the next. We have 1 more banner before the next Kanto starts and the next season starts. So it will probably be Mersault, Ishmael, Heishos. Because they're all the Heishos are season 6 IDs. So they can't like randomly release them next season once the Kanto's already started, so. Actually, never mind. There might not be the next banner, because we do actually have... Do we have 2 banners before? It started this week, right? Banner started this week. So it ends on the 4th of December. Okay, no, there isn't. No. It would start at the 4th. Yeah, this is kind of... I guess there is technically time for 2 banners. Actually. Next banner starts the 4th. And then that ends on the 18th, and the next banner starts on the 18th. So there is time for 2 more banners before next Kanto. Oh, right, we do have... I forgot we do have Ryoshu and, yeah, Otis locked in Season 5, so I guess they could technically, yeah. It'd be a little bit funny if they did it in, like, the next one, but they could technically, yeah, huh? What is also in the EF channel? Oh, yeah, I did see this earlier. I did see this. It did pop up. I would probably have... Actually, will we have an event? Right now we have... So we just got the permanent version of Railway 1. Will we actually... We might not have an event before. Before Kanto. It might just be essentially kind of dead time for over a month. Well, kind of. You know, right now it's Railway and then like dead time for a month possibly. And not necessarily any event in the meantime. Why the fuck is RR1 locked behind Kanto 8? It is a little funny that it is. I guess it's just because it's scaled to Kanto 8 or whatever, but it is a little funny that it's locked behind Kanto 8. Because that's just their philosophy of new content is like locked behind the whatever. but it is silly, especially for an RR1, you know, rerun or whatever. It is like, sure, okay, the level cap is Kanto 8 level cap, but like, still, this popped up. When Enfield became mainstream, is the point it has a lot of tourists and toxic people who just want to create drama with hate in the community. But you use your time to giving feedback, helping other players appreciate the game and play it in peace as long as you're happy. I can't do that, I'm a content creator. I'm not allowed to be reasonable. Like shaking my head. Yeah, in RR1, yeah, you do have to, you're resetting constantly, yeah. R1 was a different time. That was a while ago that RR1 happened. He's part of the problem. He's part of the problem. Actually, that might be a perfect transition. Wait, I have. Did it? What the fuck? YouTube? Why did it go silent suddenly? Did it go silent here before as well? It's still playing. Is this part in the video for some reason muted? Okay. Okay. Interesting. Chat. I have a bit that I want to perform. Okay? I've come up with this idea. I have prepared it. I have a bit I want to perform. May I present to you the first ever Enfield drama percent. It is here. I have collected the main discourses surrounding Enfield have been collected into a live split so that I may speedrun my stupid opinions on everything before the beta starts. I need to look. I have to put it over here for a moment. Just see, chat loves it. Chat, they love it. They love it. It has to be here, however, because otherwise it covers everything else. It covers my beautiful face if it's not over here. So I came up with this idea at some point because my idea was that this allows me to put it into a very this is mostly about the bit. Okay? Yes, I haven't had the time to like actually talk about these things as much. So I made this thing. I'm pointing the wrong way. I made this thing so that I could speedrun all of my takes and opinions on these things before the beta starts. And then I can review back on what my opinion was before the beta and what's its after beta too. And it also allows me to be like, oh, do you want my opinion on the things? Here is a speedrun of them. If you want to know my actual reasonings behind the opinions, come watch the streams when I play Enfield. That's your, like, subscribe and all that so that you come and watch my... I'm pointing the wrong way again. If you want the actual reasons, you'll have to come to the stream or to the Discord or something. Here, it's literally just going to be the raw opinions with not much explanation as to why. And indeed, disclaimer, this is mostly for the bit. I just came up with the bit and I thought, like, this is so worth the bit. Just that I can make an Enfield drama percent. I'm in edit. Am I in editing? I might put in. I might. Well, I probably. I'm not. Now there's not gonna be. This part's gonna be cut out. Don't worry. This part's gonna be like whatever. I might have to go get the summoning soul music and everything for this bit, for the edited down version. But okay. Let's go through all the various things. We've got. These are not really in any particular order, but there's dodge, there's blueprint, there's the changes to the gacha, there's the battle pass being added, there's the weapon banner just in general, there's the dupes of the characters, character design, then the clones / the recycled characters. I can't point with that one. And then there's I guess, the story, and then game identity, which is a bit of a doozy of a topic, because that, I feel like, has a lot of different things in it. It's like identity crisis, game identity, compromises, you know, all that stuff, like haha Genshin Killer TM. What should we... I should maybe check that I remember my buttons. Okay, I remember my buttons. I think I remember my buttons, seemingly. So, let me take a little... I'm ready for my performance. This is gonna be a world record, I swear. Sorry, chat, but you are indeed hidden now. In 3. God, I'm actually ready. Do I know my opinions? It's supposed to be a speed run. Wait. Okay. First ever in the field of drama percent. World record incoming. In 3. In 3. 2. 1. Okay, dodge. At first, I thought dodge was completely fine. I wanted dodge. I was like, cool, dodge. At one point, for a moment, I was convinced that dodge was a bad thing. And then I came to my senses again and I was like, never mind, it's not a bad thing. I think dodge is good. It's all good. We good. Blueprints, all good. I truly have never understood the, like, insane doomium about the blueprints. I've never seen it. I've just never seen it, man. It's just a choice, man. You get to choose if you use them. I don't get it. All good. Blueprint, all good. Gacha changes? Somewhat worrying, a little bit worrying. It is worse than what we had, but it's still not the end of the fucking world. And we truly do not know the gacha. Gacha you can never know until you actually have the game and you play it for a few months and you actually know what the economy is like for the pulls. You cannot know. So the final opinion of the gacha changes will have to be after everything is out and so on. Right now, cautiously optimistic. Let's put it that way. Battle Pass? I don't have a huge problem with Battle Passes overall. I'm not a Battle Pass hater or anything. It's a bit funny that there's 3 different versions. So you have like the free version, then the somewhat paid version, and then the fully premium paid version. The main thing I'm wondering about is, why is there like a separate, like a second technically sort of free tier, but it's not part of the free tier? It seems a little bit like you put this into there just as a one extra level of driving commitment to the game, logging in daily because you sort of bought a battle pass, but it's not actually a premium battle pass. But I don't hate battle passes fundamentally. We'll see. Weapon banner? The weapon banner format that that Enfield has is frankly fantastic. You just get your pulls for doing your character pulls and so on most of the time. And you will over time just end up with lots of weapons. Now, the weapon system in general is a debatable thing on like how good of a weapon system. Once again, fundamentally, I don't hate weapon systems. They're often just implemented a little bit shit. And there's some parts that I'm not happy about with Enfield's weapon system either. But, oh god, time loss. Not the worst. I think the weapon banner is probably the best weapon banner that is fucking out there, honestly. Dupes. I think it's okay that the dupes are stronger than they are in Arknights. Because the value of a single character in Enfield is by definition just higher than it is in Arknights. So the value of the dupes have to somewhat reflect that value. There's less characters and they're like bigger, more meat on them, for lack of a better way to put it. So the dupes are also more, big. And so far from what we've seen of the dupes, they're still not game breaking or like kit defining dupes. They're just decent buffs if you really, really want them. The dupes right now are fine. Character design? I like most of the character designs. Frankly, it's just Ember, Lastrite, and Yvonne. If those could be redesigned a little bit, I'd be happy. For the most part, I find a lot of the character designs quite nice. I just enjoy them. But then there's a couple Gunu ones that I'm not that big on. That's just not for me, man. The clones. The clones are a really, really slippery slope. Put that way. I actually really like the way that the clone/recycled characters are actually implemented. There's an in-universe reason to it, and I agree with it, and I think it makes sense, and it's a good way to do it. I'm just worried that it gets out of hand. I don't want them to be the only thing that matters in the game is the recycled characters. I want unique characters as well, and I don't want them to go like overzealous with the clones. It can be very easily done wrong, and we just have to see how it goes. So cautiously optimistic once again. The story. Beta 1 story was not the most fantastic thing. It seems to be possibly a lot better in Beta 2. Frankly, hard to say much right now. There seems to be been quite a bit of a revamp to the story. I'm not expecting the best thing ever out there at the start of the story. I'm like, as usual, I'm expecting the first story to be a little bit weaker-ish. But maybe at least it looks really good, and the voice acting was pretty good, and all that. Cautiously optimistic, I guess. And then there's also, I think it's a good thing that there's a time gap between Arknights and Enfield. I think it's like a necessary thing for both of the games to exist at the same time. You have to have like a significant difference between the two time periods or something. There has to be a separation, and I think the time gap works fantastic for this. I think that's all good. But there's also still intertwined, so it's cool. If you know Arknights, you get bonuses. Anyway, story, hard to say right now, but sure. Game identity, which is the real big doozy one. I understand where the concerns come from, and I can see them as valid. I think there's actually a lot of valid points in there, but a lot of them end up being like a slippery slope thing. And I mean, yes, 100% the game has taken some inspiration from the other successful 3D gachas that have been around. Sometimes if it ain't broke, don't fix it type of situation. Some people don't think it's not broken. Some people think it's very much broken, which is fair. And some other things maybe are. But there is so many other things about Enfield's identity that build up the whole thing. And if there's anyone in the world I trust to take all these different things and combine them into a cohesive identity, it's Hypergriff. It's Hypergriff. If someone's gonna do it, it's gonna be doing them. And for now, I'm gonna be hope maxing. I'm hope maxing. I'm injecting hope into my veins and being like, they're probably gonna do it pretty well. And I want to see them do it well. And I hope they do it well. And if they do, I'll be like, hell yeah. If they don't, I'll be slightly disappointed. But we can only know that in the future. For now, hope maxing. Sub 6 minutes. World record. Because I'm the only motherfucker who did it. Sub 6 Sadie? No. Well, okay, I could have been faster. Yes. Still sub 6 minutes. It's the perfect timing. See, it's sub 6 minutes here. With some of the yapping at the start, and here, it's going to be like exactly 8 minutes and 5 seconds for mid-roll ads on YouTube. Yes! Okay. Yeah, if you want actual more discussion, come to Discord or come to the streams. Once we do the streams. Hopefully do the streams, that is. Okay, bye. I just said bye to the recording. That's all. And then if I need to do anything more, I'll just record it after the fact. Okay, chat. Wow, you come back. SMH. We had a couple time losses. Actually, let's look at wait. What is indeed? Where's our biggest time losses? Dodge and Blueprint. 30 seconds for Dodge and Blueprint. That's pretty good, I think. Gacha changes. That's almost another full 30 seconds for the gacha changes. Battle Pass was a bit of. That's 40 seconds for the Battle Pass. That's a rough one. I feel like that's a rough one. Oh god, I moved the wrong thing. 40 seconds for the Battle Pass, that's rough. That could have been so much faster. Then it's like, it's almost 34 seconds per weapon banner. I mean, decent enough. Dupes. How much is that? Oh god. Another like 35 seconds. It's about, you know, it's, yeah, well, I mean, it's actually, how many points? Is there 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? 10, okay, there's 10 of them. So, like, I mean, on average, it's less than 30 seconds per point, you know? Also, how much is clones? Okay, clones is almost a full minute? What a time loss! Holy moly. Wait, I'm reading it wrong. I was reading, no. Story. Oh yeah, no, yeah, it is clones. Clones is like a full minute. Is it? Am I reading this wrong? No, because when it's 13 seconds then 30 seconds. Yeah. Then there's the story was also like 50 seconds. No, because you have to look at the previous one. That's when you stopped it is 440. So clones only took like 30 seconds. Clones was like 30 seconds actually. 30, 35. And then I guess I'd have to be over here. Because it's from 309 to 345. Story was... first of all, I expected some of these last ones to indeed take like a little bit long. Game Identity took from 440 to 551. That's like 50 seconds. You know, that I expect. That was a complex thing to put into one Game Identity slot. And then Story was like a full minute. It was a bit nebulous. Story is so nebulous. The ones that are mainly are the ones where you can't know, like you just don't know as much about them yet. It's hard to be like, okay, how long did it take? Dupes actually only took like 20 seconds. 251 to 309? No. Dupes was from 214 to 251. I'm dumb. Yeah, like 35-ish. No. Yeah, 35 seconds. Frankly, the sub 30 seconds per part is mainly carried by Dodge and Blueprint, which are very simple. 13 seconds at 30 seconds. I think dupes can just be described as imagine they dump redeploy time and DP cast down dupes from base AK and turn them into something more useful. Which, I mean, pretty much is kind of how they take and they, yeah, but it also, that's not, it's like what they've done rather than the opinion on them. Also, that's the thing, I ended up actually explaining some things about it rather than actually just giving my opinion. True speedrun would be just good, good, bad, don't know, good, bad. So. But the character design, if you've seen Ardelia design on paper, it's much better than the main one. Oh, you mean like the concept ones that we've seen? I'm actually not sure I agree. I looked at the 4 concept ones and I don't know, the one that actually to me gives the most actually like Ardelia vibes and is like the silhouette of Ardelia is actually the one that they went with. I feel like your first place is under big threat of something just going good and bad. It's true, but look, everyone, you gotta start somewhere. Gotta start somewhere. Also, if anyone else actually does that, like even bothers with the entire thing, it's like, okay, dude, take it. Take it. That's a true speedrun. Okay, just take it. We're a trendsetter. That's what we are. Because yeah, indeed, the true Noah, like actual just opinion is just going good and bad. And yeah, they did in an interview say they didn't have plans for skins. And I think it makes sense. It's not that surprising to me, mainly because skins for a game like this are a lot of work. They have so much more to do first before it makes sense to put resources into skins. Anyway, I'm just, like I said, I came up with the bit and I just really wanted to do the bit. And also I recorded it so I don't have to clip it from stream. It's just, dude, it's just, what a bit. If someone, genuinely, it will be more successful than it ever could be if anyone else actually does the speedrun. Skins are a decent part of base AK, yes, but they're different games. That's why people have expectations of skins, is because of base AK. But like, otherwise, you know. Let me actually also save these splits. And anyone who, you know, think about it even for a moment, you understand that you cannot do skins in the same way in a 3D game as you can in Arknights. It's just, it is a fucking exponential amount more work for a skin in Enfield than Arknights. Even more when, you know, their character models are already like higher quality than most of the contemporaries. And yeah, it's just, they have so many more priorities before they start doing like putting in like resources to making skins or something. It's the other artists that'll want skins. The other artists still actually get to do stuff also, because you get artworks for the operators when you get more potentials on them. You get 3 different artworks by different artists for getting dupes. Need to put rain effect on that skin too. So, well, it's not that manual. Like, they don't need to customize the rain effect for every skin in a way, because that should come automatically through their like workflow and pipeline of texturing and like what textures and what materials the skin is made out of will automatically then interact with the waters and stuff, you know, with those effects. But the actual just modeling of an entire skin and possibly changing effects and stuff like that as well is just so much work for a 3D game. It's a lot. So we'll see. Yeah, I don't know. I might not expect any skins for the like first 2 years of the game or something. At the very least, not for like a year. Other games took way longer to do skins. So it's very possible that skins will be a very rare occurrence like they are in other 3D games as well. Also, yeah, most likely the skins that we do are not going to be like as free as they are in base AK. Like, let's be real, okay? But also, that's just not reasonable. It is absolutely not like, either they have to be a lot of the, you know, free currency, or they're just straight paid. They might just be, they could just make them like a lot of the free currency, but it would have to be a lot, because it's a lot. When a skin is so costly in sort of development sense, the price has to match. They can't just like give them out for free. Sometimes you can get almost, you know, well, actually, you know, some more simple, because one thing with 3D skins is you can kind of do levels of skins. Like, you can have some skins be more complex and more involved. Like, maybe a skin doesn't change effects and attack effects and stuff like that, and it's just a costume change. You can do different levels of skins, so you can also then price them differently. There's more variance in like what kind of quality you can have for a 3D skin. And some of those, you know, they could give out as event rewards. They could give out like some really simple skins as event rewards. Like, I could even imagine them giving like some just like super simple skins for like the 4 stars, whose design is already way more simple and like streamlined. They could give out like really simple skins for those as rewards, for example, like where they're almost like maybe more of like a recolor, almost more than like a huge design change. It's just like, oh, they have slightly different clothing, different like coloration and so on, and nothing big as like freebie skins. They could do skins the same Sega, they would just be more expensive. But yeah, I mean, that would be the main thing. But I mean, still, they would not be able to. They would not be able to produce them at the same amount as they can in Arknights. Much like they can produce characters at the same amount. But when it comes to, yeah, like when it comes to the pricing of them, yeah, they could still do where you can buy them with, you know, the free currency you get. But they would have to just be way more pricey, I think. Which, you know, actually I wonder I feel like it would still be better received. Like if they're not fully paid, if you can still get them, even if it's really expensive to get them with essentially like free to play currency, as long as you can get them, I think that would still come across as like, you know, way better or whatever, you know? Why is it muted again? Oh no, it's just kind of slow. And yeah, skins are a luxury in it, yeah. When it changes sound effects, I mean, that's one thing you can, that's another layer you can add to a skin, yeah, is like sound effects as well. So. Do you wonder if it will actually do premium region or just originium? I mean, for beta and everything else, it's just been the one originium. So like I say free to play currency, but it's like also the premium currency is prime. Because there is only 2 currencies. I mean, okay, now there's also weapon banner currency, which is separate. But the new voice lines in a 3D skin? I mean, good. What do you think we'll get new regions? I think it depends. I wonder. I think it depends on... I'll have a better idea, actually, probably after beta 2, after I see, like, the scale of... like, the new Wuling region and stuff. Because, I mean, it kind of depends on that. I mean, I think the absolute most, like 2 a year would probably be the most. But I'm also wondering if they don't necessarily... Because the thing that they can also do... Well, yeah, okay, new regions specifically, absolute most 2 a year might honestly be 1 a year. But because what they can do is they can add new portions to a region. Like over time. So... Which, for example, actually is something that is way easier for Enfield to do than like an actual open world game. It's way easier for them to add like little extra regions to existing ones because they're sort of separate instance things and they could just add it to the map fairly naturally. While, you know, in a full open world, it kind of has to like somehow be there, you know, in map or whatever. And the new region, like actual, you know, actual nation and so on, might honestly, it could very well be 1 a year. But well, that's something I think we'll know with actual release and a couple months into release. Obviously, you know, we're gonna expect to get a new region like fairly soon after release, like probably within 6 months of release, we'll get like a new region. Because we're gonna start with, you know, Valley 4 and Wuling as like the launch regions, and then probably like 6 months later get another region. And then we might also, because also probably, you know, a new region is probably going to be on anniversaries. Most likely. So we might, in the first year, we might get like more regions faster. Or we end up being with the first 2 regions for like the first year of the game. And waiting for first anniversary to introduce the actual new region. And they might just add spots to the existing maps. And they could also add like little side bits where it's not like a full new region, but like a, you could like a teaser of the next region by adding a little side map. So, in release probably be 3rd. Probably not, considering how close release probably is. And beta 2 is supposed to be quite close to like actual release quality. There's just not really a need to have 3 regions at launch. If they have a 3rd region ready soon, they can just, you know, release it sooner or whatever. Hope that Envin is at the center of every event. Yeah, well, that's a big one we're only gonna know later. Though also, I mean, one thing also is just... in general, if we have, like, do we even have story events in the same way that we do in Arknights? Well, they're not going to be at the very least, they're not going to be like the exact same type of story event, but like in general, actually, how like story events will be tied into the game in general is a whole big thing. Like side events rather than just main story stuff, obviously. You don't have to do side events without endmin. You can use the same maps. But you can't do... The thing that you can't do is... You can't do side events, yeah, in like new locations every time in the way that Arknights does. You can't do the Arknights thing where you get to jump around the entire globe, like the continent, to different places each time, because you can't make a new fucking area each time for like every story event. That's the thing you can't do. So it's more so going to be like there's going to be events within the areas that are already there. And, you know, sometimes there might be like, you know, a little mini sort of event map or something, sure. But like the big one, the big maps are going to be there. And then you have the events within those maps. And in those, you can just do them without endmin if you want to. Especially, you know, just give like trial characters and stuff. And it's like, boop. But you have to at least have like at least one existing character has to be like the POV for the event then. Because otherwise, like, whose trial character, you know, are you gonna put? Like, the event can't be made fully out of NPCs. Essentially. Because otherwise, But I'm very interested in just how they handle like POVs in the story, like further down the line. We're gonna start off with, you know, only following endmin, because we're just going through main story stuff and it's directly tied to them. But mainly down the line and for side events, I'm interested to see what they do. Then Portal goes to event maps. I don't see side event happening in the main map, to be honest. Otherwise, it's gonna become a jumbled mess of storylines. Not necessarily. Like, if the events are just happening after a storyline, right? It's like, you know, this event is supposed to have, like, you know, oh, this event happens in between Arc 1 and Arc 2. It happens in this map. You should be doing this event after finishing the Arc 1 story or whatever, you know? Or it's something that happens, like, if it's not endmin POV, then it happens, you know, to other characters at a different point in time. Or, like, not at a different point in time, in a different area, you know, at the same time, but different characters. Yeah, it's only really indeed if there's, like, big things that happen where it's, like, something actually changes in the world. Those, you know, then it's like, okay, there's, like, a clear. And in those cases, what you just, frankly, if you want to do events that, you know, happen and maybe touch upon, like, the bigger changing events, I mean, you do them, and then you put the little thingy of disclaimer. This event will have spoilers for this main story. Are you sure you want to go in now? You have not cleared the main story yet. And then people can choose whether or not they want to do it right now or do it later. Also, indeed, is our pre-registration... I saw you posted the meme purple, but is our pre-registration still indeed just stuck at that one spot? It is. It's been stuck here the entire time. Like, for over a week now, it's just been here, this exact point, like, exact pixel. And also, and now we even have, you know, we have the pre-registrations for all the other websites on now as well, which they're probably just going to count, which I'm actually wondering a little bit. It's like the perfect excuse. Hey there, Firestar. It's like the perfect excuse if they want to, you know, if they now want to bump up the pre-registrations on the website, they have an excuse to do that because, like, oh, we opened up pre-registration on all the other sites on, like, app stores and so on. So we got a load of new pre-registrations, right? Now we can just move the bar up on the website. Input more numbers into pre-registration. Also, yeah, fucking, it's coming to Epic, which I'm assuming is one of those things, or more like I'm hoping and somewhat assuming that it's one of those things where indeed they put it on, it's on Epic Games, and then whatever, 6 months later, the exclusivity ends or whatever, and then they get to put it on Steam as well if they want to. I did see, yes, I have seen many people being like, oh my god, we're not getting PC client because Epic is there, which is like, No, because also I believe for all of these games, Epic literally just launches the official PC client, but then there's like an extra layer of it going through Epic Games. So yeah, no, also, like, you know, the beta 1 and probably beta 2 will also be on their own separate client, like official clients, separate clients. Why would they not have a separate client on PC? Also, like, is Epic even available everywhere? It might not. Epic might not even be available for every region, while, you know, your own launcher can be. And Epic isn't dying. Fortnite is there. Epic is doing fine. But as a game platform, Epic, like, launcher or whatever is, you know, fucking useless. Absolutely useless. Apparently there is a thing where if games actually make their purchases go through, like, the Epic payment processing, in which case Epic gets to take a cut, obviously. But apparently the buyer gets, like, 5% credit or something. So you get, like, a little bit of money back when you buy through Epic. But that's only if they're actually using the Epic payment system. Which apparently, for example, as an example, Wuthering Waves originally, or at first, probably at launch with, like, some deal with Epic, did use the Epic payment processing. So people could get, like, little kickbacks from buying Wuthering Waves stuff through Epic. And then eventually they moved away from Epic to their own, you know, official payment processing, so it doesn't go through Epic anymore, even if you play from Epic. Because they no longer had to give them a cut because the deal ran out. So it's like... And I'm assuming Enfield is probably going to be a similar thing. Because also, Epic is also partially owned by Tencent and all that kind of stuff. It's one of those, like, okay, they make a deal, Epic pays them some money for them to put the game on Epic, and for 6 months they use the Epic payment system, right? And, you know, they get a little bit of extra exposure, they get to be on the Epic storefront or whatever, you know, they get a little bit of extra exposure, they give a cut through the payments for 6 months to Epic, and then they transition away, and also put it on Steam and so on. And Steam takes 30% from game sales. I don't know what Steam takes from in-game purchases. If they use Steam's in-game purchases, like, you know, processing or whatever. There's drama about payback thing going away. JP pissed like hell. Not surprised. If you use a lot of money, then the 5% cashback or whatever is pretty fucking good. Especially over time. So... But yeah, but that does make me think, however, that they might very well put, like, after, okay, it's on Epic at the start, and then later they might just put it on Steam. They might put Enfield on Steam. I'm probably still just going to play it through the official launcher. Probably. Because Steam is going to be, like, way down the line somewhere, so it's not like I'll get to fully follow my, like, degenerate play hours or something through Steam, because I won't get to have the first who knows how many 100 hours of gameplay before it actually is on Steam, so I don't really have a huge amount to put it on Steam. HG doesn't want Steam, as they have Popocom on Steam at this very moment. Nephew, you good? And yeah, then Steam has, like, the whole player accounts thing and whatnot, but that's like, well, okay, sure. But that's the thing, it's like those, when it's like, okay, Steam player account, but then there's all these other like platforms. It's like, okay, so this is Steam numbers. Yeah. They have that game on there, but not this one. Well, because that's the thing. I'm assuming Epic probably paid them money for a timed exclusivity thing on the Epic platform. And then they can put it onto Steam once that ends. Oh no, I hate the exclusivity shit, man. Literally only dog shit companies use exclusivity. Have you ever seen fucking Steam put an exclusivity thing on games on there? No. Exclusivity is like the dog shit that has come from like the console wars back in the day, man. And is still used by some of those bastards, and is also used by fucking Epic. Do you need any more proof that exclusivity is just toxic bullshit than the fact that the only motherfucker on PC who uses that is Epic? No, it's ass. It's dumb, but it fucking exists, so we just have to fucking deal with it and tank it. And the best thing you can do, just don't fucking do it. If there's an exclusivity thing, just don't fucking interact with it. Brother, just wait a couple months and it'll be off from there. Steam, no, Steam doesn't. There's no exclusivity on Steam. Well, you can't play Valve games outside Steam, but that's Valve games. Also, that's not even, I think that's not even fully true when they, at least when they did physical games. You know, when there was actual physical game cartridges. But also, like, you can fucking buy keys for the Valve games from elsewhere and then put them into Steam. But it's also a little different. That's their own games, you know? They don't buy exclusivity. It's their own games. Yeah, they're gonna release them on their own platform. So if they don't feel like, you know... If Valve doesn't feel like putting their games up for sale on another platform, that's also just a choice they make. It's not in that way, like, exclusivity. They made the game, they can choose where they sell it, and why would they sell it on any other platform except Steam, which is the best platform to sell it on? And yeah, you have Orange Box, which was Valve games on Xbox back in the day. I'm not fully in, okay, I just didn't follow everything. Okay. So like, yeah, no. Valve does not do like the form of exclusivity that people shit on because it's ass. And it's just like, it's anti-consumer. You know, okay, there's the one thing. So, well, the main thing is that it's when the exclusivity, especially when the exclusivity is just permanent, it's truly a bit ass. But obviously the thing is, certain games would not exist without them essentially being exclusives. You know, there's a lot of Sony games, a lot of PlayStation games that only exist because Sony and PlayStation actually fund and produce the game. So, okay, yeah, they're gonna make it a PlayStation-only game. They want their money back from putting money into the game, and they want to sell consoles with the game. Consoles are cheaper, like cheaper per hardware, because they can sell games to the console. And these days, I mean, it's been a thing for a while, but now everyone does it. It used to be only one motherfucker that did it, and now everyone does it, which is paid online. Fucking paid online. Which I'm like, what a piece of shit. But also, I'm the motherfucker who used an Xbox 360. I'm the motherfucker who was paying for online before anyone else was paying for online. I mean, well, technically, I wasn't paying for it. I was too young for that. It was my parents paying for it. I just convinced them to pay for it. That's different. The printer scam, printer cheap, ink expensive. Yep. That's why you should get a laser printer. No ink, by the way. Well, for most situations, no ink. And yeah, indeed. Exclusivity when you're the one who like funded the game, so you want your money back by making it exclusive on your platform. It's like, okay, I mean, I can't hugely blame you. It's still annoying, but I'm not gonna like shit on you as hard. But then when it's something, you know, then it's like Epic does the worst form of exclusivity, where it's just, we will just pay you money to only be on our platform for a while. Trying to make some, like, you know, whatever. It's like, cool, okay. I will ignore you. Your game does not exist to me for 6 months or whatever, as it exists only on Epic. And then once it is out of there, oh, new game. Wow, it just came out. Paying just to have online service some mind-boggling shit. It truly was mind-boggling. And I went right into it because I had an Xbox 360 and I wanted to play with my friends and so on. So then I needed fucking Xbox Live. Dog ass. And then everyone else started doing it as well, right? And then, you know, now all of the fucking consoles require paid online. The most insane fucking thing that is just no one even people. I forget at times. I genuinely forget that consoles fucking pay to be able to play online multiplayer games. Like I forget that's a thing because I'm like, it's so inconceivable that's just normal. Like that's just how it is. That's the status quo now on consoles. Insane. It used to be like, there used to be an entire fucking war. Like, in the console wars back in the day, the fact that Xbox had paid online and PlayStation 3 had free online was like a huge ammo. It was like one of the biggest points PlayStation had in the console wars was that their online was free. It was shittier than the Xbox online experience, but it was free. And now it's just... Now all of the consoles have paid online. You can't fucking play games unless you pay for online. Insane. Splatoon died for me when Nintendo started charging for online. Yeah, see, Nintendo started doing it as well. Not the biggest fan of Epic because it feels like a lesser version of Steam with a lot less features. That's exactly what it is. No, Epic is just a shittier platform in every single way. They just throw money at things to try and get people on it and give some free games every now and then. They do some things. They take like a smaller cut from developers when you sell on their website and so on. And there's some other like, you know, there's some benefits to it, but it's just they ultimately don't outweigh it just being like a shittier platform. And also, thing is, they might take a smaller cut, but if your game's on Epic, you're probably just gonna sell less copies. So instead, what they do is they like, many developers put it on is a timed exclusive on Epic because Epic gives them a bunch of money to make it a timed exclusive, which helps them fund the game and make the game because they get a chunk of money from Epic ahead of time, which really helps for, you know, smaller devs especially to make a game. But yeah, it's like, it's a shit platform. Never in my life have I used Epic, and never in my life will I use Epic. PC, Xbox launcher. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Xbox stuff on PC does not require paid online. It's just the console. It's so funny. Funny that actually improves the launcher? Nah. Or, you know, just the store experience or anything. Like, it doesn't provide you shit. It just provides you to place... It just provides you with a place to buy the game. There's nothing else. Steam has so much more to it than just, oh, you can buy and click on play. I only use that launcher because they gave me free GTA 5. Dude, I've so many free games where I've been like, no, it's on Epic. I don't need it. Use Epic when my friends wanted to play Fortnite with them. Yep, I've never fucking... Actually, I have played Fortnite, but it wasn't on my account. I was at a friend's house. And I was extremely drunk. And I played one round of Fortnite. That is the most I've ever touched Fortnite in my life. And I would like to keep it that way. I have no desire to change this situation. Hi, yeah. So here was the meme that Purple posted. I didn't even show it, I realized. It's fucking Sigma Skibbity Lowlight. Why is it on the pre-registration page? Why here? Like the thanks Epic for giving me free Death Stranding. Almost 3% there. Oh wait, did it move? Unlock him. Oh dude, unlocking Skibbity Sigma Lowlight. Open beta goal. Get Skibidi toilet lowlight. No way. An extra goal. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-dam. Okay, we got a novel from Baka. This might sound like an asshole take, but I'm already tired of everybody lusting after Enfield. Cookie hasn't done any story reading in months. Chaotic hasn't touched the game in months. You'll be stuck in Enfield jail for a while soon. I'm just sad seeing AK being neglected by CC so much. I don't know if Enfield's gonna hold me long term. Very reasonable. However, I must also somewhat say, I'm not defending anyone else. I'm only defending myself. There's not that much going on for... I think our next stuff in Arknights is all... Obviously, now we have Trials of Navigator and stuff. But then it's a bunch of reruns. I think we have like 2 reruns in a row. Oh, but we should have... we have IS-6 launching before Anniversary, at least. Reruns and then IS. Okay, yeah. So, like, for Arknights, there isn't as much going on right now. And for example, like, I'll, you know, once, well, at the very least, once there's more story content for Arknights, I'll just pop into there as well, again. You're not a problem. Yeah, and so I've said this as well. I was actually asked about this. During Beta 1 and stuff as well. And I saw some of the creators actually, like, also make some weird statements. And I was like, huh, why? Because I was like... I got asked of, will I still stream Arknights after Enfield is out? And I was like, yes. I have no reason to stop playing Arknights just because Enfield is out. I'm there for reading the story and stuff and whatnot. Like, yeah, I mean, I've never been as much about the gameplay. And like certain things, like, I'll sometimes, like, I'll use, like, certain, like, IS and stuff. Like, when there's a new IS and stuff. Obviously, there's some story stuff in there. But then often I'll use IS as a bit of, like, a filler stream. Where it's like, okay, I don't really know what I need to do, but I have some stuff I can do in IS. So I'll do, like, an IS filler stream. But otherwise, for gameplay, I mean, I don't do a huge amount. You know, this is known. I'm not the biggest game player of Arknights. But never in my life will I stop the game because there's still so much story and stuff to get through. So like, I always have a reason to keep up with Arknights. And if anything, one of the actually cool parts is that, like, once Enfield is out and we have Enfield story and stuff as well, you know, there's probably going to be more tie-ins between them as well. Like, there's going to be more foreshadowing within Arknights as well. And we're getting closer to, like, you know, the point at which sort of Enfield story, like, breaks off from Arknights right now. We'll see, like, more stuff leading up to it and everything, you know? Anniversary story and the collab one. And then, you know, well, the collab, okay, that, fine, yeah. Collab is the one thing where I just don't. You know, I just don't. Collab's the one thing I don't. That I'll give to you. But yeah, like, for example, because obviously, I mean, the beta might still be going on when Global Anniversary hits Arknights. So well, actually, by then also, I'm probably not playing the beta as much anyway, already. So obviously, yeah, once, you know, when the Arknights Anniversary stuff is, I'll pop into Arknights Anniversary stuff. I might pop in with IS-6. IS-6 might just be releasing at a bit of a weird time because, like, releasing at the end of the year and stuff, and, you know. December is just a busy month with, you know, all the Christmases and the New Year's and everything. It's just a bit of a hectic month. So IS might take me, like, to get to the new IS stuff, it might take me a bit. I'm not sure I'll get, like, probably for that I won't get to it right away. But probably, at the very least, I should be able to get, like, just a moment to... Because obviously we get the lazy vignette event along with it. Or, I mean, should be before it. And that should generally a pretty quick read. That's like a one-stream read type situation. So I can easily do a 3 to 4 hour little quick read of the lazy event. I played AK when there's AK too. Yeah, because that's the thing. Some people were like, oh, once Enfield's out, I can just do Enfield. It's like, I mean, if it's just about content creation, I mean, probably better for you. Enfield will probably do much better numbers than Arknights. Let's be real, especially in the global space. But that's the thing, is that, like, for me specifically, I don't necessarily do it. I can tell you right now, okay, the event reading streams are not the most successful streams out there. But I'm there to read the stream. Or there to read the stream. There to read the event because I want to read the event. I just happen to do it on stream. So, never a reason to stop it. And obviously, with the start of at the start of Enfield, there's going to be a lot of content. Especially, there will absolutely be a moment in time where creators and me as well will be doing a lot more Enfield stuff, and some of the Arknight stuff will be a little bit on the back burner. And then once the honeymoon is over, essentially, people can return to stuff. Though, I mean, frankly, I would absolutely not be surprised if some creators indeed don't really return that much to Arknights. Completely possible. And we'll really just, at the very least, when it comes to like content, at the very least, even if they follow Arknights in the back still, very possibly content-wise, it will, like, really won't be much Arknights. Can't trust Cookie when he's given a schedule 85% of the time. Cookie's schedules do never seem to work out for various reasons. One reason why, I guess it's sort of one reason, I only make schedules. Like, I essentially schedule streams in a normal situation and not my current life situation. I schedule streams that indeed like for 1 week at a time. I just think of like, okay, what can I do next week for streams? I don't really go much longer than that, further than that in my like planning ever. Right now, I plan shit like a day before often, or at most a week before if it's like there's something very obvious to do. Did you hear about HG making other AK games? Yep, they do indeed want to make other stuff in the IP as well. I'm really yeah. I also yes, yeah. Standalone single purchase games. I would love to see, like purchase games, premium games in Arknights IP. Obviously, they've done purchase games otherwise. Popocom and X-Astras exist already. But I would like to see them, yeah, for Arknights specifically. Would be really nice. Would be really cool. So I hope they do. But yeah, honestly, we'll see how much we'll see how much of this beta even I get to play. I might very well get to play this beta less than I did the last one. When the last beta came around, I had kind of a lot of time. In this case, however, it's just starting because of the time it starts, and you know, December being December, and then also just other things that happen to pile up on December. I will just have less time. But also goes for slightly longer, and yeah, well, you know, we'll see. And I might sneak in some other bits and pieces in there. But since I will probably have just less time for streams in general during the beta duration, it is more likely that they will usually be Enfield stuff. Unless there is, for example, unless there's like the lazy vignette event to read, where I might take a quick little side trip to reading an event, and then hop in. Because then by the time that global anniversary comes around, the beta is possibly over or winding down, very much so. So then it's obviously, you know, then it's a different season, like a reason. Then, you know, very easy to hop into that anniversary. I mean, last year the beta was going on during the anniversary, which did mean that I did not get to the anniversary stuff like the first week. I think it was after a week or after 2 weeks that I then did streams for the Pepe event, reading it. Like I took a break during Enfield beta to read the Pepe event and stuff. Hope I can get this time. Last time I got shafted during alpha, I got in, but gave it to someone. He hates Pepe. Nah, I don't hate Pepe. I was gonna say, but no, I don't like hate him. I just don't really care about Pepe that much. But the Pepe event specifically has some pretty good stuff. There's some, like, I quite like many of the other characters in Pepe. Specifically, I really like Zubair. Our cat god, machine cat god. I really like them. And also Narantuya and so on. And then Pepe, it's not like, yeah, Pepe is still this, like, likable. Not really any, there's nothing wrong with Pepe. Because I also could not care less about, like, her kit or whatever. I don't consider kits when it comes to how much I like a character, really. So, except, couple exceptions aside. Ascalon needs more character when in the actual, like, character department, like, writing department. There's, like, she needs more, okay? But I really like her in gameplay. But that's, like, the exception to the rule. Finally found out there are kid-friendly Nekopara games. Oh, yeah. There's censored versions of Nekopara, yeah, where they don't have all the stuff in them. You know? Yeah, chapter 14 we did shaft Ascalon a little bit. There was some scenes and stuff that we could have had with fucking Ascalon and Theresa and all that kind of stuff that would have been, like, really nice to have. Unfortunately, we did not. We got a little bit more in See You Soon, I think. But yeah, I feel like Ascalon in some ways got a little bit shafted, not gonna lie. Agent 007, 0 screen time, 0 dialogue, 7 first fights with fist fights with Manfred, yeah. Yep. Yippers. Okay, yeah, people. Okay, it came up. Indeed. We were talking about the whole early story rant or whatever. Everyone have the link to the glitter rant mentioned on stream about first arc stories being bad. Yeah. It's on Indeed. Completely different video, not on my channel. It is Cypher Rays. Gacha games are terrible. Here's why you should play them. If you have not seen this video, we actually watched it. I watched it with Ray. After the fact, we did a little reaction watching party of the full video with Ray. Have not watched it, go watch it. Watch the original video, that is, not mine. In here, however, as you can see, there's a lengthy section just titled Schizo Posting, and you can see here's the yapper. Good video, by the way. Really good video. Yeah, Bubble event was also like barely any Ascalon, frankly. Not even 20%, dude. There was so little Ascalon in Bubble. She just, released as the unit on that one. And yeah, indeed. That was a fun little collab. Just getting to fucking rant that idea into nowhere. Because indeed, I didn't really have a place to put it. And then he said... I mean, I explained it when we did the reaction or whatever, where he said, like, he was doing this thing. And then I was like, what if I just threw out a completely, like, non-serious suggestion of, what if I ranted about this and we put it into your video? And then, like, a little bit later, it was like, hey, did you want to do that thing? I was like, oh, you wanted to actually do it? Okay, yeah. This emote, indeed. I do also wonder where Ascalon... Well, because yeah, in See You Soon, we got a little bit of almost... It felt like set up for her, like, doing stuff, being next to Doctor and whatnot, and doing some stuff. But we'll see. We will see where... I mean, the main thing I just hope is that Ascalon actually does go somewhere with the character. Also, I was actually on the Arknights. Yeah, the emote did not load. It doesn't load instantly, guys. I have no idea how long it usually takes for it to load. And the on-screen chat is even way slower, so... Oh god, I just realized. I think I have a lot of extra credit. Never mind, I'm 295 out of 300. Perfect. I didn't overcap. I just have to remember to not go into clues so that I don't accidentally claim my clue visiting, and then I have nothing to use my credits on. Just seeing people yell explain, yeah, instead of seeing the emote. Oh yeah, I did read the mod stories and stuff, yeah, for Ascalon, I think. Well, actually, no, I did. Well, I didn't unlock mod Y yet for Ascalon. I forgot. I was just thinking about it. Anyway, do we have something we want to talk about or anything? Or go through still? We have been... How long have we been here? A bit over 5 hours. And I got my bit done. I filmed my bit, which I can probably edit tomorrow, release sometime next week. Because my genius plan was to have this bit so that I can post it, like, you know, some days before the beta starts. Funnel people into the stream. Oh, it went silent again for no reason. Why is the first, like, minute of this silent for some reason? Is it just so quiet? There it goes. Also, no access checking yet for beta. I'm assuming it's probably going to be, you know, next week then. Like, probably Monday. Will emails start going out? Is the Edmund the Doctor after the Child of Virginia? I still think Edmund is probably the Doctor, yes. Also, I have heard of this one specific line, yes, of just Child of Virginia. Am my stamina capped? Oh, fuck, oh, because I have to make new trust farms. I realized my trust farms didn't have Pippi, and I also have to make a trust farm for the boss stage, for alloys, so I have to make those at some point. Make those as in copy them. As in copy them. This point is the day before beta. Maybe not quite day before beta, considering like preloads and stuff have to happen as well. You know? We do need some preloads. Which reminds me, I still have beta 1 client. I want to move it. I want to move the beta 1 client to a USB stick so that I have it like safe. To have the original beta 1 like still saved. Because I have to apparently delete it and get rid of it before installing the beta 2 client. Hopefully so. Or at least it says like in the survey or whatever. In the FAQ for this beta test, it says, I still have the first client, the previous client. Can I keep that? And they're like, no, you should get rid of it. Keeping as a memento, yeah. Do we know when the device will be sent out? Nope. My guess is just Monday. Just because it's, you know, that's 4 days before beta starts, and it's the, you know, work day. I'm just not expecting them to do anything on a fucking weekend. We didn't get them yesterday. We didn't get them today. Probably not happening on a Sunday either, so Monday, because it's the first, you know, it's just start of the week, you know, work day. That's all. Because there was a possibility that they would have started going out yesterday, on Friday, you know, exactly a week before beta, which is what I think it was for beta 1, if I remember correctly. Also, dude, Enfield Official, the Discord server, is gonna be an absolute disaster zone again once the invites start going out. It's gonna be funny. Absolute disaster. There's gonna be so many goslings, yeah. And there is the mind, dude. It's gonna be so fun. There's gonna be such a huge influx of messages, and there's gonna be so many minds going off. If you are not aware, Enfield Official currently has minefields. Every time you chat in Enfield Official, maybe just the general channel, there is a chance of you hitting a mine and getting timed out for 1 minute. That's gonna go crazy once the influx of people complaining about no test access go in. Single official Discord server that isn't a shit show for anything? Probably not. Because the official Discords for things are generally very big. And very big Discord servers just kind of automatically get a bit shit. You can get a longer timer as well? Okay, I've only seen like minute-long ones, I think. Extreme low chance of 1 month. Imagine getting hit by the 1 month minefield. Someone hit the 1 month mine today? Oh, fuck. I wonder if they're actually gonna keep the 1 month or if, you know, they'll let the poor guy go. Because, you know, it's not like you did anything wrong, so... Also, I've been quickly peeking into there recently. Purple's aware that I've peeked into there. I suggested, if it happens, I'm taking all credit. Because a mod was there, and I was like, why keep it at a minefield? Why not give people sticky bombs where they can specifically attach a mine to someone? And truly make it a battle royale in general chat. And they seem to like the idea, so I'm quite... If they actually do it, it's gonna be really cool, and I will take all credit. And yeah, the timing was funny, because the timing was that I hadn't looked into fucking general chat on Enfield Official in fucking ever. And then I just happened to see Purple mentioning, there's this guy who got so salty about not getting into the tech test that they became a creator to get beta access. It's like, hi, I'm that guy. It's me. Me? It was quite perfect timing, I must say. Also, the thing is, however, okay, it's a really good story still, but the thing is, I said this actually last time as well. I said this during beta 1. Being part of the partner or being part of the creator program actually didn't guarantee you access. So I don't actually know if it worked, like truly worked, or if I was just also lucky this time. But we don't need that detail because the alternative version of the story is so much better. So there's no reason to give those needless, unnecessary details. The story can stay as it was. It's still a really good story. I love it. If it's not guaranteed though, I mean, exactly. Technically, how do you know if you're getting to the next one? Actually, that's the fucked up part. I technically don't. It would be quite disastrous if I didn't, but I'm just kind of hope maxing, I guess. You know, that's the current trend. We just hope max. It would be the funniest bit, yes, but only for like a moment, you know. Only for a moment. So we're hope maxing. We'll see how it goes. God, my Twitter is fucking ass. I think I've been looking at Twitter too much because when I go into Twitter, I'm seeing a bunch of inane shit instead of just like artwork and whatnot. So I've clearly been looking at it too much. Because I'm not just getting like Arknights art and some horse posting and whatnot. Terrible. Anyway, I think I should probably start getting off. So I mean, next week, next stream will probably just be, well, I mean, as we just went over, we're hope maxing. Next stream, hope maxing is just Enfield beta. Friday. Unfortunately, however, we now do have the starting time for beta, and that shit starts at 5 AM my time. So I will not be there when the servers open for beta, because it's fucking 5 a.m., okay? I will rather start, you know, I'll rather just sleep normally. Start early in the day, and then do, you know, a 12-hour stream or whatever. And then I can, you know, because then once, you know, other people will start at when the servers start or whatever. You know, at some point they'll end their stream, but I'm gonna be there. You know, I'll catch everyone. I'll catch all of the viewers from the people who started at server open, you know? Because 5 a.m. is like the worst possible time for me to be like, it doesn't make sense for me to even stay up to play the game at 5 a.m. Because 5 a.m. your time, it should be 4 a.m. my time. Yeah, I think that's what it was. It's 10 o'clock. It's 10 in the evening. Like, what the fuck was it? I think it was 10 in the evening or something like essentially New York time, like Eastern America time, I think, if I remember correctly, or something like that. I just remember that at some point I did look up what it is in my time, and yeah, it's like 5 a.m. 5 your time should be 4 a.m. my time. Yeah, it's just not a great time. So instead, you know, I will sleep and whatnot. First of all, I am taking that Friday. I am taking like my day off of work and whatnot. So I will be starting early in the day. Well, relatively early. Much earlier than I usually stream. Because I am taking the day off of work and everything. So that I can then, like, early afternoon or something, at noon or 1 p.m. or something, hop on and then just do a 12-hour session. And then do the same thing the next day on Saturday. Like, my plan is pretty much to be playing 24 hours of Enfield in 2 days or whatever. Take the day off just to sit there and watch other streamer play. Oh, don't put this evil on me, man. Come on. Look, we're hope maxing. We're hope maxing. We're hope maxing. But that's probably the plan. That's probably how it'll go. We did something very similar for Beta 1 when I did get access. Indeed, I sat for like 20 plus hours. Friday plus Saturday was like almost 24 hours of just sitting here playing the game. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's true. Some time of those streams in these is going to be off of just doing surveys. We'll see how goddamn long the surveys take this time. Because last time some of those surveys, man, they were fucking an hour long or some shit. I think the longest was like an hour and 30 minutes for us. And then we really had to start like locking in and try to do them a little bit faster. And then I started doing some of them off stream as well. But yep, we'll see how long the surveys take this time. Don't want to check out too many streams because the story won't change much to release and just be a deja vu and super boring. Yeah, no, for sure. That's actually even one reason why I'm thinking I maybe don't play as much of Beta 2. You know, I have a little bit less time anyway. So maybe I just do less of Beta 2 in general. Though, I mean, I'll probably end up doing all the story still. But I might do less of, like, the end game gameplay portions. But I'll probably still do all the story. Because, well, one thing is, there's going to be lots of people just skipping the story and then not giving any feedback on it. So I will actually go through the story so that I can actually give feedback on the story. You know, we're story pilled in this household, so. And in my case, you know, well, yeah, you know. I mean, that was one reason, I for example, I didn't look at, and I actually still haven't, to this day, I have not looked up much anything from the tech test, because I was like, oh, I didn't get in. I don't really want to watch others go through it all, and in that way, like, spoil me or whatever. I was like, I'll rather just wait and I'll just fucking tank it and wait until the next time I have a chance to play it. And hopefully just play it myself, rather than watch what goes on, you know? And also one reason, obviously, I do want to go through the beta story is, you know, probably is going to be there's probably not going to be much changes to the release. But like in theory, if there does end up being some changes, then at least I maybe recognize what the changes would be. If I've actually gone through the story in the beta. And indeed, just giving them actual feedback on story, because I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of people who just, you know, skip to get to the combat. Was there a skip button last time? I think there was. Yeah, there was, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, so many people will just skip and thus not give any, you know... The only feedback they'll give is like the, you know, cool cutscenes, which might be unskippable. And then none of the actual meat is going to be like consumed and actually feedbacked on. Yep, we'll see. And then I guess I'll do like a... I'll probably do like a little revision. Like a sort of, you know, second review. I did a review of the first beta, kind of, sort of, very casual review. I guess then towards the end of it, make like a secondary, like, more specifically like, okay, the changes and from beta 1 and so on. Kind of funny they want feedback on story, but players are encouraged to skip the story. Yeah, beta's a little bit funny like that, where there is a bit of a thing where it's like... But maybe they might actually not expect as much feedback on story in the first place. Because indeed in the beta as well, where you maybe want to more so try out the gameplay and stuff. And maybe even specifically don't want to go for the story, so you can go through it on, like, release instead. Maybe they expect it. That might, at the very least, that might be one thing we don't go through as much. Is, like... truly like digging through every single, you know, little file and like lore piece and text, what we did last time. Like last time we tried to get through pretty much every single little piece of text we could find. That one we might not do this time around, just because, you know, if the release is so much closer as well. What if they change a bit of the story? Well, I mean, then they change a bit of the story, and then I just maybe won't know how it was changed. If I didn't consume that particular part of the story. But, you know, if it's changed, well, then it's changed, and that's the actual canon version we have. Like, in that way, actually, in a way, knowing the previous stuff is a bit of a curse, because then you're automatically comparing the changes to what was. Which maybe in some cases is like not helpful. I'm not saying like not good, because that implies that like the previous was better, which is not necessarily the case. But it's not like necessarily helpful to your experience to be consciously or subconsciously comparing to what they changed, instead of just consuming the thing and just actually taking the thing that they gave you at face value. Which, I mean, is actually, I feel like, a fundamental element of most of the end-field criticism stuff. I feel like a very fundamental thing is, I mean, the whole expectations and whatnot, but essentially people not approaching Enfield, like, at face value and on its own terms. So many, maybe included to some extent, approach the game with preconceived notions of what it should be because Arknights original exists. And then there's also been changes between the tests and whatnot. So you're approaching everything in a comparative sense of like, oh, I'm comparing this to something else. Rather than letting the game itself show to you what it is at this moment in time and judging that thing on its own as like a separate existence. I feel like that happens a lot. I feel like that's many things that do get criticized are like, is that at the background of it. Which in some cases is good and fine and should be. But then in other cases, you really get lost in the source of comparison too often instead of evaluating something at face value. Which I'm trying to approach Enfield as like, you know, its own thing. And more so just like, you know, and when it comes to like Arknights comparisons and stuff, I more so just want, like, I tried to connect Enfield to Arknights really more than like the actual like story and lore bits that are in there and connected. Like in-universe connections rather than gameplay or game design connections, because they're supposed to be two very different experiences. And I mean, I originally said like, back during like tech test and stuff, I was almost like heavier, for example, on the side of, I don't want like any recycled characters. Like I leaned more that direction. I was like, I want Enfield to truly be its own thing. No recycled characters. I've come around a little bit. I've changed my mind on that somewhat. Especially after getting to actually like see how the reused characters were implemented specifically. But like, yeah, my original thought on like stuff like that was indeed like I wanted actually Enfield to specifically be more separated, to be its own thing. So I maybe also coming from a direction a little bit more willing to let Enfield just do its own thing. And indeed, actually, yeah, like gameplay actually probably would more so. If you were to compare it to something gameplay-wise, you should be comparing it actually to the usual suspects in the 3D action genre type situation, rather than Arknights. There's way more easy comparisons between the other 3D games than there is actually between Enfield and Arknights. The gameplay like cores are so goddamn different between OG and Enfield. But yep. Yepers. Which is my, I mean, I feel like truly, I guess if I had to put my just take or perception, POV for Enfield in general, it's cautious optimism. If I had to have like 2 words to describe everything, is cautious optimism. But frankly, emphasis on the optimism. I'm gonna be real. Emphasis on the optimism, if anything. For multitudes of reasons, both just subjective enjoyment of various elements of a game, and then also the fact that it's hyperglyph. But 99% of my experiences with hyperglyph are just good, then hard to not be optimistic. Which actually, I mean, actually it is pretty hard to always be optimistic. Let's be real. Humans love negativity. Anyway, I keep going on some other thing. I should like go eat and stuff. I haven't eaten in almost 7 hours, I think. I should go eat and stuff. And have a chill Saturday. It's my friends are away or whatever. Usually the people that I hang out with on a Saturday are just gone. They're away completely. So I'm just like chill, actual, like I don't have any plan for the evening. I might just watch like a movie or something by myself. Anyway, thank you for coming, thank you for watching, thank you for chatting, thank you for lurking. We will see on stream next time for hope maxing Enfield. Bye bye. Also, obviously on the Discord, and I'll post the video at some point. Bye bye, goodbye.